Welcome to the Jewel of the Desert, the oasis of opulence, the beating heart of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, a city where tradition meets innovation and every skyscraper seems to reach for the stars, and not forgetting the home of Formula One in the region. Just a stone's throw from the Yas Marina circuit lies the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Nestled in the heart of Abu Dhabi, this is no ordinary track. It is a battleground where horsepower meets precision and only the boldest emerge victorious. Here on the asphalt canvas of the Forsan kart track, echoes of the engines reverberate through the air, creating a symphony of speed. It's not just a race, it's an adrenaline-fueled dance, a test of skill, and a battle against the clock. It's also a haven for thrill seekers and racing aficionados. The Forsan kart track isn't just about conquering laps, it's about pushing the limits of velocity, mastering every curve, and experiencing the sheer joy of the chase. This week marks the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program with 3 categories spanning minis, juniors and seniors, but with a twist. The Champions Academy program runs on a single supplier format. RGMC have teamed up with Parolin and TM Engines for the mini category, running the 60cc TM GR3 engines, with the Kart Republic and IAMI for the juniors and seniors, running the OKNJs and the OKNs. Together, they are providing a massive amount of equipment for our drivers to use for this week. The format for this weekend is slightly different as well compared to a standard race weekend with qualifying heats and super heats and finals. This week drivers have a new challenge of free practice, 2 qualifying sessions on the first day, which they had on Monday. Then they went into yesterday, Tuesday, with 3 qualifying heats each and straight into a final, and we crowned our final winners yesterday, and it was a certainly very busy day. And in the minis, it was a brilliant day for our drivers. It was Dan Alaman who took the win in the final from Priyan Bruno and Leonidas Peruzzi who rounded out the top 3. They took the maximum points, and only the top 15 get the points in that one as well. The track that we're racing on today for the Champions of the Future Academy program is the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit. It was opened in 2010, the lap record currently being held by your man who won completely everything yesterday in the senior category, Finn McLaughlin, with a 54-second time. The track length is 1,200 metres, 165 metres for the start-finish straight, 80 metres for the back straight in between turns 9 and 10. 5 metres of elevation. With the track only being 8 metres wide, it's still a wide circuit, but there are some parts of the track where it's very, very narrow. 17 turns in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, with 3 hairpins, and there are many places to go overtaking. We saw many at turn 1, through turns 3 and 4, 7, 8, and even the last corners, but as well as turn 12 has been a hot spot for many drivers to go for their overtakes around this track. It is a superb venue to go racing. And not only that, it's a fast track as well. The exit of turn number 9 is the fastest part. Through the banking, you can reach about 110 kilometers an hour, with the average speed hitting around 73 kilometers an hour as well. A very fast track, but very technical and demanding on a driver. And today, compared to yesterday, is a very hot day. Yesterday, there was some cloud cover. There was a bit of a sea breeze in the air as well. And it was a lot cooler. Today, you can see the heat haze there coming off the track already. It is hot out there, ladies and gents. The wind has died down. The sun is beating down on our drivers. It is going to be a true test of endurance for all of our categories here this weekend. Qualifying, though, on Monday was done in Q2. This is what set the grid for today. So yesterday you saw the qualifying order, the grid orders in these qualifying heats from Q1 on Monday. Today it's set from Q2 on Monday. So it's slightly different to what you saw yesterday. And on pole position yesterday, on Monday, I should say, in Q2, was Alessandro Touchot, the American driver, who certainly had a busy day yesterday. Priyan Bruno, also with a good qualifying yesterday. He starts on that front row and he finished second in his final, so he has got a good chance here of gaining some points. There is your pole sitter for this one, Alessandro Touchot, who is looking very quick all the way throughout this weekend. But right behind him, starting third, will be your final winner yesterday, Dan Alaman, who's got maximum championship points going into this one. There's Priyan Bruno, who finished second yesterday in the final, and again certainly will be working, I'm sure, with Dan Alaman. Both of them have been pushing hard all the way throughout this one, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them in this race. First race is nearly ready to go out on track as well. It's been a very busy morning already with 3 practices, but the first race is about to get underway now. Mini 60 qualifying heat 1 here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Let's take you through the starting lineup for qualifying heat 1. Alessandro Touchot and Priyan Bruno go from row number 1. From Dan Alaman, who was your final winner yesterday, he starts on row 2. He's got Ollie Warner alongside him on that second row. Derek Rivera and Nikita Gilalvov goes from row number 3. Victoria Farfus and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row number 4. Leonidas, who finished 3rd yesterday in his final. Nilas Malik, the Spanish driver, doing very good in morning warm-up. He starts on the 5th row of the grid. He's got Nassar Nas alongside him. Hopefully he can have a much better day, the driver from Bahrain. Sofia Pavasniana and Fares Harion go from row number 6 with Aryan Singh and Ava Lawrence on row 7. Achilles Peruzzi and Pierre Abudivan go from row number 5. Conor Mayer, who finished 5th in the final, the Australian, starts this one on the 17th spot of the grid. Ray Haber alongside him on there with Liam Carr on the row 10 with Koda Singh just behind. Liam Carr finishing 4th yesterday, so he certainly has some work cut up against him here. Enna Pazzuto and Akita Mir, they go from row 11 from Oscar Singh and Lorenzo Zucchetto on row 12. Francisco Puerta and Aaron Buffer on row number 13. Aurelio Longitano and Veer Chopra, they go from row 14. Ari Kallenberg and Baptiste Augenstein on row 15. They ran out the top 13. Mikel Abubaker and Kim Min-jae go from row 16. And Luca Besaril and Yovra Mehta round out the 34 kart grid here. Remember, 3 qualifying heats for each group today, and then their finals at the end of the day. Let's see what happens in day number 2 of racing, because yesterday, slightly different. Everything has changed for today. Different tyres than what they were using yesterday in Q1 and Q2. They were using different sets. Q1 qualifying tyres were the tyres that they used yesterday. Q2 tyres were different, and that is the tyres that they're using today. So these are relatively fresher tyres, not brand new. They are scrubbed in from qualifying, of course, as we get ready to go racing. Bit of bunching up there at the front, and we're a bit out of shape in the order, so hopefully our drivers here can get their karts back into a decent formation here as we get going. There's the red line, so from here there's no overtaking, and you should be in your grid spot. And already I can see a driver out of their grid spot, and that is Victoria Farfus, the Brazilian driver, who is now in formation, which is good to see. Out of the final quarter then, are we going first time of asking? Let's see. Yes, we are. Green flags go out and away they go, down towards turn number 1, and it's Touchot who's got the whole shot in towards turn 1. Dalaman follows, and so does the whole inside line. Derek Rivera and Victoria Farfus also go through. There's karts going spat out on the circuit on the exit there, but everyone getting through. 2 karts going slow. It's the 28 and the 39. They've not had a good run at all. That's Francisco Puerta and the 28 as well as Veer Chopra. They have not got away well. So 8 laps these races, and again karts just scrapping to find a piece of track to themselves. You saw one of the karts getting clouted up in the air, but it's a good getaway already for Touchot and Alaman. Already have a commanding lead, both of them running wide here. Cold ties, you can see the 32 there. Priyan Bruno back up into 3rd place as well. This is a good start then from Priyan Bruno, holding on to that one, only losing the 1 spot, but it's tricky on that outside line. You have to be so careful that you really position these karts in a good position at the start of these races. Exiting out of the final corner now, and let's see how they come across the line. It is Touchot leading from Alaman. Bruno Rivera as a change for the lead. Alaman to the inside at turn number 1. Nicely done, wasting no time whatsoever there. Derek Rivera still there in P4 as well from Ollie Warner, who's dropped down to P5, but still in a good spot. Leonidas Peruzzi there in P6 from Ava Lawrence. Fares Harion, Victoria Farfus dropping down to 9th place, but still in the top 10. And Aryan Singh rounding out the top 10 at the moment. So it is Alaman who leads the way now from Priyan Bruno, who's got up into 2nd place. So Touchot down into 3rd now. He will have to dig deep in these early stages of the race to make sure he does not drop off the back of these, because, again, if they get close together, be able to work together, they have just been able to drive away from the rest of the field. And a little bit later on the brakes there from Alessandro Touchot, and it's a mistake, and through will go Derek Rivera, and he will be happy with that one. The number 24 moving up into 3rd place now, and a rare mistake there from Alessandro Touchot. the American-French driver, who now drops down into P4 and will seriously have to dig deep now, and immediately does so. Looks to the inside here at turn 1, goes wheel to wheel with Rivera and just squeezes his way through. Nicely done there from Truchot, and he moves himself back up into P3. Now Derek Rivera is under pressure here from Ollie Warner and Leonardo Peruzzi, who all want to get through here now. Back with your race leaders. They are still just, now that this is a dangerous spot now. They've closed in together. Now they're working together. Now they're pushing away from the rest of the field. This is not what the other drivers want to see here. They need to make sure that they work together now to try and close up on these drivers, because right now it's not going to be going their way at all. Here we go then, as we watch this battle. Well, the battle for third. Yeah, the gap nearly a second already. That's not good for our drivers. They need to try their hardest to work together here and close that gap back up. But Dan Alleman and Priam Bruno, they are doing exactly what they need to do here, just pushing themselves along. It's the first qualifying heat of the day. Everything that happened yesterday, apart from the final, means nothing. All those qualifying heats, they only sorted out the grid for that yesterday final. Today's qualifying heats sort out the grid for the final this evening as well. So none of those qualifying heats mean anything for today. This is a brand new day for our drivers, as Priam Bruno sets the fastest lap of the race now in that slipstream of Dan Alleman. Is just pushing him along here. And we got to think, for Priam Bruno, he finished second in that final. Dan Alleman finished first. I mean, these races will only sort out the grid. It'll all fall down to the final later on today with the championship points. But remember, if these guys change position in the final, if Priam Bruno wins the final later on today, Dan Alleman won yesterday, they'll be joint on points. It then goes down to maybe if one of them got the fastest lap, or it would go down to the positions that they had in these qualifying heats. That's where these qualifying heats become important. You need to have good results in this one. So Priam Bruno really needs to probably dig deep here and go for these qualifying heat wins, just to secure maybe that spot if it changes in the championship. But right now they are just working together, setting those fastest laps again for Priam Bruno, pushing hard here on Dan Alleman as they make their way down. Now Victoria Farfus is under investigation, not sure what that's for. Remember, she was slightly out of position going past the red line at the start of the race. Possibly is for that, but we just don't know. Here's the look at the race start then. Live pictures still on the right-hand side of your screen. And initially, great getaway for Alessandro Truchot, just driving away in the background there. There was a bit of contretemps in the background as well. Two drivers not getting away well. Yeah, this was the moment here. So it was just on the anchors there. Priam Bruno and Alessandro Truchot, they just hit the brakes, and the rest of the pack just bunched in behind them. Not sure why that had happened, but it caused drivers to get out of formation. There's the change for the lead. Dan Alleman going through, and then Priam Bruno a little bit later on would go for second place, and that is the battle that you're now seeing here on your screens, the live pictures. Here's a little further down the order here, drivers making moves. There's the number 35 going through. This is a lot further down. That's Aurelio Longitano, who's making good moves here. I believe that on Akita Mir, who is in 22nd place. There has been some good moves all the way throughout the field as well. We've got Kim Min-jae, who's up 12 positions up into the top 20. Great running there. Mikhail Abubakar as well, 10 positions gained, pushing up to P21. So big movers all the way throughout this field. How are your drivers who did well in the finals yesterday? Liam Carr, who did well, is up 7 places up to P12. And there was that moment there for Alessandro Truchot, just late on the brakes, and yeah, with that little mistake, and that allowed Derek Rivera to get up into third place. That's changed a little bit now, the battle for third, because it's Leonardo Peruzzi who is up into third place now. This is the standard 1, 2, 3 that we saw all the way throughout these qualifying heats yesterday. Oliver Warner is still there in P4, and Truchot is back down into P5 now. So Truchot struggling in the morning session here, and I suspect will come back a little bit faster in the end. You can see that battle happening just behind us as well. But they are not matching the speed of these two here. Dan Alleman and Priam Bruno, both of them into the 1 minute, 1 minute 9, 1 minute 8. The rest of the field, it's all topping about 101s. No one else breaking into the 1 minutes. So for Dan Alleman and Priam Bruno, just pushing what they need to do. But mistake there from Alaman, as you saw. He dived in, clipped that apex. Big oversteer moment there. Keeps it under control, though. Here we go. On to the final lap then, and Alaman leads from Bruno, and I just don't think we're going to see anything here. But for Priyan Bruno, it's important that he needs to collect as many wins as possible, because it falls down to that going into the finals later on. So you need to be careful here for Priyan Bruno. As Alaman now sets the fastest lap of the race, and now we are going to see this. Priyan Bruno dives to the inside there through turn number 7. A fantastic move, and will have to instantly defend it now from Dan Alaman, and Alaman cannot get it back down the inside. Check over the shoulder from Bruno as he tries to hold on to this first place spot, but keep an eye on Alaman. He's going to go wheel to wheel with him here. They go side by side, the two drivers. Oh, he outbrakes himself, and Bruno goes back through. Alaman trying again, and he dives to the inside of turn number 12. Fabulous driving. Bruno's going to have to retaliate here, but the only place he's going to be able to do it is into the final corner. This is now important for these drivers. Will he send it to the inside here? No, he doesn't. Is he going to try and get the switchback on the exit? He tries it, but it's not going to be enough. Alaman will take the win, and he works for that one. Thumbs up from Priyan Bruno, saying that was a good race, fair race, clean race, and let's do it again a little bit later on. Dan Alaman then takes the win from Priyan Bruno from Leonardo Peruzzi, who finishes in 3rd place. Alessandro Touchot does gain one more place back. He finishes in P4 after starting this one on pole position. Still a good result for him, though. Ollie Warner finishing in P5 from Fares Harion, who finishes in P6. 6 places gained for Fares. Very good drive indeed. Darek Rivera dropping to 7th place. Ava Lawrence and Victoria Fafas rounding out the next 2 positions, with Conor Mayer up into P10. 7 positions gained. He rounds out that top 10. A nice drive there for Conor Mayer and the rest of the field as well. Fastest lap of the race in that one actually went to a driver who finished in P11, Sofia Pavasniana, who finishes with a 1 minute .687. That was at least 2/10 faster than what Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno were doing at the front of the field. There is a look then at your provisional classification at the end of qualifying Heat 1. Alaman, Bruno, Peruzzi from Touchot, Warner, Arion, Rivera, Lawrence, Fafas, Mayer, Pavasniana, Carr, Singh, Haber and Singh at the back of the grid as well. Oscar Singh rounding out the top 15. 16th place onwards was Koda Singh, Pierre Abudivan from Lorenzo down there as well, Zucchetto and the rest of the field. Nilis Malik and Kim Menji from Aurelio Longitano. Mikael Abubaker from Achilles Peruzzi, from Akita Mir, Harry Kallenberg from Luca Bessaril as well, who also made some fantastic positions through the field as well, starting at the back of the grid. Well, there you go then. First race of the day is done, and for Dan Alaman, who has worked seriously hard throughout this weekend, the same as Priyan Bruno, and smiles on his face there. Tough fight between the two of them there. Didn't expect them to go that hard on each other in these early stages, but you can imagine now for Priyan Bruno, he just needs to think, I need to start getting some of these first places. I can't finish in second too many times. Here's a look then at some of the highlights from that one, and yeah, it was a big shake-up there, and oh dear, you can see on Leonardo Peruzzi there, that moment there, I think may have just dropped his nose cone out of position, but we'll see what happens after the race. We'll check the results. Good start initially, though, for Alessandro Touchot. Just broke away at the front, but not for too long, because straight away, Dan Alaman straight to the lead through turn number 1 at the end of the first lap. And Priyan Bruno would go a little bit later, same lap, different corner, down in towards turn number 7. Mistake there through turn 10 for Touchot, and this is where he would start to fade. Darek Rivera would get up into 3rd place. He would then later fall down back into 7th place as the battle carried on. That was Touchot going back for the 3rd place spot, but he certainly had to fight for it. Rivera not giving it up easily. The final lap then, and the battle continued between the drivers. Priyan Bruno going for the move in towards turn number 7, defending through turn number 8, and then we saw this daring move here. We've not seen many overtakes through turn 10 this weekend. Didn't work out. Tried again through turn 12 for Dan Alaman, and it worked out nicely. And through this final sector, there was nothing that Priyan Bruno could do. Another angle of it, Priyan Bruno just pushing Alaman to the inside on that dirty part of the track. You can see the dust getting kicked up. No way he was going to make the apex or turn it in with those tyres being so dirty, but straight away sends it to the inside, and it was nicely done there for Dan Alaman, just to read the road beautifully. Both of them running slightly wide on that final lap, pushing as fast as they possibly could, but across the line. Alaman will take the win from Priam Bruno. Leonard Spaluzzi finishes in third place on track after gaining 5 positions. Well, that's a brilliant way to start the day. Hopefully, the juniors can deliver something relatively similar. You can see them lining up and getting ready to head out onto the circuit yesterday. A very good day for the juniors. It was Connor Clancy who took the final win, but today he has got a bit more of a challenge. He qualified P7 in Q2 on Monday, so he's got a bit of work to do here. Second place in the final yesterday, Caden Higgins. He had a better qualifying in Q2. He starts this one P3, so he has got a good starting spot once again. Curious to see how he will do going into this one. James Denosiadis, the Australian who finished third in the final as well, starts this one P4, so he's at the front and he's looking good. But this man here, Toby Gale, who started on pole yesterday from Q1, also poled it in Q2 under the floodlights. He said he was going to do it, and he did do it. It was an absolutely superb lap from Toby Gale. But, of course, he did struggle in those races. He finished 4th in the final, but let's take a look at his pole lap under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. On board now with Toby Gale, and as you can see in the dark conditions, very tricky to see where you're going, but absolutely pinned through turn number 1. Brilliant to see. The kart goes light through turn number 2, then back into the braking zone. Nice and tight on the entry there, holding it on the exit, then going for a nice late apex as you crest the hill, going into now 5 and 6. Banging on those curbs. You've seen sparks flying out from underneath the chassis there all weekend. Down the hill now in towards turn number 8, the hairpin. Very easy to run wide here, but no such drama here for Toby Gale as he tucks in now into the fastest part of the circuit, sweeping through the banking of turn number 9. You hit 110 kilometers an hour here as you brake for turn 10. Tucking it in through 11. We've seen the overtakes here at turn 12 as you then go into the single file sector of 13, into 14, into 15. You can't breathe through this section. You've got to focus all the way throughout it. Then in towards 16 and 17. Pin it through here. Flat to finish across the line, and it was a superb pole position in both Q1 and Q2 for Toby Gale. He was looking like the favourite going into this weekend, but the final yesterday, best he could muster was a P4. Today could be different, though, as he puts himself once more on that top spot. The driver starting alongside him, though, is Markus Šilkunis, the driver from Lithuania, who as well has had an absolutely superb run in these races. Didn't finish within the top 5 in the final yesterday, but today is a new day, and it's a much hotter day, as you can see him getting himself all ready to go. That's a little further down on the grid. That's Dan Delakian, who starts this one a little further down in the order. As he starts it, where does he start, Dan Delakian? I'm just trying to see where he's on my list. He's 20th place. Yeah, he's quite far down on the grid there. This man here, though, second in the final yesterday. Caden Higgins has got, I would say, probably a better starting spot here. The inside of row number 2. Third place, you can follow the first leader, and you can just push him through. So let's just see what he can do. But James Ignatiadis there, who starts it as well in 4th place. There he is on your screen. He's got some work ahead of him here. Starting once again, P4. He's got the outside row, but we've seen it work sometimes where you can just sweep it in to the inside line. There you can see our marshals who have worked tirelessly hard over the course of this week of racing, this midweek racing that we are seeing. It is brilliant to see how they have kept the drivers nice and safe, the track nice and clear, and keeping everything in order. There again, you got the smiles and the waves also. Brilliant to see there some of our marshalling team working super, super hard. There is Zain El Homasani, who starts this one P5 out on track. Again, that inside line. We have seen the inside line work for both 1st, 3rd, 5th, and even 7th place, pushing themselves through. As you see some more happy marshals out there again. Brilliant work by them. There you can see some more people just watching on the junior races because, again, you might learn a thing or two watching these races. You could learn something from the minis, you can learn things from the juniors, and the same for them, the juniors and minis watching the senior races. There is Nikita Gedesmets, who, again, has been having a good day. He's been putting in some good laps, good times, having some good results, but sometimes just getting caught out a little bit. But, again, starting P6 on this one. What can we see from them? Here we go then, next race, the OKN Junior Qualifying Heat 1. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Toby Gale and Marcus Shilkunas starting this one on the front row. One of the mechanics there trying to push him and pushing a little bit too hard there, falling over. Caden Higgins and James Ignatiadis then go from row number 2, from Zain El Homassani and Nikita Gedesmets on row number 3. Connor Clancy, who won the final yesterday, starting this one, P7. He's got Luna Flushu, who finished 5th in the final, alongside. Dinaya Islamov and Angelina Simmons-Torres go from row 5, and they round out the top 10, from Sara Matsui and Jeremy Montgomery-Swan on row 6. Arthur Donka and Max Murray go from row 7, with Zachariah Dole and Maria Nadelli on row number 8. Augustus Toniolo and Raquel Faradin go from row 9, with Alexander Dahlstrom and Dan Dalakian running at the top 20 on row 10. Egon Pedrotti and Ella Hakkinen go from row 11, with Katrina E and Corinne Kaur at the back of the grid on row number 12. Temperature is already in the 30 degrees. I think some people were saying it was pushing 40 degrees earlier, but I think the temperature gauge was just left in the hot sun for a bit too long. In the shade, it's very, very hot here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. But right now, our drivers pushing hard all the way throughout the day. First qualifying heat is done for the minis. This is the first qualifying heat for the juniors, and welcome to everyone who is joining us around the world as well, wherever it is you are watching. I'm sure it's very early. If you're in Europe, it's probably much later on in the day. If you're out in Australia as well, watching along with us. But yeah, brilliant to see everyone here at the circuit. So many nations being represented here from across the world in the first ever inaugural Champions of the Future Academy program. Next year is going to be a fantastic year for the series as well. But right now, we are focused on what is happening right here, right now, in Abu Dhabi. One kart going off a little wide there, and oh dear, now that is Caden Higgins, and he's just putting himself in position. But Caden, that was past the red line there. You might be in a bit of bother at the end of this one. Here we go then into the formation lines, and lights have not gone green on my timing, but it looks like the race has started. So race is underway by the looks of it, and it is a good start from the field. It is, no, I think it is a false start. I think it's not updated on my timing screen, and I think it is a false start, or they couldn't put, well, I'll find out in a moment, but right now it is still a good start from the rest of the field as they go through. Big checks over the shoulder there for our drivers, and it's still a good start from Toby Gale. So Gale leading the way at the moment as he heads down in towards the banking section. It's updated on my screen now. We are green, we are racing, so that's good to see. So it is Gale who leads the way at the moment, and it is still the treble one there of James Ignatiadis, who's had a good rate. No, yellow flags have come out. It is, I think, a false start. I'm not too sure what's happening here, as my timing screen is going green and red all the time. But yeah, I think it was a false start. So they are going around again. And what was the reason? I think, yeah, it may have been for this here. Caden Higgins, who, well, there's the red line, and well, immediately is out of position, and yeah, it slots back in. So, yeah, maybe because of that. Here we go then, back into the tram lines. Are we going green this time? Yes, we are. Green flag comes out straight away. Good start then from the front man, Toby Gale, who breaks away well. It wasn't a good start for James Ignatiadis this time around. Unfortunately for him, he drops down, and there is going slowly Caden Higgins. Caden Higgins dropping right to the back of the field. What's happened there? There's been a change at the front as well, as through comes the 131. This is Marcus Shilkunas now, who leads the way in the early stages of this race. He made that outside line work there through turn number 1, and he leads the way going down in towards turn number 8. Gale there in second place, and you can still see that Marcus Shilkunas is breaking away. James Ignatiadis there in third place now has recovered in a good spot as they make their way through turn number 10, through 11, into 12. No changes here for the top 3, and now they go into the left-right section of 13, 14 and 15. And no changes here. Bit of an oversteer moment there for Gale as he tries to get control of that kart through the final corner and sticking within the track limits, which is good to see. Across the line they go. It's Shilkunis from Gale, Agnostiadis from El Homasani, Clancy from Flusha, Gedesmits from Montgomery Swan, then it's Matsui and Angelina Simmons-Torres who ran out the top 10, and for our driver who started on third place, Caden Higgins, he's dropped all the way down to P20. An absolute disaster for him, and he might get something else at the end of this race. Again, not too sure. Change possibly for the lead? No, he stays behind. Toby Gale looking like he was going to go for a dive there, down in towards turn at number 8, thinks against it, stays in the slipstream, and he's still got Ignaciadis right there in his slipstream, both of them pushing each other along. And Zaino El Homasani here, brilliant start for him there in P3. Change there? No, but you can't really overtake through here, guys. You've got to be careful. You've got to just get the kart through this section in one piece. As again, Shilkunis and Gale going absolutely front to rear here and into the slipstream. And Gale again with a failed attempt at an overtake through turn number 1. Just looked to the inside, but Shilkunis just closing the door there, denying Gale an opportunity to get past. A change there for third. It looks like Zaino El Homasani's got up into third place. Yes, he has. He's got past James Ignaciadis, so he's down to third, and through goes Luna Flusha. Flusha getting past Connor Clancy, your final winner yesterday, who's now getting tumbled down the order, and so close to the barrier. The battle here is really kicking off. We saw Sarah Matsui there on the inside as they were going in towards turn 9. She might be on the outside on the dirty part of the track now. And where did she come through? Yeah, she's at the back of the grid of this pack again, and under pressure from the 1, 2, 3 driver behind as well. That is Angelina Simmons-Torres. So both of them working hard here. Back at the front though, Shilkunis leads from Gale, and it is Zaino Homasani who's broken away now from that trailing pack behind. James Ignaciadis has still managed to hold on to 4th place. Gedesmets is there as well in P5 from Montgomery Swan. Clancy there in 7th place. Flusha has dropped down back into 8th place now, battling with Sarah Matsui and Angelina Simmons-Torres. Fastest lap though going to Caden Higgins, so it's not a problem with the kart. Maybe he's just thinking, well, I don't know what happened at the start of that one. You just saw him going slow at the exit of the first turn and gave up nearly all the positions there, so big shot there to see with Zaino Homasani in 3rd place. He is pushing hard here, digging deep in these early stages of the race. 9 laps, these qualifying heats for our drivers. As he closes in towards Toby Gale and Marcus Shilkunis. Not able to get a move just yet in these tight, twisty sections. Back onto the start-finish straight. There's a look at the gap between 1st and 2nd. It's only about 0.2 of a second. Both been working well. Gale looking much, much stronger. He had 2nd places in his qualifying heats yesterday. But he needs to dig deep and try and get those 1st places back, because it might help him out later on as well in this weekend. Ignaciadis with the fastest lap of the race as well, starting to close back in on these top 3. This was the move for the lead through turn number 4. We've seen the overtakes through there left, right and centre over this weekend. Nicely done, no time wasted at all. Shilkunis has just held on to that lead now and is pushing himself along here, looking very, very quick. Zaino Homasani though, as well, is looking a little bit quicker. He is lapping actually a 10th faster than Gale and Shilkunis. So El Homasani looking like he wants to go for 2nd place here with only a handful of laps to go. Back across the line they go. We go on to lap 6 now of 7. And there are still some big changes. New fastest lap going out. Luna Flusha, who's currently back into 7th place now. There you can see Flusha battling away with Jeremy Montgomery Swan. This is the battle for P6 that you saw briefly there with 3rd place. And there you can just see the drivers all diving through that chicane. Flusha here looking very, very strong now with a clear piece of track. She's pushing up to the back there of Nikita Gedesmets, who's there in P5. Top Bulldogs, still no change. But Zaino Homasani, again, matching the pace of Shilkunis, but a 10th faster than Toby Gale. And I've got to say, he's closed right in now here, but this is a little further down in the order. This is Connor Clancy battling away with, I think, Angelina Simmons-Torres. I think Simmons-Torres in the 1, 2, 3 just getting through into P8 now, and Clancy, who won the final yesterday, is needing to dig deep here and push those positions up. Right, so back with the race leader, and stopping there on circuit, the 126, and that is Raquel Zarif Faradin, who unfortunately is out of this race and will have to sit in the marshal post. Yet you can't get it restarted. You've got to sit there. Devastation in his first heat of the day, but unfortunately that's the way it goes. He is out of this race. Shilkunis still leads though from Gale and El Homasani. The gap still 2/10 of a second. Both of them, they're all just matching the pace here, pushing each other along. No chances of an overtake through this section. And the gaps are just matching here what they need. There is no real drama between the drivers as they make their way down now in towards turn number 1 once more. A couple of laps left in this race, and it's just been calm and collected for Marcus Shilkunis here. Didn't finish within the top 5 of the final yesterday, but looking much stronger today in these qualifying heats, pushing hard. The same as James Ignatiadis as well. He is back there in P4. He has just closed in on this lead trio. And again, if he could get a third place here, he would be looking good. The driver finished third in the final yesterday as well, wanting to gain as many positions as he possibly can, and he is looking very, very quick there in P4, and he looks to the inside here through turn 12, just off camera. Can he get it done? No. Zainal Homasani slams the door closed, and he holds on to P3 as they go down in towards turn number 16. Now, huge lunge, under braking there sideways, but Shilkunis holds on to it, and there's wheel-to-wheel contact, and through goes Nikita Gedeshmitz up into P3 now. Gedeshmitz onto the podium spots here in this qualifying heat. Lucia goes through as well. She takes full advantage of it also, and she goes up into P4. So Zainal Homasani tried his hardest to defend from James Ignatiadis, but Ignatiadis wanted that position, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. For these two here though, Shilkunis and Gale, they've got a nice clear track ahead of them and behind them now. No drama here for Toby Gale. He has got a nice comfortable buffer between himself and Nikita Gedeshmitz. Here's the overtake again from James Ignatiadis, just down the inside here through 16, but again, Zainal Homasani just saying no to the overtake, but unfortunately both running wide, and through went Nikita Gedeshmitz. Well, this man here, Marcus Shilkunis, across the line, will take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Solid drive, and he will be delighted with that one. Oh dear, another retirement there on the last lap, the 163, Maria Nadelli. Unfortunately, another retirement, several retirements over this weekend. But for Lithuania, Marcus Shilkunis takes the win, and he's looking much stronger today, and hopefully he can finish on that top spot in that final later on today, but he's going to have to keep up this momentum. Toby Gale with a nice second place finish from Nikita Gedeshmitz. Best results, I think, there for Nikita. Third place in the qualifying heats. Luna Flusha with fourth, matching her best result yesterday, is looking for a top 3 finish in these qualifying heats. From Zainal Homasani, James Ignatiadis finishing in 6th place from Connor Clancy, Sara Matsui from Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Angelina Simmons-Torres then rounding out the top 10. As we head back to Parc Ferme, and all the results that you see here, of course, provisional. There's a look then at your top 10. Dinia Islamov finishes in the top 11 with Augusta Toniolo just behind. Arthur Didonka and Caden Higgins finished 13th and 14th. Katrina E rounding out the top 15 out on circuit. Dan Delakian up 4 places, finishes in P16 from Zachariah Dole in P17. Egon Pedrotti and Max Murray finish 18th and 19th. Ella Hakkinen rounding out the top 20. 2 positions gained in that one. Good drive for Ella. Corinne Kaur rounds out the top 21, and the last of the finishers. 3 drivers not finishing. 1 driver not starting. Alexander Dahlström not starting that race. A driver from Finland. Raquel Zarif Faradin and Maria Nadelli, unfortunately retiring from the race. But there is Marcus Shilkunis, and that's first race of the day done. And a nice win indeed. Clear by 0.6 of a second at the end of that one from Toby Gale. Looking much, much stronger going into today. and we'll see what happens in the finals later on as well. Surely looking forward to seeing what happens. Checking the data there. Fastest lap of the race, though, did go to James Inosiadis at the end of that one, 55.418. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one there. The reason why the first false start, I believe, was the cause. Unfortunately for Caden Higgins, trying to start P3, seen overtaking past the red line there. Race would get going, though, and initially good getaway for Toby Gale. And again for Marcus Shilkunis, this race nearly ended through turn at number 1. It did end. That is why then we saw Caden Higgins going slowly in the early stages. It was actually contact there with Marcus Shilkunis, but thankfully both of them could continue in the race. And for Shilkunis, would be a win for him. Toby Gale tried his hardest to go for these moves, and unfortunately just couldn't get the kart alongside enough in the run down in towards turn number 1. This was this dramatic moment here. Flusha on the outside, nearly going into the barriers here. How close do you want to get to the barriers? Went 3 wide going into the turn 9 corner. Colin Clancy in the middle of it. Sana Matsui just on the inside going into the apex. Big lunge here for James Ignatiadis, wheel to wheel with Zain El Homassani. El Homassani would not give up the place, and through would go Nikita Gedesmits, who would get up into P3 and would finish in P3 at the end of that one. Zain El Homassani again having to defend from Luna Flusha. Flusha getting through turn 2 and holding on to it, but the checker flag would come out, and it would go to Marcus Shilkunis from Toby Gale. Nikita Gedesmits, best result of the weekend as well. 3 places gained, finishing in P3. Well, the recovery job now gets underway. As you can see, your 2 retiring drivers there, Nadeli and Faradin. Unfortunately for them, a tough break in the first race. But 2 more qualifying heats for the juniors to come up later on today. Seniors will be coming out next in just a moment as well. But the seniors right now are our drivers who've had an absolutely fantastic day yesterday, but it was dominated by one driver in particular, Finn McLaughlin, who took the win in, well, pole in qualifying, put it first in all of the qualifying heats and won the final. Qualifying 2, though, was slightly different for Finn McLaughlin. He only qualified P13 in Q2, which means he starts P13 in all the qualifying heats today. He's got some serious work ahead of him. There's a look at what you've got expected coming up today. We dance through minis, juniors and seniors over the course of the day. As you can see, qualifying heat 1 for seniors coming up next. It is the 3rd qualifying heat, though, of the day for seniors. Then it's minis, juniors, seniors again, and once more until we go into the finals later on today, due to start at 3:30 for the finals. And again, we saw some fabulous racing yesterday in the floodlights for the seniors. Unfortunately, we were an hour behind yesterday due to some stoppages. But today is a new day, and hopefully all is well. And we should race under the sunlight all the way through today. Drivers now heading out onto the circuit. Let's see what happens in this senior race. Jack Webster, who poled it yesterday in Q2. A brilliant run for him. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. But the driver as well, who starts on the front row of the grid, who finished 9th yesterday, George Nassar, had a fantastic qualifying as well. Curious to see what he can do in these races, but he has got that challenge of starting on that outside row. Rafael Jesus as well, the driver representing the UAE, had a brilliant run in qualifying 2. Qualified at P3, so starts just behind Jack Webster, who certainly had an interesting day yesterday as well with the battles. Has got a good starting spot here, and I am curious to see what is going to happen. Adam Al-Azari, who also had a good run of qualifying heats yesterday, didn't finish within the top 6 of the final yesterday, but certainly had some good qualifying heats. It didn't go well in qualifying heat 1 for him, but both the 2nd and 3rd one, he finished an impressive P2, and that put him 4th in a starting position for the final yesterday. Unfortunately, he would retire from the final, so it wouldn't go his way. Drivers getting themselves ready and primed for this one. And again, it's a hot, hot day here for our drivers. you can imagine, with all that safety gear on, the race suit, the helmet, everything you need like that, it is tough conditions. Here's your pole sitter, though. Jack Webster now making his way on to the grid. And it was a very tough day for him yesterday. 6th in the final. Had some tough qualifying heats, but Q2 on Monday certainly secured his spot for these qualifying heats. So today should be a much better day for Jack Webster. Looking forward to see what will happen here for our drivers. So many talented drivers here. There is Sophia Sanfari just consoling with Suleiman Sanfari. Family there racing out there. But this man here, George Nassar, starting this one on the front row of the grid. He qualified 2nd in Q2. Here's what he had to say after qualifying. Well, again, at the end of qualifying 2 for the senior category, Champions of the Future Academy programme, George Nassar 2nd overall in qualifying 2. George, brilliant to have you here at this weekend, and qualifying seems to go your way in qualifying 2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you think about the track itself? Very tricky circuit, but have you got much experience around here?
Yeah, I have some experience. I did a race in Miami here once. It's a fun circuit. You can do quite a good race around here.
Yeah. What are your hopes for tomorrow? Obviously, you had a tricky first qualifying. Coming into this one now, much better qualifying too. Tuesday's going to be a tough day for you. What are you thinking?
I'll just try to make as many positions as I can, and we'll see from there.
Yeah. Wednesday's going to be the better day with the P2 starts. You've got a front row start, and all around you've got those 2 finals to deal with as well. So it's not only you have to work hard on the first day, you have to work hard on the second day as well.
Yeah, that's true, but it'll be fun. It's a fun grid.
As we look forward to seeing what you can do. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, George Nassar there getting himself primed and ready, and was fully focused at the end of Q2. We look forward to seeing what he can do. The number 240 certainly having a fabulous day. Here, though, is the 211, Rafael Jesus, who's had a much better qualifying as well in Q2. Starts this one P3, a brilliant place to start, and will be right behind Jack Webster going in towards turn number 1, so you can expect some good racing to happen in this one. Austin Gale, who finished 3rd in the final. He starts this one P4. You can see he was just having a brief word with his mechanic there just before this race gets underway. But he again is focused and ready to go racing on this one. It's a busy old grid, 36 drivers about to go to battle here. There is Austin Gale getting himself ready for this one. Again, another good qualifying for both the Gales out there, both for Toby and Austin in the junior and senior category, working hard. There is Hamza Al-Fayez just getting himself ready, starts just behind Austin Gale, and Arthur Dodonka as well, just further back in the field. Whistle blows, timing is ready, and it looks like this race about to get underway. The 3rd heat of the day, but first heat for the OKN senior category, qualifying heat 1. And again, let's see what happens. Big shake-up in qualifying yesterday. The grid completely different to what we saw yesterday in these qualifying heats. We are going to see some drivers making moves, I'm sure, through this race. OKN Senior qualifying heat 1 now gets the green flag. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Jack Webster and George Nassar start this one on the front row of the grid. Rafael Jesus and Austin Gale go from row number 2. Adam Al-Azhari and Hamza Al-Fayez round out row number 3, with Gabe Balanka and Omar Ganoum rounding out row number 4. Emanuele Leodikis and Bernardo Manoldi go from row number 5, with Austin Lee and Mohamed Menemni on row number 6. Finn McLaughlin, who won everything yesterday, starts this one on the 7th row of the grid. He's got Christopher El Pagali alongside on row number 7. Pip Casabene and Peter Stiller, who finished 5th in the final, starts on row number 8 for the qualifying heat. Romeo Nassar and Alessandro Biggie round out row number 9 from Suleiman Zanfari, who finished 4th and was definitely a driver who made serious moves all the way throughout yesterday. Cooper Lyle goes from row number 10. They round out the top 20 from Jabal Al-Sabah on row 11, with Brotek Stefan alongside. Maximus Chudasco and Elijah Yulton go from row 12. Zach Hurd, who finished 2nd in the final, starts on the 13th row of the grid. He's got Elizaveta Kozlova for company alongside. Isaac Demelweek and Alessandro Tedesca ran out row number 14 from Marco Drittenpress and Leif Menemna on row number 15. Irina Kanina and Aisha Sabi on row 16 with Sal Zepra and Sofia Sanvari on row 17. Mario Vigliotti and August Reiber round out the 36 kart grid here for OK Senior qualifying heat 1, and for the rest of the qualifying heats today. The grid will change, of course, for the final, depending on what happens through these qualifying heats. 50 intermediate classification points up for grabs for a race win here, going down in increments of 2 or so through the field. But these drivers just need to focus in these early stages of the day. Every little race matters. Here we go then. Grid nice and slow, not in formation just yet. There you can see Webster with his beautiful Las Vegas helmet livery. There, George Nassar alongside. Nice and steady now. Side-by-side formation as we get going. Back of the grid just getting into position now, which is good to see some drivers out of formation. So it looks like everyone is all ready to go now. Red lights are on then, and we will get this race underway. Here we go, out of the final corner, revs raised, lights go green, and it's a great getaway from Jack Webster, who holds on to the lead then as they go down in towards turn number 1. And there to the inside, Rafael Jesus through, and there goes Gale as well through. Bit of jostling as drivers get spat out wide onto the exit of turn number 2 as they dive down into the tight hairpin of turn number 3. But it's a great start from Jack Webster, who breaks away, dives through the chicane there, and it looks like Adam Alazari has had a brilliant start there, and it looks like he's up into P2. Again, another beautiful start from Adam Alazari. He's had some fabulous qualifying heats yesterday, and there you can see in the background Rafael Jesus instantly saying to Toby Gale, let's go catch him. Let's not battle, let's not fight. And there's a cut that's not moving any more, further, and that is Sal Zerpla again, another retirement. He retired from nearly every race yesterday. He has not managed to finish a race yet this weekend, and it's another poor start for him. I feel so bad for him, but he's got to dig deep in the latter stages of this race. I'm sure he will get a good result at some point this weekend. But Webster leads from Adam Alazari, from Jesus, from Gale, Nassar, Leodikis, Balanka, Albayez, then it's Lee, McLaughlin, it's to the inside there, goes to 240. A nice dive from George Nassar. On the rest of the field, it wasn't on Oscar Gale, that was on, I believe, Hamza Albayez potentially, or Manuel Leodikis as well. Oh dear, drama here in the background, the 243 and the 252. They've had a coming together now, and who is this? That is all the way down, I think, possibly Elijah Yulton and Sofia Zamfari, who unfortunately have collided out on the circuit, which has not gone well at all. And it's going a bit slow here. What's happened here? Well, that's Gabe Balanka and Hamza Albayez, who were line astern. They look like they were going very slow there. And through goes Suleiman Zamfari. And more drama here. And that's Irina Kanina and the 234 there. And that's not gone well at all. And right in the middle of the track, it's Alessandro Biggie, who had to run off the circuit there to avoid getting hit by a car flying through. So we've lost several drivers now in this race. Irina tries to get hers restarted, not going to happen. And that is a disaster. Well, digging in deep here. The 223. Right down the order, Leodikis just trying to latch onto the back of these drivers. Austin Gale just ahead. But a real shake-up now, and the front pack has just opened up. But the battle here, still on. Oh dear, there you can see 2 drivers just fresh out. Alessandro Biggie and Irina Kanina. Not gone well at all for them. Well, Webster and Adam Alazari are driving away here from the rest of the field as they whiz into shot here up the hill through turn 4. And Alazari looking to push in as quick as he can. Christopher Alfagali, though, fastest lap of the race, 55.347, currently running in P11 out there, 3 positions gained. Big movers out there as well. August Raver, 14 positions gained for Raver. He's up to P22, brilliant start. As well for Finn McLaughlin. Finn McLaughlin, update there, the driver who won everything yesterday. up into P6, and there is Alessandro Tedesca, who has not had a good midweek, and engine's gone apparently. There you go from the mechanic. So engine no good. So that was a big shame there for Alessandro Tedesca. And well, we hope to see him out again later on today, pushing hard all the way throughout, but pushing hard here. Still Webster and Adam Al-Azhari first and second on track, and I've got to say, Al-Azhari looking threatening here towards Webster. So's McLaughlin, he's up into P6 now as well. Fastest lap of the race, 54.691. Could be another good day here for Finn McLaughlin. Dig deep though, after qualifying only 13th in Q2 on Monday. It'll be a tough day for the Irishman. But Al-Azhari looking left, right through this section, looking for a gap to the inside, not finding anything yet, in towards 16, not close enough here. Could see a move though on this lap. He's got right into the 16. He's going to get the toe. He's going to pull out in towards Terminal 1 here, digging deep. You can sense he wants to get past it. You can sense that he's just trying to find a gap here. The frustration kicking in now for Adam Al-Azhari. He's not won a qualifying heat yet, but he has had some good results. He's kicking off in the background here as well. The 226 under pressure from the drivers behind. This is right down in the order as well. This is Elizaveta Kozlova, August Reber just behind, and you saw Mohamed Menemni as well just ahead. They are battling for 21st, 22nd, 23rd on the grid. Still having a good run. No change here though at the front. Al-Azhari still waiting to find a way through, and I've got to say Rafael Jesus is starting to close in as well. Only a few tenths behind this one. There was the big wave and the big come on, let's go from Manuel Liadakis in the early stages. There were our first two retirements. Tobias Afari and as well Elijah Wilton, LJ as he's known. Yeah, big shake for them as well for Alessandro Biggie here, and you can see here with the karts coming round, just cuts away there to avoid the collision there. Karts coming through. Back here though with your race lead, no change for Webster and Adam Al-Azhari. They continue to push on with no drama just yet for the two of them. Rafael Jesus was closing in, but the gap stayed ahead, and now he's actually lost out to Austin Gale. They're putting into the pit lane. Marco Drittenpress, unfortunately the driver from Austria, is out. And shake of the head, and yeah, you can imagine frustration kicking in the first qualifying heat of the day. So Austin Gale now up into third place, 2 seconds behind our front two here. So absolutely no drama here. That's a nice big battle buffer that they've got to work with here. So if Adam Al-Azhari wants to go for the move, he can. Now, there is another retirement, and who is that? I can't obviously see the number because there's a side pod missing. And I think that actually is Austin Lee. I think it's Austin Lee who's retired. It is. Yeah, the 250, who unfortunately... yeah, he's lost a side pod out there, so not sure where that is. I'm sure the marshals are going to look for it and make sure it's not on the racetrack anywhere. Zachary Hurd as well into the pit lane. Well, they're dropping like flies here. Zachary Hurd, who finished second in the final yesterday, out of this one. The Australian Zach Hurd, another driver to tumble down. We're down to just 27 runners now in this qualifying heat out of 36. 9 retirements in total. Webster and Al-Azhari though, still 2 tenths between the two of them. But no change yet. 13 laps is the qualifying heat for the seniors. They have a 25-lap final. They've got some serious work ahead of them. And August Reber as well, another DNF. And August was looking so quick out on track as well, gained so many positions, and is now also out of this race. They are dropping like flies here in the senior category. Not good at all. But for the drivers who started at the back of the field, it certainly helps them out. For Mario Vigliotti, he's gained 11 positions here now, and he's up to P24. So he is certainly welcoming these retirements. Peter Stiller, currently the fastest driver on track as well, 54.436. He's currently in P12, 4 places gained for Peter Stiller, so looking strong here in these final 9 laps of the race. Toby Gale is dropping off the back of Adam Al-Azhari, and is losing Rafael Jesus as well. He's dropping off the back of Austin Gale. Josh Nassar still there in 5th place from Finn McLaughlin. He has found, I think, his limit of today. He's in P6. He's up 7 places for Finn McLaughlin, the driver who won the final yesterday. Not able to catch up to these 2 drivers here. Adam Al-Azhari started this one P5, currently P2. Gained those 3 positions from the start of the race, but now it's just fading back. And he's probably thinking, right, okay, I'm not going to catch Webster, but I can just bring it back a little bit, maybe conserve the tyres a little bit throughout the day. Remember, these have done Q2 on Monday. They will do this qualifying heat 1, Q2 and qualifying 3 before their final later on today. So they do need to look after these tyres. For Jack Webster, this is looking like to be a much better day. He fought hard yesterday, did Webster. Wheel-to-wheel battles all the way throughout the day, and best he could do was P6 in the final. But today is a new day, as he now goes on to lap number 12, the penultimate lap of the race. Webster gap 5/10 of a second between himself and Adam Al-Azhari. Gale still there in 3rd place. As we watch, it's not been a good lap there for Finn McLaughlin. He's dropped down to 10th place as well. Here has gone Pete Casabene, Hamza Al-Fayez and Peter Stiller. They are up another position now. And as well for Elizaveta Kozlova, dropping down to P21. Here's a look back at the race start and how Adam Al-Azhari got into 2nd place. You can see there, just dives to the inside and actually goes wheel to wheel with Rafael Jesus, and instantly up into P2, wasting no time there whatsoever. Sort of a dramatic moment there for the drivers behind, and for all of them. Miller and Dykes who were pushing up in the early stages as well. He dropped down in the order as well. He started P9, currently down to P13 as well. He's also getting the move done. Moves up ahead of Leodikis, who did have a good starting position at the beginning of this. We're on to the final lap now, and for Jack Webster, it's a pole start, and it will be flag to flag for him. Not had too much drama, no contention for himself, no contest at all in this one. Adam Al-Azhari tried his hardest, but wasn't able to keep up. For Jack Webster, the Australian, it will be a superb first race of the day as he makes his way through turns 15 now into 16 and 17. It will be Jack Webster. This is much better and exactly what he needs to start the day. Jack Webster then takes the win from Adam Al-Azhari, from Austin Gale, who finishes in P3. Rafael Jesus and George Nassar finishing in P5. Christopher El Fagali and Pip Casabene finishing in P10. Hamza Al-Fayez finishing in 8th place from Peter Stiller. And Omar Ganoum rounds out the top 10 in qualifying heat 1 on day 2 of racing. But the 3rd day overall after qualifying on Monday. Tuesday being the first round of qualifying heats in the first final, and today, day 3, the 2nd day of racing action. For Jack Webster, though, that is a good run. Not the fastest lap of the race, though. That would go to Peter Stiller, the Italian driver who finished 9th in that one. 7 places gained. Looking quick. Remember, fastest lap in the final gets you an extra championship point, and it could mean 1 point between winning and losing the championship this midweek racing. Back in towards Parc Fermé they go. There's a look at the provisional classifications then for the OK Senior. We've gone through the top 10, but Finn McLaughlin finishing in 11th place, unfortunately dropping back on those last couple of laps. Gabe Balanka finishing in P12 from Emanuele Leodikis. Sulaiman Zamfari finishing in P14 from Romeo Nassar in P15 out on track. Mohamed Menemni and Bernardo Bonaldi finish in P16 and 17th from Maximus Chudasco, who gained 5 positions to finish in P18. Isaac Demelweek finishing in 19th place from Elizaveta Kozlova, gaining 8 and 6 positions respectively, running out the top 20. Brotak Stefan finishing in 21st place from Jabal Al-Sabah. Cooper Lyle from Laith Manana finishing in 24th place, 6 places gained. Mario Vigliotti gaining the 10 positions, finishing in P25 from Aisha Sibi in 25th place. The retirements: Raber, Lee, Hurd, Dritten Press, Tedesca, Biggie, Kanana, Zanfari, Sophia Zanfari, and Elijah Yulton and Sal Zerpa, unfortunately, all retiring from the race. The highlights from that one: Webster was a good getaway. Rafael Jesus tried to hold on to second place, but Adam Al-Azhari from 5th gets up into second place through the first couple of corners. Their drivers running wide and having to squeeze their way back onto the circuit as they dive down in towards turn number 3. Christian Elfagali making moves, started alongside Finn McLaughlin on this one as they both tried to make their way through the order. Had a tough old race from the word go. Gale making the moves. That was Leodikis just saying there to Jesus, come on, let's keep going. The first retirements of the race: Elijah Yulton and Sophia Zanfari in the early stages. There was the spin, and that's why Gabe Balanka was going so slowly then. A sideways moment for Gabe Balanka, and the 2 retirements here, Alessandro Biggie and Irina Kanana, having to avoid karts coming around as well, and they would have an unfortunate conversation with each other, I'm sure, in that marshal post. And there you can see Elijah Kozlova making the moves further down in the field, but it would be a win for Jack Webster, the Australian driver, starting on a high today here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart circuit. They will make their way back into Parc Ferme, and we will go into a short break now as we wait for the next round of qualifying heats that will be coming up in around 30 minutes' time. We're back with the minis, juniors and seniors for their second round of qualifying heats. So drivers will have a bit of time to get themselves sorted out, prepared, hydrated and ready for their next round as the temperature soars above 30 degrees here in Abu Dhabi at the Forsan International Sports Resort in the United Arab Emirates. I've been Anthony Jordan. We'll be back in about 27 minutes for the second round of qualifying heats. Do not go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track here in Abu Dhabi for the first inaugural round of the Champions of the Future Academy program. It's the second half of day 2, or it's the second round of qualifying heats, I should say. They are coming up next, and we're kick-starting back with the Mini 60 category. Dan Alman taking the win earlier on from Priyan Bruno. The same as usual that we've seen over the course of this one. Alessandro Tuchot, though, finishing in third place from Ollie Warner. Harion from Rivera. Lawrence and Meyer, who rounded out the top 8 earlier on in qualifying heat 1. We restarted again. Now back with the same qualifying order that we had from qualifying 2 on Monday in this order. There you can see the karts getting into formation. There is Nilas Malik getting himself ready there. There, though, is your pole sitter in this one, Alessandro Tuchot, who finished P3 earlier on. He has a quick chat with our race director, Martin Bean, who I'm sure is talking about how hot it is out there right now. Priyan Bruno starts alongside, second place finisher in the final yesterday as well. Looking like another good result here and finishing in P2 earlier on as well. But despite that P2 finish, certainly fought for it though. Was battling away with Dan Alleman in those last few corners of the lap in their race earlier on to see if they could try and get it. Because again, it all falls down to how many you get if you get joint points in the finals at the end of the day. Priyan Bruno there on your screen, second place yesterday, looking for a win today to try and secure that top spot later on in the final. Again, busy old grid all the way through it. 34 drivers, plenty of family and friends, spectators, mechanics here watching on the side stands and getting ready for this one. There is Dan Alleman, yesterday's final winner of the qualifying heat earlier on as well, and ready to get going for this race. Make sure your shoelaces are tied up, you loop it, you swoop it, you pull. There you go, good to see there from there. Many more drivers all the way throughout this field as well. We just saw a brief look there of, I think that was Akita Mir that we were seeing there, could have been Koda Singh as well, just getting themselves lined up and ready to go for this one. Plenty of media here as well, representing all over the world. Fantastic to see. Huge showing of media here this weekend. Great for these young drivers for their young careers, seeing where they could be going in the future. There was Oliver Warner, who's starting this one P4, the number 23, certainly again being a very quick driver all the way throughout. A little further back in the grid, this is Pierre Aboudivan, who's starting in P16. Again, Pierre having some good results all the way through this weekend, so I'm curious to see how he will do in these latter stages of the race weekend. But for our drivers, a lot of work is going to have to happen. There, Derek Rivera, who had a good start. The Mario Brothers on the back of his helmet. Oh, look at that. He's even got Lightning McQueen on that helmet as well. That is a fantastic helmet design. I'm actually quite a big fan of that. It's my favourite film, is the film Cars. Here we go then, with drivers getting themselves sorted out ready. Last few checks from the mechanics and the drivers. There, a little further down, is Enna Pizzuto getting gloves on, making sure everything is primed and ready. Now there is Victoria Farfus, who starts 7th on the grid. It's not Nikita there that was popping up on the graphic, but Victoria, who starts this one P7 in the number 18 kart, getting herself primed and ready for this one. The Brazilian driver, who had a good start earlier on. Well, she's starting 7th. She's on the inside of the row number 4. Has got a good starting spot. There is Baptiste Augustine, the number 41. Starting this one at the back of the grid, 30th on the grid, the 15th row. Final few checks then. Drivers still not seated in the karts, I can imagine. Rightly so. The closer you are to the track, the hotter it gets. Leonardo Peruzzi, who finished 3rd in the final yesterday, starting these races in 8th place, the outside of row number 4, finished the race earlier on, not within the top 8, so has got some work ahead here in this qualifying heat 2. Whistle blows at the front then. Ross Upton, our judge of fact, ready to get this race underway, and then the drivers will see the green flag and the racing will get underway after the formation laps here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. A brilliant facility. And our first time here as our GMC. Kart's getting away, but one kart not getting away. That was Leonardo Peruzzi not getting away. Looks like his kart has fired up into life, but he's going to have to get into position. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. Alessandro Truchot from Pierre Bruno on row number 1, Dan Alaman and Oliver Warner on row 2, David Rivera and Nikita Diallo on row number 3, Victoria Pappas and Leonardo Peruzzi hopefully can get back into that fourth row of the grid. Nilas Malik from Nassar Nas, from Sofia Pavasniana and Faris Harion. Aryan Singh from Ava Lawrence, from Achilles Peruzzi, and Pierre Abadivan on row 8. Conor Mayer and Ray Heber on row 9, from Liam Carr and Curtis Singh. Then you've got Enna Pazzuto and Akita Mir on row 11, Oscar Singh and Lorenzo Zucchetto on row 12, from Francisco Guetta and Aaron Cooper on row 13. Aurelio Longitano and Virg Chopra on row 14, from Ari Kallenberg, and Baptiste Augustine rounding out the top 30. Mikhail Abubaker and Kim Min-jae on row 16, Luca Besaril and Yobrav Meta on the last row of the grid, 17 rows, 34 drivers in total. 3 karts showing they have not crossed the timing beam, but I can confirm that all karts have crossed the timing beam, so hopefully they all get the green flag at the start. We'll update that if there is any non-starters out there. Certainly been an interesting day for Alessandro Truchot. He definitely had to work for his third place finish, despite the fact that he started on pole. He's been just dropping down in those orders, but his starts have been decent. But he's got quick drivers around him here. Dan Alaman right behind him. A tough driver to try and beat. And as soon as Prien Bruno and Dan Alaman get together, they do tend to work together and just drive away from the rest of the field. So it's all down to these other drivers here to try and break those two apart and prevent them from working together. Let's see. Red lights are on then on the start-finish line. And it will be against Truchot and Bruno here on the start-finish line. Who is going to get the whole shot down in towards turn number 1? As, wow, very late there positioning for Leonardo Peruzzi as he slams on the brakes. Very, very careful with that one. Feels very spread out. Are we going green first time of asking? Yes, we are. And they get away well. And it's a good start from Truchot then as they dive down in towards turn number 1 again. Alaman to the inside, goes wheel to wheel with Prien Bruno. But again, manages to get that one up into second place. Truchot holding on to the race lead now as he dives through, covers the inside line. Nicely done as everyone slots into position. It's a good start there from Ollie Warner. He's up into third place now as well. So Warner with a very good start as well. So here they go, down in towards turn number 8 as they all concertina back up now. The pack behind still battling all the way throughout here. But it nice and calm at the front. Truchot breaking away, but Alaman is right there on his tail. There's the rest of the field going up through turn 9. Very fast through here. Wide there for Warner as he tries to defend from Prien Bruno. Bruno will go for the move. He wants to catch up to Alaman here so they can work together. But right now, Alaman is at work here against Alessandro Truchot. Truchot doing a brilliant job at the front here, but gets a little wide on the exit, but leads the way across the start-finish line. But Alaman, like he did earlier on, goes for the lead at the end of lap number 1 through turn 1. And now he just needs to try and break away. Here goes Warner to the inside of Truchot through turn 3. Gets it done, up into second place. Now Prien Bruno needs to capitalise on this because he's going to lose touch with Alaman here. They need to try and work together. There he goes to the inside of Truchot through turn number 7 and moves up into P3. Truchot fights back though and dives to the inside. Denies Prien Bruno the chance to get up into the top 3. Now Rivera is there. Farfus, Peruzzi, Malik, then it's Pavesniana and Singh, the top 10. Out on track, side by side, wheel to wheel action. Bruno back to the inside, and here comes Rivera to the inside. Not close enough. Has to concede the spot, and now Victoria Farfus is coming in to play here. And Victoria Farfus looking very strong in these early stages. Again, wheel to wheel action. Watch out for the switch back here from Prien Bruno. Goes wheel to wheel with Truchot and now moves up into third place. Gets ahead before the braking zone of turn 1. Brilliant stuff there from Prien Bruno. And now goes after Ollie Warner. Warner, though, will not give up the position lightly. This is the highest Ollie Warner's been this weekend, but will concede the spot down the inside. Bruno goes through, and there's actually a yellow flag out on circuit, so the circuit has gone yellow. So the track has been neutralized, that I can see on the timing graphics here. So they will have to go single file, slow it right down, and no overtaking allowed. The yellows are out there. You can see the drivers now reaching the slow boards. So all of them needing to slow down, and there is a red flag waving there on the track, and the graphics have updated. Yes, we are under red flag conditions, so red flag in the Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2. I am not aware of what's happened on circuit, so I cannot tell you what's happened, but all I know is that we are under red flag conditions, and that did happen on lap number 3. And they are splitting the drivers onto the two sides of the grid, which would indicate maybe a full restart here. Again, not too sure. We'll get confirmation in a moment's time. But once again, under red flag conditions here for Mini 60, the second qualifying heat of the day. Now, there were some drivers who didn't actually cross the line or didn't start the race. Nikita Diavlov, Nasser Nas, and Aaron Buffer not crossing the timing beam at the start of this one. We did have two drivers who dropped to the back of the field, Achilles Bruzzi and Fares Harion. They did drop down several positions on that last lap, but I am completely unaware of who is involved in the incident out there. So we are under red flag conditions. Dan Alaman was leading the way of this race. Ollie Warner was second from Priam Bruno. Alessandro Touchot from Dalek Rivera. Victoria Farfus was in 6th place when the red flag came out from Leonardo Peruzzi. Nilis Malik from Sofia Pavesiana. And Connor Mayer was the top 10. There is Connor. And as you can imagine, trying to get hydrated. It is super hot out there today. The sun beating down on the drivers. And again, they have to wait there really now in full race trim before they can get ready going again. So hopefully everyone involved in the incident is okay. But right now, safety is the main priority. And obviously, race officials deeming to stop the race so medical crews can work. We saw the ambulance on the track a moment ago, but again, hopefully we get an update, make sure our drivers are okay. There we go. You can see the rest of the drivers there just getting some waters. But as you can see, it's been a tough weekend or midweek for a lot of our drivers. Of course, it all falls down to the final a little bit later on. The qualifying heats that they take right now would determine where they start for the final. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from the first opening few laps of that race. Again, initially good start from Alessandro Touchot. Again, Alaman, though, to the inside of Priam Bruno. He had that inside line through turn number 1 with starting P3, so he has that benefit. There was the rest of the field going through. And you can see Touchot just getting squeezed out wide there, but getting back on the track and holding on to it there. Derek Rivera as well, trying to get through. You could see him go for the move later on in the race. Victoria Farfus just on the outside there, having to concede a couple of spots, but just switches it down the inside there. Then getting in front of Leonardo Peruzzi, who just had to slot back into position there. You can see the 20 just darting back to the inside. Change for the lead at the end of lap number 1. And it was Dan Alaman who would dive to the lead of the race. And Touchot would have another battle on his hands a little bit later on, with Warner going through the inside at turn at number 3. Priam Bruno on the outside there would be the next one to go for the move through turn at number 7 on this lap. Turn 7's been a favourite for many drivers to get a move down the inside. Get a good exit out of the chicane. You can go for a cheeky move there, and that is what we saw. But Touchot did fight back, though. Wasn't going to let Priam Bruno get away with it too quickly or easily. And held on to that position for a little bit longer. Lost it later, though, and then Priam Bruno getting the inside of Ollie Warner and moving back up into 2nd place. And that is where we see the order that we have now. But with the red flag out, it was Dan Alaman from Priam Bruno Ollie Warner from Alessandro Truchot. There you can see the local time of day here. We are midday. It's the hottest point of the day now. The sun in the top of the sky. And certainly for a lot of these drivers, it has been a tough weekend around this Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Opening in 2010, lap record by Finn McLaughlin in qualifying 1 on Monday. Track length 1,200 metres, the main straight 165. It's a relatively short straight. Back straight as well, 80 metres, also quite short. Track width is 8 metres. It gets tight in some places, and 5 metres of elevation as well. It's a very up and down circuit. 17 turns, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and the 3 hairpins. So we've seen many overtakes around here as well, mainly through turn 1, 3 and 4, into 7 and 8, as well as 16 and 17, but also through turn number 12 as well. We've seen many, many overtaking opportunities. For a lot of these drivers, it was a new circuit, so even they were unsure where the overtakes could happen, but they've certainly found their way through it. Top speed, you would reach out of turn number 9 into the braking zone of turn 10 around 110 kilometres an hour. Average speed around 73 kilometres an hour as well. Very technical, demanding, fast circuit. It's got everything you need. Fast sweeping corners, tight hairpins, cambered turns, undulations, chicanes, hairpins. It's got everything you need. It is a superb driving circuit. There you can see Team Man from Paralin having an oversight of all the karts out on the track. Looking like some drivers are heading back to their wagons. So it looks like we are possibly ready to get this one restarted. So track's been cleared and recovery vehicle heads back onto the circuit. There again, our marshalling team primed and ready for anything out on circuit, which is good to see. Obviously, we've had a couple of red flags over the course of this weekend, but medical crews and marshalling staff have worked tirelessly to make sure everyone is nice and safe. Now, there's Martin Bean having a quick chat to our drivers. Unfortunately, we can't hear him. He's a bit too far away there for our microphones to pick up. But I'm sure he's just going over a quick rebrief there for the drivers on the starting procedure of what is going to happen. Now, this red flag did come out on lap number 3. And not sure of the percentage of the race completed there, not too high. So it might be a full race restart. But again, do not quote me on that. There is James Geidel having a good chat with one of the drivers' dads there. James doing a lot of work with RGMC and the future of the world of karting, and really stepping up the game here. First round in the Middle East, and plenty more to come of the Champions of the Future Academy, as well as the FIA Europeans and Worlds, the IAMA Euro Series, and of course Champions of the Future.
We did 3 laps to go back. That's 2 laps. So 2 laps and less.
Sorry, 1 second. One of my friends wasn't ready.
Okay, so we're just jumping in there with Martin Bean. So it was on lap 3, goes back 1 lap, so it's on 2 laps. So that means then that I think it is a full race restart. I think one driver is a bit late to the meeting here. Ah, there we go. So we do need to have all the drivers there listening in. But there you can see the team working hard to get the grid back into an order for this restart. So yes, looks to me then that it will be a full race restart.
Okay.
We'll listen in here.
And then we're going to go for a restart.
So we don't restart in the positions we were before?
They're just putting them in the positions now on the grid. I'm waiting for timekeeping to come back to me.
Okay, so
and then we'll go for another start.
Being there just
one round and then start.
To the drivers.
Just give me a minute.
That it looks like it would be a full race restart there. So they are just getting them back into position. That means the work that these drivers will have done, unfortunately, will be taken away. Now, obviously, with the delay that we've got here, the race may be reduced in time. They may go down 1 lap to a 7-lap race. But we'll get confirmation from that, of course. Timekeeping working tirelessly. We've got Oscar and Juan in the timing tower, working hard all the way throughout this weekend to make sure everything is all in order. But there you can see the drivers now. Karts are back into a formation now. Ah, right, okay, so it is going in a single file position here, so it's not a full race restart by the looks of it. But again, I will wait for confirmation in my ears about what is happening. There you can see those drivers getting themselves rehydrated as well. There's our scrutineering team, Gary Walker and Darren Clark. Again, I've been working tirelessly hard over the course of this weekend. But we'll try to get that info to you as soon as we can about what is happening on the restart. There you can see Martin Bean again just conferring with timekeeping about what the solution is here. Again, big thumbs up from our marshalling team who have worked super hard over the course of this midweek racing in these hot conditions here in Abu Dhabi. Right, let's listen in to Martin Bean here, our race director. See what he's saying.
Guys, do you want to have this meeting? Yeah? Can I tell you what's going on?
Obviously, he's got to get the attention of the drivers first. You can imagine they're quite restless.
Still here, the meeting's still here. Guys, single file restart.
So a single file restart then it is going to be.
You ready? Can you come around this side then? If you keep going behind me, I'm going to
There we go. Juggling 34 mini drivers out there is a handful, you can imagine, for anyone. But for Martin Bean, our race director, he needs to make sure that all the drivers are listening in to him and they are getting the information across to the drivers. It is vital that they do pay attention in these moments. So it will be a single file restart. And the order that we can see there, that I can see, is... I couldn't quite see the front number there, so it looked like possibly the 31 that was at the front. Okay, so we missed that there, what the case is, but it looks to me like they are back in the formation that they would have been in on lap number 2, because after a red flag, the race goes back 1 lap. So Dan Alaman was leading at that point, and I think Ollie Warner was second. Yes, you can see Oliver Warner jumping into his kart there in second place. So a little bit of work then has to be done then for the drivers as they get themselves race ready to go racing once more. We'll get an update that the race has gone down to 7 laps as well. There is Oliver Warner on your screen. Should be starting this one P2 as they get themselves ready for this one. Well, there you can see the wind picking up now. It's a tailwind down the main straight that they've got. It will be a headwind as they exit out of turn 4 and through the 5-6 chicane into 7. So potential there, but a nice push of wind you will get down the start-finish straight. Final few checks there with the karts in order and plenty of people watching along. Live timing available, of course. Just head to the Champions Academy Karting webpage and you'll see the link for the live timing, the results as well. So you can stay up to date with anything with the intermediate classifications, with Dan Aman leading those again today. With the current position that he's in, he would have 100 intermediate classification points at the end of this race if he was to stay in front. Priam Bruno would have the 85 from Ollie Warner's 82, who would move up to 3rd in the intermediate classifications. Final few clarifications there with Ross Upton and race director Martin Bean just going through everything that they need to get ready for this race. That should be being restarted in a few moments' time. Drivers getting ready and seated in their wagons. There is a close-up of Dan Alaman, yesterday's final winner. Started 3rd in this race before the red flag came out, was leading on lap number 2. Red flag came out on lap 3. Means it goes back there. We just saw briefly Akita Mir just being pushed back into position. There is the 41 going through on your screens. That is Baptiste Augustine, who's getting pushed into position. So, again, lots of things that have to happen during these red flags. So you can imagine lengthy delays that we do see. But we are just waiting for a driver, apparently, that's waiting for a new helmet. So helmet swap there for a driver. This is why we've got the delay now. Drivers are seated, bar 1. Not sure who the driver is who's not seated, but yes, looks like we are ready to go. And the whistle does blow. Engines fire up. Hopefully they all get away. And once more, we're under yellow flag conditions. So slow boards out, keeping the drivers in position, nice and steady. As you can imagine, they need to get the temperature back into those tyres. But track temperature, I can imagine, is fairly hot because air temperature is in the 30 degrees here now. Track temperature should be higher. But right now, for all of our drivers, it's just a case of getting focused once more and getting ready for the restart. Never nice to have a stoppage in the middle of your race because you lose focus, you have to get back in the zone. But we always talk to these drivers, whenever I interview them, how do you deal with, you know, a stoppage in the middle of a race? How do you get back into the zone? And they say, honestly, they never get out of the zone. They always say that I'm always in the zone, I'm always focused, and it's just a case of helmet back on, visor down, and get on with it. And, they always do that, so good to see they are focused on this one. Yellow flags once again out in the final sector, keeping the drivers nice and slow for this restart. It is a single file start, though, for this, so no side-by-side action should make it a little bit easier for the drivers to just get going. First time of asking, but Dan Alaman controls the pace now, and he will wait for the green flag to be shown on the start-finish line for him to hit the loud pedal and get this race back underway then. For Mini 60, here we go, green flags back out, and we are going racing. Graphs haven't updated, but it looks like they are going racing now as Alaman holds on to the lead of this race as they dive through. We are under green flag conditions, yes. Ollie Warner still there in second place as now they dive through in towards turn number 5 and 6. And this is another opportunity here for Warner to get the lead of this race. He can get the kart down the inside. He can't, but Priyan Bruno tries to do it himself. Also can't do it, and Truchot getting involved. Bruno to the outside, and he sweeps to the outside there of Dan Alaman. And Alaman's gone down into third place now and has dropped off the back, so it's Warner who leads from Priyan Bruno. And what a switch around now from these two drivers. Bruno to the inside at turn 10 and makes the corner. Beautiful stuff there for Priyan Bruno. Third to first in one lap. And this is more like it from Priyan Bruno, finished second yesterday in the final. And he wants a win this time out as they go through turns 16 and 17 at the end of the restart lap. Race still 8 laps of racing, and they go on to lap number 5 now as they dive through. So, Bruno leads from Warner, Alaman, Truchot, Rivera, then it's Peruzzi, then Malik, then it's Farfus, then Singh, Meyer, and Abuduvan, the top 11 drivers. Alaman, though, looking to the back of Ollie Warner and looks to the inside here through turn number 7 and goes for it. It seems to be the favourite of these two drivers and for many others to send it to the inside there through turn number 7, and he gets back up into P2. Warner now needs to latch onto the back of Alaman. He cannot let him break away and work together. There's the driver being escorted off the circuit there after an incident. That's not good. We'll see who that is. And on the restart again, not too sure who's dropped down the order on this one. I'll update you who that was. But again, these two have now caught up to each other and are now starting to work together once more. Bruno and Dan Alaman, as Alaman's got other ideas here. He wants the lead of this race, and he goes to the inside, gets the slipstream on the start-finish straight, and goes through into the lead. I can see drivers tumbling down the order. Ava Lawrence, Ray Heber, and Koda Singh. That possibly could be the drivers that were involved there that we could see walking off the circuit, and I suspect it could be Koda Singh, who was the driver that was being escorted off the circuit there into a safe spot. To the inside there goes Truchot as well for third place, down the inside of Oliver Warner, and you saw there the huge sideways moment. These guys saw it, and they, as soon as they said that, they instantly said, right, let's go. And in agreement is Dan Alaman. Right, let's push forward, let's break away. Once again, working together. These two have got it absolutely nailed this weekend of working together and pushing away from the rest of the field while they all scrap for position. Again, Warner back up into third place now. He's got back path through shot. And now it is Peruzzi who's there in 5th place. He's got past Alec Rivera. And Rivera down into 6th place now. Onion Singh there in 7th place from Nilis Malik in 8th. Liam Carr in 9th and Conor Mayer, the two Australians, Linus third, 9th and 10th. Here's a look then at that overtake just in the background there for third, sideways there in towards turn at number 8. Brilliant stuff from Alessandro Truchot, but Warner would get it back, I believe, through turn at number 12. Again, seems to be a favourite for many drivers. And now there's been another reshuffle in third place. It looks like it's Leonardo Peruzzi who's up into P3 now, as we watch our two race leaders just working together now, pushing away from the rest of the field. Absolutely no drama between these two. I suspect, again, we'll wait until the last lap to see what happens. Back here, though, with the battle for fourth place, and it's Derek Rivera who's up into P4 now. Ollie Warner, who tries to go down the inside there through turn 16. It didn't work out. A little bit of rubbing there between the two drivers, and now he's under pressure from Alessandro Truchot, who sent it down the inside through turn number 1, and now gets up into P5 on the recovery drive back here. We go on to the final lap, and back with the race leaders. Big look over the shoulder there for Dan Aleman, who sets the fastest lap of the race, and he goes defensive in towards turn number 7. Here we go. So Pierre Bruno is going to attack here now, and again Aleman goes defensive in towards 8. Bruno might have the switch back here. No, can't get the kart alongside as they go down in towards turn number 9. Through the banking they go. Very quick here now into the braking zone of turn number 10. Not able to get the cut to the inside. Watch it to the inside here at 12. But Aleman covers the door. He knows that Bruno likes to go to the inside here. One more opportunity through turns number 16 and 17. Is he going to line it up? Yes, he is. He's going to send it to the inside here. Aleman's going to try and get the switch back here, though. He's not going to do it this time around. It will be Priam Bruno who wins the second qualifying heat, and a big thumbs up there to Dan Aleman, saying thank you for that position. I will take it happily. So Priam Bruno takes the win from Dan Aleman. Leonardo Peruzzi does take third place after gaining 5 positions. He gets back into that top 3 spot. Again, your familiar faces in 1, 2 and 3. Derek Rivera, though, finishing in P4 from Alessandro Truchot, finishing in P5. Ollie Warner, the end of that one was P2 on the restart. Drops back to P6. Ardian Singh. Liam Carr up 11 positions into P8. Ardian Singh up 6 places into P7. From Nilis Malik, who rounds out the top 9 positions. Via Pavasniana finishing in P10. 1 position gained. Finishing ahead of Victoria Fafas. He finishes in P11. From Conor Mayer, 5 positions gained in P12. From Pierre Aboudivan, who gained 3 places. Ena Pizzuto finishing in the top 14. 7 places gained from Francisco Puerta, who rounds out the top 15. 10 positions gained at the end of that one for Francisco. Brilliant driving there throughout. 16th place down, Aurelio Longitano, 11 positions gained. Mikhail Abubaker, 14 places gained to finish in P17 from Kimminge as well. 14 places gained. Big movers all the way throughout this grid. Baptiste Augustine as well, 11 positions gained, finishing in P19. Lorenzo Zucchetto rounding out the top 20 out on circuit. But for Priam Bruno, who started this one P2, finally he can win a qualifying heat. And he will enjoy that one. Bottle of water in hand almost immediately. Crucial to stay hydrated in these hot conditions. But for Priam Bruno, a brilliant start to the day. Some of the highlights then in this one. Again, initial getaway for Alessandro Truchot was a good one. Aleman to the inside, tried to go for the race lead here to the inside through turn 2, but Truchot with the inside line through 3 would hold onto it in the early stages. And Rivera as well, who got up into 3rd place in the early stages, was battling wheel to wheel with Ollie Warner, who got up into 3rd place in the early stages. Rivera, who would fight back in the latter stages as well. Leonardo Peruzzi also getting involved in the battles in the background. He would finish in 3rd, but the change, first of all, for the lead. Dan Aleman would get it going on to lap number 2. And Warner would get up into second place as well, go wheel to wheel with Priyam Bruno. Bruno and Touchot having a good scrap then on the second lap of the race. Firstly, this move here through turn number 7. Touchot going back down the inside now, immediately through turn number 8. Just squeezing Priyam Bruno back into the clutches of Derek Rivera as well. Bruno would get it back though, and would go up into position. Yellow flags would come out, would slow the grid down. This was the restart though, after the red flag and the stoppage. And again, good start from Dan Aleman, just covering off any attack from Priyam Bruno in the early stages. These two would then get together and go for it. Later on, Bruno would go for the lead, and he would be, right, follow me, all the way throughout. Dan Aleman would drop back down into third place and would just allow Ollie Warner to go battle with him. Again, a change for the lead, though, as Dan Aleman would fight back past Warner and then past his fellow driver there, Priyam Bruno. He would get back into the lead, but on the dying stages of the race, these two would certainly start to get involved in a scrap. On to the final lap, and Touchot getting the move done on Ollie Warner. Warner unfortunately dropping down to finish in P6. And then this move into turn 16. Very tough move to get that one done and slowed down for 17. But for Priyam Bruno, he would take a solid qualifying heat win and a brilliant, brilliant result for the Belgian driver. And a thumbs up there to Dan Aleman across the line saying thank you for a nice, clean race. Well, that's the Mini 60 race done. The OK Junior qualifying heat 2, that is coming up next. Now, this one being race 6 of the drivers going out, or the race 5, sorry, I should say, due to start on track at 10 past 12. Now, we are currently at 20 past 12 local time, so we are 10 minutes behind after the stoppage. But with the break that we have in between the senior qualifying heat 2 and then the mini qualifying heat 3, should put us back on time. So pending any more stoppages, hopefully not. But as you can see now, OK and Junior for qualifying heat 2 heading out onto the circuit. And once again, Toby Gale, who qualified at P1 in Q1 and Q2 on Monday, starts this one on the top spot. A look at the results from qualifying heat 1 earlier on for the junior category. Again, certainly was an interesting fight that they had with drivers tumbling down the order, retirements and all sorts. But it would be Marcus Shilkunas who took the win, who started this one P2, the outside row of the front row. He has Toby Gale alongside. There is Toby, kart on the floor. For Caden Higgins, though, it wouldn't be the race he would have wanted. He had a bad start, couldn't get away. There, though, Toby Gale starting this one on pole position. Finished second earlier on, fourth in the final earlier on as well. Getting ready, but a lot of our drivers primed and ready to go. That is Sara Matsui, the Japanese driver, who starts this one a little further down the order in P11. Still looking forward to seeing what she can do. She did make positions earlier on. She finished in P8 in qualifying heat 1. There is Marcus Shilkunas, and of course he did a brilliant job in qualifying yesterday in Q2. Here's what he had to say.
Qualifying 2 for Champions of the Future Academy Programme for the junior category is done for the day, and Marcus Shilkunas second fastest in the junior category. Congratulations. Main changes from the first qualifying. What happened?
Thank you for the and in the first one was, for me, I didn't like the weather and how the engine worked, but for the second one we just improved our driving, and the all weather conditions came our way, so I made the perfect lap for the second place.
So cooler temperatures, a little bit darker, preferring that conditions. Tomorrow, though, it's going to be hot, sunny, back out in the daylight. How do you feel it's going to go for you?
Very good. I still think that I can make better. So, yeah.
See what we can do. How are you enjoying the event as well? You've got everyone on the same equipment as you, brings a new dynamic to the drivers. How are you finding it?
It's nice. I really like it. All of the karts are similar, and yeah, it's nice.
Nice change up, and 2 days of racing, different format as well. You've got 2 finals on 2 different days. Are you thinking that's going to be a challenge compared to a normal race weekend?
Yeah, for sure. It will be hard, will be challenging, but I think I can manage that.
Well, let's see what you can do. Best of luck over the next 2 days.
Thank you.
Well, 32nd board is up then. Going to chat to Marcus Shulkunis, who starts this one on the front row of the grid, on the outside row. Won the race earlier on in the first qualifying heat, and he is looking to be starting on pole for that final later on today. He has the maximum 50 intermediate classification points at the moment, but he didn't score a lot of points in the final. He did not finish within the top 5. So he has got some work ahead of him later on today if he wants to help himself out with the championship. Engines fire up. OKN Junior qualifying heat 2 gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Toby Gale and Marcus Shulkunis on the front row, with Caden Higgins and James Nasiadis on row number 2. Zainal Homasani and Nikita Gedesmits on row 3, with Connor Clancy and Luna Flusher on row 4. Dina Islamov and Angelina Simmons-Torres round out the top 10 from Sarah Matsui and Jeremy Montgomery-Swan. Arthur Dudonka and Max Murray from Zachariah Dole and Maria Nadeli on row number 8. Augustus Toniolo and Raquel Zeres Faradin on row 9 from Alexander Dahlstrom, and Dan Delakian rounding out the top 20 from Egon Pontarotti, Ella Hakkinen, Katrina E and Karine Kaur at the back of the grid in row number 12. 24 drivers in this one all the way throughout. One driver again not crossing the timing beam, that is Alexander Dahlstrom. Now, we did see earlier on that he did not start the first qualifying heat today. It looks to be like he was not out in this one either, so we do hope that Alexander is okay and we see him back out on track very, very soon. Drivers then finish their warm-up lap and they get ready to go racing. They will start their formation lap now and they will get into their starting positions. Now, we saw in the first qualifying heat earlier on, Caden Higgins, who wasn't quite in formation earlier on. Now, I'm going to look at my time screens, and, well, he did have a front fairing penalty, and as well, so he did come away with actually about 10 seconds worth of time penalties, did Caden Higgins. So not the first race he wanted, so hopefully, fingers crossed for him, a better run here. The driver who finished second in the final yesterday, he was super, super happy with that result as well. Big smiles on his face on the podium, understandably. But just curious to see what he can do today. He is fighting with Connor Clancy, but Connor Clancy did not have, again, a good result earlier on as well. He could best 7th place after starting 7th place, so he didn't gain or lose anything, but crucially, he didn't gain anything, so he needs to make sure he has some good qualifying heats today so he can match his first place finish in the final yesterday. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Lights go green. We're off and racing down towards turn number 1. Good start from Gale. Again, holding on to the lead of this one. And it's a good start from Caden Higgins as well. He's there in second place. He's managed to get the jump on the second place man, Marcus Shulkunis. Shulkunis is down into, I think, 4th place. He's now battling for 3rd. He's back up into 3rd. He's got past Zainal Homasani, who's there in 4th place. Big oversteer moment there for Gale as he dives through the chicane. And that is not gone well at all. That is the 125 further down the field. And that is Arthur Dudonka, unfortunately. And he is trying to get it restarted. It's an uphill battle. It's not going to go. And unfortunately for him, he is out of this race. Not what you want to see at all, because Dudonka was doing so well yesterday in his qualifying heats and as well in the final. But for him now in this qualifying heat 2, his race is done. So big, big shame there for Arthur Dudonka. But the race continues, lap 1 finishes, and Gale leads the way from Caden Higgins, Marcus Shulkunis from Connor Clancy, Zainal Homasani from James Nasiadis, who is under pressure from here, and the same from Luna Flusher. They are closely behind. Then there's this battle here. Dina Islamov and Nikita Gedesmits, who are in 8th and 9th place. Sarah Matsui rounds out the top 10, and Gedesmits looks to the inside there of Islamov. And looks to me like that move was done. And the same from Luna Flusha, battling with James Anosiadis. It looks like that move's been done as well. But Gale leads the way. Still, this is the best start that we've seen from Toby Gale so far this weekend. He has been starting on pole for the entirety of it. As Shilkunis dives to the inside of Caden Higgins through turn 12. Nice move there. And I don't think Caden Higgins was ready for that one. It just came from absolutely nowhere. And instantly, Shilkunis just says to Higgins, right, let's go, let's keep going in. But through the twisty section there, I've got to say, Marcus Shilkunis' kart looks absolutely on rails. That kart has been set up beautifully for these sessions. Tyres working well as well. And Connor Clancy there in P4 now. So Clancy had a much better start this time around than he did in qualifying Heat 1. And there he is in P4, and he's battled his way through the field. Zainal Homasani still there in P5 as well. Still in his original starting position in this race. But as you can imagine, these drivers pushing hard in this one, and Clancy's really digging deep here now, right in that slipstream. Is he going to go to the inside here at 10? No, thinks against it. Is Higgins going to be under pressure here in towards turn 12? He might be. No. Connor Clancy thinks against it and stays behind on this lap. He's going to stick in that slipstream, potentially work with Higgins here to try and get to the back of Marcus Shilkunis, who is still looking very, very strong here now. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. We go on to lap number 4. 3 laps completed and no changes still for the top 3, but Higgins looking much, much quicker now through this section as he latches onto the back of Marcus Shilkunis. Shilkunis has not been able to get to the back of Toby Gale. Gale still breaking away now. He's got about a half-second lead as Zainal Homasani sets the fastest lap of the race at the back of this 5-kart battle. And here goes Clancy to the inside through turn number 8, the hairpin. Downhill in the braking zone, and Connor Clancy now up into 3rd place. Higgins not able to respond, and now here comes Zainal Homasani. There is the broken down kart there of Artur Vidonka, still stricken at the side of the circuit. And big moment there, sideways under braking. Zainal Homasani trying to go for the move. The gap was there, but it closed quickly. And Connor Clancy just denying the chance there for Zainal Homasani. Now with that, Luna Flusha has closed up now to El Homasani. So he checks over the shoulder, and now he's got that battle to deal with now. Clancy over the rear bumper of Higgins. Both of them dropping back here from Shilkunis and Gale. But Connor Clancy here is looking quick and is looking for a move. Nothing through into 7. Shilkunis with the fastest lap as well. He's closing in on Gale now. Here we go in towards 8. Clancy to the inside. And carbon copy of what he did earlier on. And now, again, all good. Green flag's out, which means there's a yellow flag somewhere on circuit. Now we'll see who drops down the order. And it is the 123 of Angelina Simmons-Torres, who is out of the race. Big, big shame, because she was running in 15th place. And another cut that's gone off. That is Max Murray in the 119. And were they running together out on circuit? They were running together out on circuit. Max Murray and Angelina Simmons-Torres, they were 15th and 16th out on track, so something tells me that they tried to go for the same move at the same time, and it didn't go well. Meanwhile, at the front, Marcus Shilkunis is closing in. There is Angelina Simmons-Torres, unfortunately out of the race. Fastest lap going to James Anosiadis now, 55.7. As Flusha dives to the inside, as well as Zainal Homasani, both on Agnosiadis, who's been trying to get through. But the battle for the lead now is starting to heat up. Toby Gale, that lead he had, has dissipated. And Shilkunis is on that rear bumper now. As they go through 13, 14 and 15, in towards turn 16 and 17. No change here, but the slipstream down the 165-metre start-finish straight could kick in here, but it's not going to be enough. And Shilkunis stays there in 2nd place. Flusha's now up into 4th place, leading that pack, and is chasing after Connor Clancy, who's in a bit of a no-man's land at the moment and is just working hard to see if we can try and close in on these 2 drivers. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and he actually set another fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 55.639. He is closing in, but the gap's about a second between himself and these 2. For Clancy, so he's got some work ahead of him here. But Shilkunis again in that tow. Through 10 they go, into 11. No look to the inside here through 12. Gale closes the door. Crucially, doesn't go defensive though, doesn't waste any time. Doesn't allow Clancy to close in. And I suspect that gap has closed in. Visually, it looks like it's less than a second now. Let's see what it is across the line. It was 1.2. It is now 1.1, so it has closed in, but only by a tenth. There's not much time left in this race. And for Toby Gale, he might have this one in the bag here because Shilkunis has just dropped off a little bit, and Max Murray sees a warning flag after that incident with Angelina Simmons-Torres. So both of them out of the race, unfortunately, but a warning flag going to Max Murray. James Inosianis again, fastest lap of the race, takes it back in 6th place. Closing in on Zainal Homassani. But eyes fixated on this lead battle because Clancy again closing in, and down the inside goes Shilkunis. And that is a beautiful move there in towards turn number 12. And Marcus Shilkunis now leads the way as they will see the last lap board, but instantly Toby Gale fights back. This is good stuff from Gale, not losing out, and now Conor Clancy has closed back in. We go on to the final lap of this race, and it is a 3-kart battle. Gale, Shilkunis and Clancy now fighting for the lead of this one, but who will take it? In towards turn 3 they go. No changes here, no changes through 4. They'll go into the chicane of turn number 5, but watch out as they go in towards turn number 7. We've seen moves here, and we're going to see some more moves. To Shilkunis down the inside. Marcus Shilkunis to the lead of the race, and no one able to retaliate through turn number 8. Shilkunis closes the door, and that's Zainal Homassani off the track. Oh, that's a disaster. And he's out of this race. He was in the top spot earlier on. He was in 9th, and now he's out of this race on the final lap. Disaster for him. But the race continues, and for Marcus Shilkunis, he's got this one, I think, sealed in the bag unless Toby Gale can pull that move that he did earlier on here again. No, he can't. Shilkunis closes the door, and it's 2 for 2 once again for Marcus Shilkunis, who crosses the line. He takes a 2nd qualifying heat win from Toby Gale, and Conor Clancy with a much better result this time around. He was 7th in the first qualifying heat. He's 3rd in this one. Toby Gale finishing an impressive 2nd. That's more like it for Toby Gale. Good driving there from all 3 of our top 3 and the rest of the field. Luna Flusha finishes once again in P4. She's not been able to best that result yet. She's still looking for a P3. But these drivers now have one more qualifying heat to go before their final later on today. Marko Shilkunis, though, from Lithuania, is looking to be the favourite going into today. There he is, your 131 on screen, making his way back in towards Parc Fermé. Luna Flusha in tow there. So Shilkunis, Gale and Clancy, your top 3. From Flusha, Nikita Gerasmits, Caden Higgins and Sarah Matsoy, the top 7. Agnosiaris and Danir Islamov. And Jeremy Montgomery-Swan rounding out the top 10. And there you can see the stricken kart of Zainal Homassani. On the last lap as well, he was battling for P9. After starting in P5, he finishes that one in P20. 15 places down. Big shame for him. There's your top 15. Katrina E with a good run there as well, gaining several positions, finishing in that P15 spot. 8 positions gained. Zachariah Dole finishing in P16. Ella Hakkinen, good race there for Ella. P17, 5 positions gained after a really tough day yesterday for Ella Hakkinen. Raquel Zarif Faradin finishing in 18th place, and Corinne Court rounding out the 19 kart finishers. There on your screen though, Marcus Shilkunis, 2 for 2. And yes, indeed, head back, take a deep breath. It was hard work, but one more qualifying heat to go. And of course, the final later on today. For Marcus Shilkunis, that is a good start to the day there. 100 intermediate classification points. Let's take you through some of the highlights from that one. And again, good start for Toby Gale. Much better start for Gale, and he would actually lead the way for quite some time. Conor Clancy making the moves in the early stages, getting up into P3 as well. He had a very good run holding on to that one. That was the change for Shilkunis to get up into 2nd place. Caden Higgins, unfortunately for him, dropping down to P6, sorry, at the end of that one. Higgins would fight back as the big moment there for Zainal Homassani, who would later retire from the race. Lane pushing hard there with a huge lunge to the inside of Connor Clancy, but it wouldn't work out for him. Clancy move on Caden Higgins there for P3, and he would go on the hunt for these two here. Last ditch attempt there for Marcos Shilkunis on the penultimate lap of the race. Then the move here from Toby Gale as they went into the final sector to start the last lap. Connor Clancy closed in but wasn't close enough to make a move. Shilkunis back to the inside in towards turn number 7. And then it was a defense masterclass from there on out as they headed down in towards turn number 8. There it is from another angle to the inside. Instantly on the defensive for Zain Al Homassani out of the race. And look at the frustration there. Not happy at all. Not sure what happened in the incident. We only saw the aftermath there of the emotion on his face. And for Marcos Shilkunis, calm, controlled race once again. Fighting his way back to the front. Kart looking very, very strong. Well, that's the second run for the OKN Junior class. They've got one more qualifying heat to go before the finals at the end of the day. Seniors are coming up next for their second round of qualifying heats, and then there's a look at what's happening up at the rest of the day. Mini, Junior and Senior for their third and final qualifying heat, and then we start the finals, due to start at around 3:30 local time here in Abu Dhabi. Now we kickstart with the minis, juniors, and then the seniors round out of the day. They start at 4:30, but the seniors are coming up next. Again, we are still slightly behind schedule, but that should come back to us when we go to our next round of qualifying heats for minis, juniors, and seniors. There you can see the wind picking up, but the sun is shining here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track in Abu Dhabi. A beautiful venue, a beautiful setting, plenty of things to do here. Racing being the main one, but water sports, horse riding, paintballing, all sorts of things you can do here at the circuit and at the sports resort. It is a fabulous place to go racing. There you can see these seniors getting themselves lined up, ready to go. And a reminder of what happened in the senior qualifying Heat 1 earlier on. It was very exciting, but it was a different top 3 that we had from yesterday. Jack Webster, the Australian, taking the win from Adam Alazari, and Austin Gale rounding out the top 3. They were the main protagonists in that race. Rafael Jesus finishing in P4 from George Nassau, who started on the front row. Unfortunately, would drop down to P5, but he has got a second chance here at holding on to that second place spot. A look at the track that we are racing on this weekend, the Forsan International Sports Resort Circuit, opened in 2010, lap record being Finn McLaughlin with a 54.806. That was set in Q1 on Monday. The track length itself, 1,200 metres, start-finish straight 165, the back straight 80 metres going down in towards turn 10. Track width only 8 metres, still wide in some places but very narrow in others, and 5 feet of elevation as well. Very up and down circuit. Turns 17 in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Main overtaking opportunities, turns 1, 3 and 4. We've seen many into turn 7. We've seen many into turn 8, as well as 16 and 17, but also turn number 12 at the exit of turn 11. A very fast, cheeky lunge to the inside there. Top speed, drivers would be hitting around 110 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn 10, and the average speed of around 73 kilometers an hour around this 1.2 kilometer circuit here in Abu Dhabi. My first time here, and for many of our drivers here this weekend, it is their first time here as well, but they have certainly taken to it like ducks to water, and many drivers getting used to the conditions already. So there you can see drivers still waiting for the green light to head out onto the circuit. Obviously the cleanup operation still happening from the previous race out on circuit, but a reminder, Webster taking the win from Adam Alazari from Austin Gale in the first qualifying heat. A reminder of the final yesterday, it was Finn McLaughlin who finished first, Zach Hurd who finished second, and third went to Austin Gale. There is Ross Upton, our judge of fact, just waiting to give the green flag out to the drivers to get going. Many spectators enjoying the sunshine here, lining up and ready to get going. It is very, very warm here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. So as you can imagine, Marshall's staying in the shade. But I can imagine they are very warm out there, and plenty of people making sure they stay hydrated throughout the course of the day. Compared to yesterday as well, there is still a breeze today, but it's a lot less than what it was yesterday. There was a cool breeze yesterday and a bit of cloud cover. But today, a lot hotter. And there you can see the two drivers being recovered, Zayn El-Homassani and Arthur Dodonka, from that previous OKN Junior qualifying Heat 2. And there you can see, yeah, the frustration on the drivers still as they make their way back to Parc Fermé. Never a nice feeling to be on the recovery trailer. But unfortunately for our drivers, it is just one of those things. It is part of racing, as the Marshals doing a fantastic job there, helping out the mechanics and drivers to get those karts into position. But there we go. Never a nice feeling. But for everyone, they have got one more qualifying heat coming up later on today for the juniors, so make sure you stay with us for that one. Last qualifying Heat 2 then to go out on track as they get the green light to head out onto the circuit now for the OKN Senior qualifying Heat 2. Jack Webster once again starting this one on the top spot from George Nassar. And Rafael Jesus, Austin Gale as well on the second row of the grid, looking for another good result. We did have retirements in the last race as well. Unfortunately, several retirements. It seemed to be retirement central for a lot of our drivers. But there you can see everyone heading out onto the track. That was Elizaveta Kozlova. You could just see walking to her grid spot. But the retirements in the last race, there were many. And it started with August Raber, Austin Lee, Zachary Hurd, Marco Dritten-Press, Alessandro Tedesca, Alessandro Biggie, Sophia Sanfari, Elijah Yulton, and Irina Kanina, and Sal Zerpra. And I've got to feel for Sal Zerpra, who has seriously struggled over this weekend, has not finished a race yet. I really hope he can get one. I am rooting for you. The Venezuelan driver, who has had a very big challenge ahead of him here this weekend. That is Aisha Sibi heading out there as well onto the circuit. Starting this one a little further down in the order. Aisha starting 32nd on the track. And Ross Upton, our judge of fact, just making sure everyone into position. There you can see David, one of our other clerks of the course, out on circuit, assisting in the watching over the drivers. There, Sophia Sanfari getting into position as well. Sister of Suleiman Sanfari. You can just see there getting his helmet on just in the background. There you can see Finn McLaughlin, his green shoelaces, just the foreground, getting themselves ready. Hamza Al-Fayez giving a thumbs up there and a shake to George Nassar, who starts this one on the front row of the grid. Here's your pole sitter, Jack Webster, getting into position, the 2:19. Superb qualifying 2. And a superb result for him in his qualifying Heat 1 earlier on. And his first win of the weekend as well. Looking for a good result in that final later on today. Certainly had a tough day yesterday, but now looking much, much stronger. There again, on your screen is Elizaveta Kozlova. Helmet on, rib protector on now, getting herself ready to go for this race. There is George Nassar. Final few words of encouragement from his mechanic, getting ready to get going in this one. You can imagine, though, the heat coming from the track and the engines, of course. It's going to be a tough old race. There is Sal Zerpra, the 2:30. The Venezuelan, who has just not had the best of luck at all this weekend with the retirements there on your screen, though. Rafael Jesus, who again is looking strong in qualifying 2 yesterday. Finished P4 earlier on. Still a good result. Looking to hold on to that 3rd place. Has got that inside line behind Jack Webster going into turn number 1. But you can just imagine drivers fully focused, ready to get going for this one. Austin Gale, 3rd in yesterday's final, 4th in qualifying, and finished 3rd in the qualifying heat earlier on today. Again, looking to continue this trend. Some very good results from Austin Gale. Just needs to keep up that place. Further down the order there, you can see Cooper Lyle, just having words with his mechanic there, the Australian, flying all the way over. Same with the 13 other Australian drivers here being represented this weekend. Chatting to some of them, they were saying that racing in Australia, you could do a whole championship in the one country, the Western Australia being larger than Europe. It is a huge, huge country. And yeah, a lot of drivers running all sorts of racetracks out there. There is Adam Al-Azhari starting this one, P5, finished 2nd earlier on. Didn't finish within the top drivers in the final earlier on as well yesterday. Hamza Al-Fayez starting alongside the 229 on the 3rd row of the grid. The outside P6 still has some work ahead of him here. Hamza finishing in P6 earlier on, so did maintain his original starting spot. Whistle blows, and we should be going very, very soon then for the 2nd run then for OKN Senior. Green flag waves, whistle blows. OKN Senior qualifying heat 2 gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. It's Jack Webster from George Nassar, from Rafael Jesus and Austin Gale on the front 2 rows. Adam Al-Azhari and Hamza Al-Fayez go from row 3, from Gabe Balanka and Omar Ganoum on row number 4. Emmanuel Lidakis and Bernardo Bonaldi on row number 5. They ran out the top 10. From Austin Lee and Mohamed Menemni on row number 6. Finn McLaughlin, who's yesterday's qualifying or final winner, he starts this one on the 13th spot of the grid. He's got Christopher El Fagali alongside. Pip Casabene and Peter Stiller go from row number 8. Romeo Nassar and Alessandro Biggie on row number 9. Suleiman Zamfari and Cooper Lyle on row number 10. Running out the top 20, Jabbar Al-Sabah and Brotak Stefan go from row 11. Maximus Jurascu and Elijah Yulton go from row 12. Zach Hurd and Elizaveta Kozlova round out the top 13 rows, from Isaac de Melweek and Alessandro Tedesca on row 14. Marco Drittenpress and Leif Menimna on row 15, from Arena Kanina and Aisha Sabi on row 16. Sal Zerpra, Savia Samfari, Mario Vigliotti and August Raber, I should say, round out the 36 kart grid as the sun keeps beating down on our drivers. Local time 10 to 1 in the afternoon here in Abu Dhabi, and we are halfway through the 2nd and final day of racing here. Yellow flags out into the final sector, slowing the drivers down now as they get ready to form up. Jack Webster, George Nassar on the front row. It has been a tough weekend, or midweek, for a lot of our drivers. Of course, racing starting on Monday with free practice and qualifying. Yesterday, Tuesday, being the first day of full qualifying heats and finals. And today, the 3rd day and 2nd day of races. Back at the grid, still not in formation. Front's looking good, though. So they best hurry up and get to their spots. They've passed the red line now. They wait for the yellow line and the green flag for them to hit the loud pedal and to go racing. Lights go green. Here we go then, down towards turn 1. Great start then from Webster. Holds on to the lead. Great start from Rafael Jesus. He holds on to second, but again, Adam Al-Azhari, a brilliant drive there, and he gets up into 2nd place. Carbon copy of what he did earlier on. Now he just needs to stick with Jack Webster. Look at Gabe Balanka there, up into 2nd place. A brilliant start there once again for Gabe Balanka from 7th place as they go wheel to wheel at the front. Oh, Safia Samvari out of the race. And unfortunately, that is her, yeah, at the sidelines there, not going any further. Her race is over, not even going to attempt to get that kart restarted. And big, big shame Back at the front though, still Webster leading from George Nassar. He's there dropping down. Oh no, there's another retirement there. That's the 243. That is still Sophia Zanfari. That's her kart getting out of the way. As here we go, change here at the front. It's Adam Alazari who leads the way, as I was looking at the timing screen. And now Gabe Balanka up into second place. Brilliant stuff there through the final chicane. And now Jack Webster in third place has got his work cut out here now. Adam Alazari leading here a qualifying heat, and this would be absolutely superb. There was a driver walking in front of the camera there, not sure who that was. There's another cut that's gone off the track, I believe. We'll find out. That is, that's Marco Drittenpress, unfortunately. And Drittenpress is, he's not getting that started, and he's out of the race as well. He's had another disaster here, and frustration just kicks in. And unfortunately, he'll have to walk back to his spot, and understandable, kicking the barrier there. He is not happy. The Austrian out of his second qualifying heat on day number 3. Back here at the front though, and there was another driver. It was the Saudi Arabian driver, Laith Madimna, unfortunately out of this race as well. And that's not gone well, and a big moment and a spin for Gabe Balanka in the middle of the track, and he can't believe it. Round goes Gabe Balanka, the Australian. And for Gabe, this is his race over. What a disaster. He was looking so strong in that early stages, but turn 2 is such a difficult one to send it down the inside. It's so undulating, the kart goes up. You saw that the front wheel was completely off the ground, and with that, he's only got 3 wheels of traction, hit the loud pedal, and unfortunately, it just rotated when the rear wheel kicked up in the air. And for Gabe Balanka from Australia, his race is over. That is another retirement for him. He had a dismal day yesterday, and it looks like it's going the same way here. Look, this is the move here. He looks to the inside of Adam Alazar. It's a very late move, actually, to go to the inside. Well, actually, it wasn't alongside. Oh, he clipped the curb on the inside. That's what it was. He clipped the apex. It's a very harsh curve, and it just kicked the kart up at the wrong spot. You just see it goes round. Absolutely no traction. Loses so much momentum there, just fully rotates and leaves huge tyre marks on the circuit as well. That'll flat spot the tyres, and an absolute disaster for Gabe Balanka. Well, for Jack Webster, that puts him back up into second place, and Rafael Jesus back up into third. Oh, there is Gabe Balanka now going back to a safe spot on the circuit. Well, you can imagine the frustration under there. And there is his wagon, and it will go no further, standing right next to Martin Bean. Well, back here though, and Rafael Jesus still latches onto the back. Oh no, and that is Sal Zerpla again. Sal Zerpla is out of this race. What a disaster again. He cannot catch a break here this weekend. He has spent most of his time in those marshal posts. You've got to feel for the Venezuelan. You really do. You really do. But eyes on this battle here now for second place. Webster still there, but is under pressure from the drivers behind. Rafael Jesus and Emmanuel Leodikis there in fourth place. Austin Lee is having a better run this time around after retirement in his first qualifying heat. He's there in P5. Finn McLaughlin with the fastest lap of the race as well is in P6. And there is Sophia Samfara again, who was the first driver to retire from this race. Again, sitting at the sidelines. Here's Jesus to the inside. Big slide under braking there, but manages to hold it on the entrance. Can Webster get it back on the straight here? No, he can't. But says thumbs up there to Rafael Jesus. To Webster and says thank you for the position. Leodikis now trying to get down the inside. Now you've got Lee, and here he goes to the inside of Webster. Through turn 3, and he gets that one done. Webster not able to retaliate here, and now he's got Austin Lee trying to go for the move, and Finn McLaughlin, yesterday's final winner, is right in this fray here. They go nearly 3 wide now down into the braking zone. Hamza Al Fayez just in the background. Hamza having a very good run in this one as well. He didn't finish too well in the final yesterday, but he has had some good results here in this midweek racing. We are on lap 6 at the moment as McLaughlin to the inside of Webster and gets through. Hamza Al Fayez follows suit. There's nearly contact between the two of them as they go wheel to wheel into the pit lane there. Disaster for Cooper Lyle. He's out of the race as well. The Australian retiring into Parc Fermé. So again, it's not been a good run here for day 2 for the Australians. But hopefully they can come back stronger in the later part of the day. Adam Alazari, though, still leads the way from Rafael Jesus, who you can see in second place. There is Emanuele Leodikis, who is closing in on Jesus. Not able to get through. Webster is down into P7 at the moment. So Adam Alazari leads the way. And at the moment, all these drivers just trying to push as hard as they can. There is Webster and Hamza Al-Fayez. They are battling at the moment, P6 and P7. But there is second place, Rafael Jesus. Chasing down Adam Alazari. Emanuele Leodikis still there in third place. Trying to push through. Green flag's out on circuit, meaning there is a yellow flag somewhere. And a driver spinning on the circuit. We'll try and find out who that is. And it is the 235 there on the circuit. That is Mario Vigliotti. Mario Vigliotti, that's the exit, I believe, of turn number 10. And out of the race. And another retirement here as well. Now, this looks to be potentially Aisha Sabi, who's gone off and has retired into the pit lane. That is a huge disaster as well for Aisha. Battle still raging on, though, as McLaughlin, who set the fastest lap on the last lap, is still there now. He's got past Alex Lee. There's still a collection of drivers there at the sidelines. Philip Press and Gabe Balanka watching on. But watching on, they can see Adam Alazari leading the way. This is Finn McLaughlin getting the move done on Jack Webster to the inside. And then Hamza Al-Fayez would just sneak into shot here. There he is. And getting through as well. Bit of contact between the two of them. Front to rear wheel. Just colliding there. Thankfully, both of them getting away as McLaughlin to the inside of Emanuele Leodikis through turn 12. McLaughlin making moves here now, and he is up into P3. This is a much better drive. It was a 7th place finish earlier on for McLaughlin as he struggled to get through the field. Not this time around. Up into P3 and pushing hard. There is the retirement of Mario Vigliotti, unfortunately out of this race. There he is 233 stricken at the side of the circuit, 235 I should say. And yeah, you can imagine the frustration there. Here's the move from Finn McLaughlin. Started this one 13th. Now currently 3rd after this move here to the inside. And nicely spotted there from Emanuele Leodikis there. And here's the move again from another angle. You see there's actually a mistake there from Leodikis. Just the back stepping out, big oversteer moment, too much curb on the entry of turn 11. McLaughlin's closed in instantly on Rafael Jesus here, and he's got the time to do it. We're on lap 11 of 13 here. So McLaughlin potentially looking like a P2 finish here if he can get past Rafael Jesus. Jesus having some good results here. There is the gap. It's non-existent at the moment. And here we go to the inside into the chicane. We've not seen a move there all weekend that's actually been completed. Well, Finn McLaughlin to the inside of turn number 5 through the chicane and gets it completed. Absolutely superb driving there from Finn McLaughlin. So we might actually have some time here to close up to Adam Alazari. But, well, I say that. The gap's over 2 seconds. I don't think even Finn McLaughlin can do that because Adam Alazari has driven away in this race. A superb drive from the driver from the United Arab Emirates. A brilliant run for him. He's had multiple second place finishes over the course of the qualifying heats today and yesterday. But now he can come away with a qualifying heat win if he can hold it for these last couple of laps. Finn McLaughlin, though, a superb drive from P13 on track. 11 positions gained
And as well for some of the drivers further down the order, big movers. Zach Hurd, he's up into P12, 13 places gained for Zach. Alessandro Tedesca as well, 10 places gained. He's up into P19. And still a handful of retirements out there. Here's Austin Lee battling away with Emanuele Leodikis. This is for P5 and 4 out on circuit. Austin Lee started in P11, has gained positions, and he's going to gain one more here down the inside through turn 16. Nicely done. And he gets up now into P4 as we go into the final lap. Austin Lee having a much better run this lap, this race after the retirement in qualifying heat 1 this morning. That's just released Rafael Jesus just that little bit now to hold on to third place. Here, though, your race leader as the battles continue further down in the field. The 232 there scrapping away. That is Brotak Stefan with Isaac Demelweek. But back here with your race leader, Adam Alazari. A superb drive in qualifying heat 2, pushing the limit still sideways through turn 10. Absolutely pushing it as hard as he possibly can. And the gap's actually increased between himself and Finn McLaughlin. That's how fast Adam Alazari is this morning. And out of the final corner, a thumbs up as he takes the win here. Checks over the shoulder and thinks, that is not bad going. As he takes the win from Finn McLaughlin, Rafael Jesus and Alex Lee rounding out the top 4. Emanuele Leodikis rounds out the top 5 from Pip Casabene. Christopher El Fagale, brilliant drive, 7 places gained, the same as Casabene, 9 places gained for those drivers. Jack Webster, unfortunately, your pole sitter, dropping down to P8. Hamza Al-Fayez as well, dropping down to P9. And Peter Stiller, 6 places gained, finishing in the top 10. Several retirements. You just saw there a brief shot of Gabe Belanca. Unfortunately, there he is again. And retirement after the spin. Well, smile on his face, chatting away with Marco Drittenprice out there on circuit. Drittenprice also having a tough day of racing. There they are, and the collection as well. Sophia Sanfari also there. But your provisional classifications then on screen. With the top 10, Peter Stiller rounding that one out. Austin Gale from Zachary Hurd. Bernardo Bonaldi from Mohamed Menemni. And Omar Ganoum rounding out the top 15 on circuit. Suleiman Zanfari from George Nassar. Alessandro Tedesca from Elizaveta Kozlova. Both of them gaining 10 and 7 positions each. Isaac Demelweek finishing in P20, 7 places gained from Brotak Stefan. Maximus Jurisco and Alessandro Biggie. Arena Canina and Elijah Yulton rounding out the 25 finishers. Still so many retirements. Nassar, Vigliotti, Sabi, Lyle, Belanca, Drittenpress, Al-Sabah, Menemna, Zepra, Zanfari and Reba. All the retirements in that race. But there on your screen, Adam Alazari, finally a qualifying heat win, and he looks good going into the final later on. With that win, he now leads the intermediate classifications by 14 points from Jack Webster, who's second. Rafael Jesus, third in the intermediate classifications from Finn McLaughlin, who's fourth. He's certainly working hard to make sure he can start as high up as he possibly can. He's looking for a second final win. The highlights from that one: Webster, good getaway. And again, brilliant start from Adam Alazari. Can just get down the inside of Rafael Jesus, who just can't close that door on the inside line going through turn 1. You saw there George Nassar, Austin Gale, Omar Ganoum making the moves earlier on in the session. Many drivers wanting ride, but instantly from the word go, Webster was on the defense from Adam Alazari, who piled on the pressure from the word go. The move here down the inside. And here came Gabe Belanca as well, following suit right round the outside there. And amazingly, just got second place. A superb move. The frustration from Marco Drittenpress. Another retirement. Then there was this moment here. Looking to the inside for Gabe Belanca. Clips the inside curb.
and onto 2 wheels only. The front 2 wheels both off the track there, which is why he couldn't recover. He couldn't turn in as much as he put full lock on. Unfortunately, the front tyres, no traction, and he would retire from the race. A huge shame for the Australian after he was looking so strong. Race continuing though, and for Rafael Jesus, it was his turn to go for the attack here on Jack Webster, as he would go full send in towards turn 16 and would hold it on the exit of turn 17 as well, and gave a thumbs up across the line saying that was a good move through there. Here came Emanuele Leodikis to the inside of turn 3. This was the moment that Jack Webster just started to fade into the field, which is a big shame. And Alex Lee also going for the move now, sensing the weakness here and going for the move down in towards turn 7. But for these drivers here, a superb race, and McLaughlin diving to the inside as well as Webster. He did his best, did Jack Webster, but he's got one more chance in these qualifying heats. He still sits second in the intermediate classification, so he's still looking at a front row start for the final later on today. So just keep an eye on that one as Finn McLaughlin just continued to make the moves here to the inside of Emanuele Leodikis, and again a superb move through turn 12. He would later get it done on this man here, Rafael Jesus. But there again, another angle, the mistake there from Leodikis out of 11, just giving the green light to McLaughlin. And McLaughlin would then get the move done to the inside of turn 5. We've not seen that move being fully completed. We have seen drivers go side by side into there, but it's always ended in tears. And this time around, it ended with a second place finish. The last ditch attempt there for Alex Lee, or Austin Lee, sorry, I should say, as he dives to the inside of Emanuele Leodikis. Well, the win would go to Adam Alazari. He would take it, delighted with the result. And he will go into the next one, still leading the intermediate classifications. There you can see the drivers coming back in towards Parc Fermé. And the next heat coming up very soon. Obviously, we were slightly behind on the schedule, but because of the small break that we would have had in between this senior race and the next Mini 60 race, it means there is no break. You do not have to wait. We are going straight into it, which is very good news. That race is due to start, the third and final qualifying heat for Mini 60, at 10 past 1, and that is now. That was 1 minute ago, so there, we're still running on time. Well, changes here. Year of opening 2010, that didn't change, but lap record has changed. Peter Stiller for today, 54.436, the new lap record from this morning. 1,200 metres the circuit, 165 the main straight, and the back straight being 80 metres. Track is 8 metres wide with 5 metres of elevation. It is an undulating circuit and narrow in places as well. Very technical for the drivers. 17 turns in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. And again, the overtaking opportunities here, we have been seeing them thick and fast. We can probably now add the 5-6 chicane there before turn 7 as the favourite to overtake from Finn McLaughlin. But still, we have seen the overtakes all the way around these sections, and it is a superb circuit to go racing on. There, the fastest part of the circuit, out of turn number 9 into the braking zone of turn 10, around 110 kilometres an hour. These karts will reach an average speed of just under 80 kilometres an hour as well out on circuit. Superb to see from our drivers, as the mini grid, as you can see, I believe is now just about getting the green light to come onto the grid. Yes, they don't get the green light to come onto the grid. They still have to wait. There we go. They're very eager to get going for this one. But again, Alessandro Touchot will be starting this one on the front row after he qualified it on pole in Q2 on Monday. Qualifying Heat 2, a reminder of the results. Brian Bruno took the win in that one from Dan Alleman. Brian Bruno finally taking a qualifying heat win. That's what he needs from Dan Alleman. There's a look at what you can expect over the next few hours. The mini races, the next one that's coming up on your screens. Junior is after the next race. That is due at 1:30 from the senior for their last qualifying heat. Then we start our finals. 3:30, 4 o'clock and 4:30 on track. There is a break in between the senior qualifying Heat 3 and the mini final, as you can imagine, to give our drivers plenty of time to get ready. And then the podium ceremony, of course, at around 5:30 today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, because yesterday it was a hive of excitement and smiles as well. You certainly don't want to miss the podium sections. Well, hopefully the drivers are allowed to head onto the grid in a few moments' time. There you can see on your screens the number 30 kart of Yuvrav Mehta, who has had a tough day all the way throughout this one, but also tough qualifying too as well, starting this one in 34th place. But curious to see what he can do in this one. Again, you can imagine drivers just pushing as hard as they can all the way throughout this, just to gain all those positions. You can see the number 41 as well. Just behind that is Baptiste Augustin. Helmet on, focused, ready to get going. Number 41 you can see just behind. For a lot of our drivers, though, it has been a tough weekend, as there was plenty of penalties that actually went out in that last race to several drivers for front fairings and various other things. So you do have to make sure you keep your front fairing clean. If it does drop, it is a 5-second time penalty. It is to prevent people loading drivers into the back. As you can imagine, there's a lengthy delay here with the cleanup job happening out on circuit. Obviously, several karts being stranded out on the track, and only the one recovery vehicle that can only take 2 karts. And you can still see there that drivers waiting to be picked up. You can still see Sal Zerpler there sitting on the seat. He is waiting for his lift to come up. You also saw a couple of the karts there getting ready to go. Now that looks like on the trailer, Maximus Chirisco, who did finish the race. So that is possibly a breakdown after the checkered flag is getting picked up. But right now, these drivers just waiting for their turn to get on. They're standing in the baking heat here. Local time, 1:15. So still very hot out there. Temperature reaching the 30 degrees, 35 degrees temperature range, and the wind has calmed down just that little bit more. Again, people still braving the sunshine, some sitting in the shade, and drivers still wanting to stay hydrated. A lot of the family and friends of drivers here watching along. The first time for many in the United Arab Emirates here at Abu Dhabi at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. So many drivers coming here for the first time, who only had the first time they had experience around this track was actually a corporate karting session that they had booked in on the weekend before this race out on Sunday. They were out there in the corporate kart, so they were learning. That was probably a nice experience for the marshals who were running that event, but for the drivers, certainly just getting an eyeball of the circuit layout. There you can see some of our drivers ready to get going. Happy to see them out there ready for this one. You can see Sevilla Pavazniana there, and you can see Victoria Farfus just showing how excited they are to go racing here at the Champions of the Future Academy program. Remember, it is in partnership with the F1 Academy. 3 drivers in each category getting a huge bonus for the female drivers here. And in the senior category, 3 of the top-ranking female drivers will get a chance to sample what it's like in F1 Academy as well. So it is a huge stepping stone for a lot of our drivers here this weekend, as well as Gwen Legru being here. The Mercedes AMG Petronas F1 team driver advisor. And he's been watching closely on all of our young drivers here. So the last recovery is just coming back in off the circuit, which is what we are waiting for here for the drivers to head out. There you can see, yeah, it is Sal Zerpler there back in his wagon. Unfortunately for him, he has had a lot of time. He's probably had more time on track in that vehicle than he has in his own kart, which is a big, big shame for him. It is just one of those things, isn't it? Breakdowns happen and incidents happen. And unfortunately for him trying so hard to get through the field, he just gets caught up in those incidents. There you can see the rest of the grid getting ready for this one. But right now, all eyes fixated on the Mini 60 category that is getting itself ready to go here. So many drivers involved over the course of this weekend, 34 in total, as we see every driver out on track getting ready to go for their race. That is Francisco Puerta just getting ready, trying to keep cool as much as he can. As they thumbs up at the back there, last kart on its way in to Parc Ferme. But again, lengthy delay here. Reminder then of the results of the final yesterday. Dalaman taking the win in that one. Brian Bruno taking second from Leonardo Spruzzi. That was your top three. Liam Carr and Conor Mayer finishing 4th and 5th in the final. But qualifying 2 on Monday didn't go well for the two Australians. Liam Carr qualifying 19th and Conor Mayer qualifying 17th. Crucially, they are on the inside row for these races. But they have quite a bit of work. There is the last kart that's coming onto the trolley now. Good to see the marshallers working super hard out there for all of our drivers. But the 220, the last kart to be picked up there, that is Laith Menamne, the driver from Saudi Arabia's wagon. And that is all done. Well, there you go. Time for a sunbathe now, again, for the drivers as they wait to get going out onto the circuit. I can imagine very warm out there, but I'm not sure it's comfortable with your rib protector on. Nice to see the marshals smiling away, checking out some of our action cams out on the circuit. This is the fisheye lens camera that's on the outside of the Turn 8 hairpin. We've seen so many overtakes there throughout this weekend. But right now, I suspect we'll see some more in this qualifying Heat 3 for Mini 60. So another little delay here. That'll be into the driver's break in between the qualifying heats and finals later on. They do get an hour's break before that to make sure they all fed and watered. They're chilling in the garage, the 54 and the 32. That's Priyan Bruno on the right-hand side. And the 54 of Lorenzo Zucchetto getting primed ready. There you can see Dan Alaman also chilling in the shade, wanting to stand out in the sunshine, understandably. Very, very hot out there. But the rest of the drivers all waiting to get going. You can imagine the conversations between some of the mechanics out there. Lots of hard work has gone into this weekend from all walks of life. Parolin with a good showing. Bringing in all the chassis there, TM engines as well, providing the GR3 engines that are running on the Mini 60 category, 60cc non-restricted karts. They are just straight going. They are actually fairly quick wagons. They are lapping just about 5 seconds a lap slower than what the seniors are doing. So still very, very quick. There is Martin Bean and David out there, our race directors and clerk of the course, watching over all the proceedings, keeping a close eye on all of our drivers, making sure they are adhering to the rules. If they have an issue with a driver, they will send the feedback to the camera room. And then you've got Gonzalo Plata and Joanna Falcone in the race control, watching over the cameras out on circuit, confirming the incidents, and then it either results in a penalty or an investigation, which it then goes to Chris Lambert and, of course, the stewarding team. It is all clockwork out here in RGMC for the Champions of the Future Academy program. So many staff coming together to bring such a fabulous event. So many drivers coming together as well. Clean-up job is done and dusted then. And a lengthy delay there as we now grid up the next race. And, well, Dan Alaman there just cleaning the camera lens there. Victoria Farfus showing her appreciation there to the fans and friends at home. starting this one, P7 for Victoria. The Brazilian driver come quite a way, come racing here in Abu Dhabi. The rest of the drivers now heading on to the circuit. So Alessandro Truchotto, I should say, with another attempt here at trying to get a decent start for this one. Qualifying heat 2, finishing in P5 after starting on pole position. Marshall's ready, always smiling, always happy to go and enjoying this one. There you can see Aurelio Longitano's kart just being pushed into its starting position of P27. The number 5 earlier on, 35 I should say, did have a good race. Gained several positions in qualifying heat 2. Actually finished just outside the top 10, finishing in P16. So looking forward to seeing what they can do in this one. Well, that's one way of getting to your grid spot there. That is the number 38 of Koda Singh, who's chilling in the shade. Just mind your head when you get out. There you go, Koda. All good. Good stuff. Suit on and get seated. There's your pole sitter, Alessandro Truchotto, who's got another attempt here to try and get a good result. Still doing well, though, as Koda Singh's kart now gets put down on the ground. Rib protector can go on. Suit on, helmet on. All vital that this safety equipment gets put on. Of course, these suits are abrasive resistant against the track. The rib protectors to protect, obviously, your ribs, helmet, of course, and for some drivers, neck braces as well, to keep everything secure. All vital equipment to make sure the drivers stay nice and safe out on the circuit. There, Priyan Bruno, the driver starting in second place, second in the final yesterday, and taking the win in qualifying heat 2 earlier on as well. So we'll see what Priyan Bruno can do in this one. Dan Alaman as well, starting in third place, just behind Alessandro Truchotto. He will have that inside row as Ross Upton, our judge of fact, walks up and down the grid to make sure everyone is where they should be. And he is ready to get going. There is Dan Alaman on your screens, your winner from the final yesterday. Second in the qualifying heat earlier on, winner of the first qualifying heat earlier on as well. This is their last chance now to decide where they will be starting for their final later on today. The intermediate classifications at the moment will come up on our timing screens. If you are watching and you have got a second monitor available to you, you have got the live timing, head to the Champions Academy Karting webpage and the live timing is available there. And a big hello to everyone who is watching around the world, wherever you are watching from, whether it be in Australia, America, in the Middle East, or in Europe, or in the continent of Africa as well. Do welcome you all. In Asia, of course, as well. If you're watching on motorsport.tv, welcome on YouTube, Facebook, or on any other social media platform. Do leave your little comments in the sections. If you can, leave a comment to show who you are supporting. Oliver Warner there, starting this one on the second row of the grid, P4. The outside row has got a bit of work there. There's a few conversations happening between some of the mechanics and officials there as well. Third row, Derek Rivera and Nikita Dalilov as well. Now there is an empty spot on the grid. Now that would be where Nassar Nass would be, and confirmation that Nassar Nass is not out onto the track. It was a terrible day yesterday with not finishing any of the races, but did get a good result in the final. Came through the field, but choosing not to go out on track. 1 minute board up on your screens there. And I think as well, Nikita Dalilov as well, despite the fact that qualifying P6, I don't think is also on the grid, because we didn't see the timer go through earlier on And I'm just trying to see if there is a gap there. There is Victoria Fafas waving to the camera, to all the fans back home in Brazil. I'm sure it's very early in the morning there in Brazil, so they may have to come back and watch this later to not watch it live, unless they are a dedicated fan watching it live in Brazil. 30-second board blows, and we get ready to go racing for the Mini 60. Their third and final qualifying heat about to get underway here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. 1.2 kilometers, and the green flag waves. Mini 60 qualifying heat 3 gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. It's Alessandro Truchot and Priam Bruno on the front row, with Dan Aleman and Oliver Warner behind. Derek Rivera and Nikita Diablov, who hopefully I hope is there, is on row number 3. Victoria Fafas and Leonidas Peruzzi on row 4 from Nilis Malik, and the missing Nassar Nas, who would have been in the 10th spot on the grid. Sofia Pavasniaya and Fares Harion on row 6 from Aryan Singh, and Ava Lawrence on row 7. Achilles Peruzzi and Pierre Abudivan on row 8 from Konomea, and Ray Haber on row 9. Liam Carr and Koda Singh on row 10, and they ran out the top 20 from Enapaduto and Akita Mir on row 11. Oscar Singh, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Francesco Puerta and Aaron Buffar, Aurelian Logontiano and Veer Chopra on row 14. Ari Kallenberg and Baptiste Augustine from Mikhail Abubakar and Kim Menji. Luca Besaril and Yuvrav Mehta on the final row of the grid. Gwen LeGroux up there on the gantry, just looking down at the drivers. Alex Powell joining us here as well. Mercedes F1 Team Petronas junior driver. Again, well known in the world of karting, running with Prema, the world of the FIA European and World Championships, well as the Champions of the Future. Not racing this weekend, but here in Abu Dhabi. Potentially here for the Formula 1 as well, watching alongside some of his fellow drivers. But plenty of action to come as the drivers get ready to form up as they go through turn number 8. The beautiful action shot there. You can see the blue skies here in Abu Dhabi. Temperatures soaring above the 30 degrees. Much hotter day today than yesterday. And the red light's on at the front. Marshals begin to slow the grid down as we approach the red line. And we're still going a little bit quick here. We've not formed up as quickly as I suspect we should have done. There you can see the drivers now forming up. And we look like we're ready to get going here. Here we go then, in towards turn number 17. And it looks like we're ready to get going for this qualifying heat. Green flags go out and away they go, down in towards turn number 1. Great start from the inside road. So Truchot, Aleman, Rivera and Fafas get a great getaway. Fafas on the outside there, a spin for the number 39, not getting a good getaway. He's not even crossed the start-finish line yet. That is unfortunate for Francisco Puerta, who has unfortunately dropped right to the back of the field. Going defensive there is the number 26, getting into position. That is Nilis Malik, who's had a good start to his race as he tries to gain positions. Here we go then, down into the hairpin of turn number 8, and Dan Aleman now leads the way from Alessandro Truchot. He gets the lead straight away, and that's Derek Rivera there in third place, and was looking for a move there, potentially in towards turn 8 as well, but not close enough. Through turn 10 they go, in towards 11. Are we going to see a dive to the inside here through 12? No, we're not. They stay line astern. It's still Priam Bruno there in fourth place as well. He's not dropped back too far, so he is still in touching distance of this lead trio. Fafas taking the inside line there for Truchot, just to try and defend slightly, but Dan Aleman leads the way now from Alessandro Truchot as they go down side by side in the background here, wheel to wheel. Farasuron to the inside of Leonidas Peruzzi, but not able to get it done. Now Peruzzi's had a terrible start here. He is unfortunately dropped right down the field for Leonidas Peruzzi. He is battling with Fares Harion for P12 at the moment. That's how bad it's gone. Here we go, side by side. Here's Priam Bruno with the switch back here on Derek Rivera, not able to get it done. Rivera holding off nicely. Warner there just behind, and Victoria Fafas as well, looking very, very strong. Has got Sevilla Pavasniana just behind as well. as they continue to battle through. A little bit late on the brakes there for Victoria Fafas. She runs wide as down the inside. Here comes Brian Bruno, side by side, wheel to wheel with Dara Rivera, and gets through. Dara Rivera goes through, and so does Brian Bruno. They both get past through shot, but both of them now get past Rivera as well as they switch positions. Warner goes wheel to wheel now with Rivera as they go side by side across the start-finish line, but Warner has to concede. He slots back in and behind as they go through turn number 1 as he tries again to the inside of turn 2. So close, but just unable to get it done, and stays there behind, trying his hardest to get those moves there. Was Ollie Warner, just not working out for him. And it stays there in position, actually loses out there to both Victoria Fafas and Sevilla Pavasniana, who both make positions up there, and contact again, and Warner going wide, and Victoria Fafas just checking over the shoulder just to see what was happening, and can see now that Warner has backed off and not able to go for the move here. So drivers making big changes. Let's have a look at that start again, and it just wasn't a good getaway for the outside road. Priyan Bruno just didn't get away well, had to slot into about 5th or 6th place. The fact that he's already up there into 2nd place is fantastic running at the start. There you can see the gap that is missing for Nikita Diazlov, who is not taking part. A spin in the early stages, unfortunately, for Francesco Puerta, not able to get away at the start of that race. But action aplenty, as we saw the dive here from both Darat Rivera and for Priyan Bruno, both able to get past, and Priyan Bruno sending it into 16, and Alessandro Touchot going through as well. Warner trying to get a run down the inside, not able to do so. Live picture still on the right-hand side of your screen. You can currently see Priyan Bruno just all on his own at the moment, trying to latch on to the back of your current race leader, Dan Anaman. Once again, these two battling away, but their usual 3rd place compadre is nowhere to be seen at the moment. Leonardus Peruzzi is down in 8th place at the moment, fighting back through the field. He still has plenty of time to make these moves, but right now he's got to work hard. There's a big move there. Fantastic stuff there from Sofia Pavasniana there. Brilliant move down the inside, and she moves up into P4. This is a solid drive here as Lorenzo Zucchetto is under investigation at the start of this one, and Victoria Fafas looks to the inside there of Alessandro Touchot, not able to get it done. And Leonardo Peruzzi is back into play now. He's right there just behind as Priyan Bruno sets the fastest lap of the race. He's now closing in. The gap 1 second between himself and Dan Anaman for the race lead. But eyes on this battle here as Victoria Fafas here battling away with Alessandro Touchot, not able to get the kart down the inside right now. But she's got to be careful here because Leonardo Peruzzi is right there in the background and potentially could go for a move under braking there. A misjudgment as they go side by side, and Victoria Fafas has to concede the spot, and through goes Leonardo Peruzzi on Victoria Fafas, and he moves up into P number 6 now. And there you can see just behind Conor Mayer, the Australian driver, who's up into P8, now getting involved. Conor, who started this one all the way down in P17, is having a fabulous start. Here's the incident here, under braking. You can see the head jerk back there on Alessandro Touchot, and Victoria just very cleverly just backs out of it there and just says, right, okay, no, that was my bad. I'll try again on the next lap, and it just unfortunately gave Leonardo Peruzzi a green light to go to the inside, and it looks like Conor Mayer has got through as well. So Victoria Fafas having to work hard here, goes wheel to wheel once more with Conor Mayer, tries to go to the outside, take the long way round through turn 8, it's not going to work. Conor Mayer says, come on, let's try and close this gap, let's not battle, let's close this gap up and see if we can try catch up to the back of Peruzzi there, but Fafas doesn't want to play ball, she wants to go for it herself and dives to the inside at turn 10. Nice move there, and Warner comes through as well. Ollie Warner on the inside of Conor Mayer, wasting no time there at all. And now Conor Mayer is under pressure from the drivers behind as well. Here, though, all changing here. Darat Rivera has lost out a position there, I believe. Yes, he has. He's dropped down to P4. So Sofia Pavasniana has got up into 3rd place now. Brilliant driving there for Sofia, looking very, very strong here. After starting in P11, fastest lap of the race once again to Priyan Bruno, but starting 11th place for Sofia Pavasniana, and currently in P3. Superb driving there, leading Darat Rivera. And Leonard Spruzzi now up into P5. Alessandro Truchot dropping down to P6 now. So it's been a tough weekend of racing for all of our drivers. Yeah, there's the eye there. Representing Finland here this weekend. And currently started in 11th place. Currently third. Having a fabulous drive leading this pack. Final lap board is out then. And we go on to the final lap, and Alaman and Prem Bruno lead the way, but the gap is 0.6 of a second. Neither of them have had to defend nor attack, as the battle here for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place has just been raging on all the way throughout. They've not been able to close in. They are some 3.3 seconds down from Dan Alaman in the race lead, as they continue to fight over these last few spots in the top section. Not able to get it done. This has closed in dramatically though. Prem Bruno has seriously closed in. This is the moment here. Conor Mayer saying to Victoria Farfus, right, let's go for the move. And this was the move that she instantly did after that, saying, no, I don't fancy working together. I fancy leading and having a go. I'm faster. I want to try and have a go. Well, there we go. Checker flag comes out, and it's another one for Dan Alaman across the line. Prem Bruno takes 2nd place from Sofia Pavazniaya. What a drive for Sofia, finishing in P3, just 3.3 seconds down from the race leader at the end. Leonardo Peruzzi does recover back to P4. It's still a good run. And he is still within the top 6 in the intermediate classifications. But Dan Alaman then would start on pole position for the final later on today then, with 144 points. Prem Bruno secures the front row lockout. Alessandro Truchot would start P3. So crucially, he'll have the inside row going into turn 1 for the final behind Dan Alaman. Can he make it work? Darek Rivera locks out row number 2 for the final. Ollie Warner and Leonidas Peruzzi lock out row number 3. And row number 4 will be Sofia Pavazniana and Aryan Singh, who would round out the top 4 rows in the final later on today. There's a look at your provisional classifications at the end of that one. Dan Alaman from Prem Bruno, Sofia Pavazniana from Leonidas Peruzzi, Alessandro Truchot from Darek Rivera, Victoria Farfus from Oliver Warner, Conor Mayer from Aryan Singh, Nilis Malik finishing in 11th place from Liam Carr, Achilles Peruzzi from Aurelio Longitano. 13 positions gained for Aurelio. So good drive there once more from Faris Harion. Ray Harbour from Pierre Abadivan. Ava Lawrence from Enavazuto. You gained 2 positions in that one from Oscar Singh. Lorenzo Zucchetto and Veer Chopra round out the top 22 from Koda Singh and Mikhail Abubaker. Ari Kallenberg from Baptiste Augenstein, Akita Mir from Kim Menji, Luca Esaril and Yuvra Meta Francisco Puerta running out the 31 finishes in that race. But there on your screen, Dan Alaman once again taking a qualifying heat win. Celebrating with the fellow team members there. Yeah, mechanics. Good job there for Dan Alaman, the driver from Switzerland who won the final yesterday, will be starting on pole for the 2nd final today. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. And again, good to get away from the inside row. Prem Bruno dropping down all the way to about P5 at the start of that one. Amazingly would recover back to finish in an impressive P2. Here's another look at the angle there, and there you can see the drama in the background there that did unfold. Yeah, big shame for your driver there, Francisco Puerta, who unfortunately would drop right to the back of the field. Race would continue though under green flag conditions, and we saw the moves coming in thick and fast here. This was Darek Rivera going through, and Prem Bruno moving up those positions to try and attack the forward drivers. Prem Bruno would then get the move here, as Truchot would dive back down the inside. Warner would give it a go as well, try to get the switch back here out of turn 17, not able to do so, had to slot back in on the start-finish straight. That brought Victoria Farfus and the driver who finished in third place, Sofia Pavasniana, who had an impressive drive from P11 on the grid. Overtakes thick and fast all the way throughout. This is where we started to see the charge here from Sofia Pavasniana. And we'll get all the way up into P3. There, Leonidas Peruzzi, who dropped well down into the field in the early stages of this race, would recover back to finish in P4. Still a good result. And still puts himself on the third row of the grid on the outside for the final. There, that moment there, just misjudging the braking zone for Victoria Farfus, and Leonidas Peruzzi would be able to send it down the inside, separating Farfus from Truchot. Truchot would remain under pressure from Leonidas Peruzzi all the way to the end. Conor Mayer then went through in front and would say, come on, let's go, let's catch up. But Victoria Farfus saying, no, I'm the quicker driver. Then did this only 2 corners later and sent it down the inside through turn number 10. And taking full advantage of that inside apex, being able to just drag the kart through. Warner would go through as well at this point, and for Conor Mayer, he would just tumble down and lose positions. But for Dan Alleman and Prem Bruno, it's another 1-2 for them, and they lock out row number 1 for the final later on today, due at 3:30. Next race is lined up, ready to get going. We're back now for the final qualifying heat of the OKN Junior category. Toby Gale once again starting this one on pole position from Marcus Shilkunis. A reminder of the results from qualifying heat 2. It was Marcus Shilkunis again who took it in both Q1 in qualifying Group 1 and 2. And in this one again, can he repeat it, or can Toby Gale say something else about it, saying, no, I'm going to go for the win on this one. He took second place earlier on. Connor Clancy recovering to third place after starting this one in P7 in these races. Luna Flusha finishing in P4. Luna still waiting for that first top 3 finish. Best result has been P4s all the way throughout this one. And Marcus Shilkunis getting the words of encouragement from the mechanic there, just saying, right, make sure this is what we need you to do. Take it nice and smooth. Just focus on what you need to do. And look at that there. Marcus Shilkunis taking it all in, absorbing all of the words of encouragement and advice from his mechanic there, getting ready. Caden Higgins, who has had a tough second day. The driver who finished second on the podium in the final yesterday. Best result he had earlier on was a P6 in qualifying heat 2. 30-second board up as we get going for this final qualifying heat for OKN Junior. Qualifying heat 3 about to get underway. When the green flag waves at the front, the engines will fire up and the mechanics push the drivers along to help them out as much as they possibly can. There is no push button on these karts. It is a push start. You need a push from the mechanic, jump start to get these going. OKN Junior qualifying heat 3 is underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Toby Gale and Marcus Shilkunis, who's had 2 wins out of 2 so far today, starts on the front row of the grid. Caden Higgins and James Ignatiades, who finished third on the podium yesterday in the final, he starts on the second row. Zainal Hobasani and Nikita Gederschmidt on row number 3 from Connor Clancy, and Luna Flusha on row 4. Dinia Islamov and Angelina Simmons-Torres go from row 5. Salamat Soy and Jeremy Montgomery Swan on row 6. Aditi Donka and Max Murray go from row 7. Zachariah Dole and Maria Nadelli on row 8. Augustus Toniolo and Rakil Zares Faladin on row number 9. Alexander Dahlstrom, who hopefully is out on the track. We did not see him in the first 2 races. Let's see if he's out in this one, with Dan Dalakian on his own on the 10th row of the grid. Egon Pedrotti from Ella Hakkinen, Katrina E. and Karine Kaur round out the 23 karts that I believe may be out on track at this moment in time. can have confirmation that, yeah, Alexander Dahlstrom not back out on the circuit. So big shame there for him. Warm-up lap completed. Formation lap now underway. Drivers will have to slow it down going into the final sector now. You've had your time to get temperature into those tyres. So right now, these drivers just getting ready for their last chance to qualify for their position in the final. For Markus Schulkunis, he's got maximum points here, 100. He's looking like the favourite to start on pole position for this one. The driver who didn't even finish within the top 5 yesterday in the final is looking very strong today. Toby Gale still second in the intermediate classifications. They are looking like a 1-2 start at the moment, but Nikita Gedesmits, who is third, might have something to say about that. Luna Flusha, who's fourth, they would lock out row number 2 as it stands, but that will all change by the end of this race. Drivers coming in now towards the red line. They are not allowed to overtake from this point onwards. They have to be in formation, and we do see that for our front runners. This is looking good here. OKN Junior qualifying heat 3 then, enters the tram lines and green lights go on and away they go down towards turn 1. Great start then from Toby Gale, holds on to that inside line as well as the rest of the field. Through they go in towards turn number 2. Some karts running wide there on the exit, but crucially everyone gets through the first few corners unscathed, and it's still a good start from our front 2 rows. Markus Schulkunis there in third place and holding onto it. Very nice start then for the entirety of the field as they go down in towards turn number 8. Everyone just looking for that clean piece of track, but it's still the 111 of James Ignatiadis there in third place as well. He has still had a good start. A little bit wide there was Max Murray as he tries to get back onto the straight there. Gets nearly kicked out to the dusty part of the track. James Ignatiadis there in third place, still pushing in as hard as he can. Not able to close in as quickly as he'd like though. Into the final section they go, and look at this clean breakaway here for our top 3. It is Toby Gale who leads the way then from Markus Schulkunis. Then it's James Ignatiadis from fourth place who's up to third from Zainal Homassani. It's not been a good start once again for Caden Higgins. He's dropped down to P8 on that opening lap. An absolute disaster for him. Not sure what happened to him this time around. Maybe just a little bit wide on one of the corner. There is Nikita Gedesmits battling away with Zain Al Homassani. That's for fourth place. And you saw there Zain all over those curves. He had a retirement earlier on as well. Not sure what happened, but through goes Nikita Gedesmits after that big bumpy moment through the chicane. Connor Clancy is closed in as well. The 1-2-2 right behind. He's waiting to pick up any pieces that may come from this battle here. It doesn't look to the inside, neither of them. They stay behind. Luna Flusha as well, just behind Connor Clancy, looking to get in. Flusha, best result has been a P4 as down the inside goes Connor Clancy through 16, gets it done before they even get towards turn 17, and that's nicely calculated there as they try and close up the gap towards these drivers here. Gale, Schulkunis and Ignatiadis, who are all closing in together. That battle for first is not over yet. And Gedesmits, who's there in fourth place, is the next one to try and close in. We'll keep an eye on the gap as the race progresses. It's currently about 1.4 seconds, the gap between Nikita Gedesmits and James Ignatiadis, so they are working hard there to try and close that gap up as much as they can. But if they start scrapping, it just will not work out for them. Here's a replay of the start then, as the live pictures continue on your right-hand side of the screen. You can keep an eye on both. But here, nice steady start. You can just see there the words of the drivers there at the beginning, but the initial getaway, good start then for everyone. Now what happened to Caden Higgins? He was on the inside there, so he's in third place as they go through turn number 2. What happens through turn number 3? Just out of shot there, and it looks like maybe he got a little bit of a track slapper there, because when they exited out of the corner, he was nowhere to be seen. Massive use of the curbs there. Looks so uncomfortable for Zain Al Homassani, and that just allowed Nikita Gedesmits to get down the inside. Still no change in the order there on the live feed. They have all stayed the same. Gale still leads from Schulkunis and Ignatiadis. Gershman's still in fourth place and is closing in, I would say. The gap is down a little bit more now. It's less than 2 seconds now is the gap, but it's still a ways to go. We are on lap 4 of 9. Here's your battle on screen, second and third. Markus Schulkunis and James Ignatiadis. they continue to hunt down Toby Gale, who leads this way. Toby, who is looking for a qualifying heat win today. At the moment, he is still second in the intermediate classifications. He needs to beat here Marcus Shilkunas, but Shilkunas here in second would still be on pole position. Now, James Ignatiadis could help out here, Toby Gale, if he can get past. And he would push Marcus Shilkunas down a little bit in the intermediate classifications, but it's a tall order here. It is tough to overtake. Now the sun looks like it's gone behind a cloud there. Cloud has come over the circuit. That should help the drivers a little bit out there with cooling down, but the air temperature is still very, very hot here, still 30 degrees. Very harsh on the drivers. Back through the final corner they go. And still no change for your top three. Gershwit's still there. Gap 1.5 seconds. Not closing in for third place. These three still driving away from the rest of the field, and it looks like Gale is actually driving away from Shilkunas and Ignatiadis here. James Ignatiadis looking like he wants to go for the move as Sarah Matsui takes the fastest lap of the race, 55.793. As the gap continues to just fluctuate here between second and third. Not able to do much. Looks like Luna Flusha's got up into fifth place as well. Battle's still happening further behind. Connor Clancy down into sixth place from Zainal Hobasani. James Ignatiadis, who started this one P4, currently P3, gaining that one position. Still at this moment not able to get past Marcus Shilkunas off the track there. That's a disaster. And again for Maria Nadelli, it's another retirement and into the barriers there by the looks of it. And the Italian, unfortunately, very frustrated, visor down and does not want to say a word there at all. Now, Nikita Gedeswitz, now with the fastest lap of the race, has closed the gap. It's come down about 0.3 of a second with these guys scrapping away. And, well, Gales has lost his lead and Shilkunas has closed back in now. We could have a four-car battle here going on to the last lap if one of these drivers make his moves. Nikita Gerasmith should latch on to the back of this group, and we are going to see a move here for the race lead, and it was very, very close there in towards turn 16, and that was almost the race over for Marcus Shilkunas as he tried to dive down the inside of Toby Gale, and Gale just slammed the door closed there, and it was a big, big moment for Marcus Shilkunas, nearly losing the back end. And oh, there you can see the frustration and the emotion for Maria Nadelli there, the Italian driver, who has just not had the results she's wanted. An absolute disaster for Toby Gale. He's going to get a result here that he definitely wants. And there now you can see from James Ignatiadis, who's got up into second place now after all of that scrapping. Gedeswitz has closed in as well, and so has Luna Flusha. And now we've got a four-car battle for second place as Shilkunas looks to the inside once more. Not able to get it done. Gedeswitz as well stays there behind in P4. And Luna Flusha in P5 covers that inside line. Now it looks like James Ignatiadis is solid there in second place. He does not need to worry as they go on to the final lap. It's all down to third place. Marcus Shilkunas, who is still hoping he can get a pole position start here. And look at Luna Flusha there to the inside through turn 2. 2 out of 1 gets both Marcus Shilkunas and Nikita Gedeswitz, but through back goes Shilkunas, and here comes Connor Clancy as well. Luna Flusha gaining 2 positions, now loses 3 as she dives to the inside of Nikita Gerasmith, and there's contact between the two of them. Gerasmith goes up on 2 wheels, nearly flips the kart, and now tumbles down the order. Arti Dodonka, Zainal Homasani comes into play as well. It's all kicked off in that mid-pack, but Toby Gale has led this one from flag to flag here, and he looks solid to win his first qualifying heat of the day. Out of turn 15 in towards 16 and 17 he goes, and he will secure where would he cross the line now? He will secure a second place start in the final later on, but he secures a top spot in the qualifying heat. What a drive there for Toby Gale across the line. He will start second in the final later on today, alongside Marcus Shilkunis, despite the fact that he dropped down to third, still secures his pole position start after the 2 wins he had earlier on. And it really kicked off there between the drivers on that last lap. Conor Clancy, Zaino Homasani and Arthur Dodonka both getting up 4th, 5th and 6th. From Sada Matsui, who gained 4 positions, and Dan Delakian, who finished 8th, gaining 12 places from Augustus Toniolo. Dina Islamov finishing in the top 10. But for your drivers behind, Luna Flusha, unfortunately, finishing in P13. Where did Nikita Gedesmich finish? Just behind P14 as well. So drama on that last lap in the midfield for 2 of our drivers. It did give Caden Higgins a chance to get back up a couple of positions, though, after he dropped down 9 places to finish in P12, unfortunately for him. And the recovery job will happen with the karts that will be stricken out on the circuit. But there's a look at the provisional classifications then at the end of qualifying heat 3. And let's go through then the first 4 rows then of the final. It will be Marcus Shilkunis from Toby Gale on row 1, Conor Clancy from James Ignatiadis on row 2, Nikita Gedesmit and Luna Flusha, who I'm sure is not going to be in the best of talking moods between themselves, on row number 3. And Sarah Matsui and Zaino Homasani, who just pipped himself up to 8th in the intermediate classifications, would start on the outside of row number 4. But for this man here, Toby Gale, he secures a front row lockout for the final and his first qualifying heat win of the day. The driver from Thailand congratulates and celebrates with his mechanic team and gets ready for their final later on today. Well, good stuff there for Toby Gale and James Ignatiadis and Marcus Shilkunis. Shilkunis not taking a 3rd qualifying heat win. Couldn't go for 3 for 3. Had to settle for 3rd. But still a solid result. We will see the juniors out later on today for their final. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That one is due to go out on track at 4 o'clock local time here in Abu Dhabi, so do make sure you set your alarms for that race. Let's take you through some of the highlights of that qualifying heat 3. There were many of them. The start here, nice and calm, nice and steady. And just keep an eye there on your driver starting in 3rd place, the 157, Caden Higgins. Unfortunately for him, he would tumble down at the early stages, and I think it was actually a tank slapper through turn number 3 on the first lap. You watch him go through here. He's got a good run through turn 1. He's got the inside line going in through turn 2, so he can hold on to his 3rd place start. But just here, right in the bottom hand of your right-hand corner, you can see him there on your screen, and there just the back steps out on entry, and maybe even more so as he tumbled down the order, unfortunately. Massive moment on the curb there for Zaino Homasani. That would mean he would lose that position to Nikita Gedesmit, who would dive back down the inside through turn number 8. There you can see Conor Clancy just in the background trying to close in as well. Did manage to get the move done on Zaino Homasani, who himself still had a good result in that one, finishing P5, much better than his retirement in his qualifying heat earlier on today. Oh, there you can see a big dent in the front nose there of Nikita Gedesmit, possibly even a nose cone there. This was the moment here that could have ended both 1st and 2nd places race. Toby Gale having to defend from Marcus Shilkunis, who absolutely sent it down the inside there of turn 16. The emotional retirement there for Maria Chala Nadelli. Unfortunately, the Italian driver would retire and have several retirements over the course of this weekend, would mean she would start fairly low down in the final, but the final is still left to go, and I'm sure she will see a good result in that one. This was James Ignatiadis going for the move to the inside, going on to the final lap. 1st and 2nd were pretty much secured, but the battle for 3rd was still on. Very sideways there for Marcus Shilkunis, showing that his tyres may be at an end there. Luna Flusha would get the both of them through turn number 2, but with Marcus Shilkunis holding that inside line, would hold off Nikita Gerasmets, and would then also instantly go for the move here, sideways and wheel-to-wheel action. Flusha just getting squeezed out the way, and that would allow both Gerasmets and Connor Clancy to come through. Then at the turn 7 hairpin, that dramatic moment there, and a heart-in-mouth moment for Nikita Gerasmets just to keep it on 2 wheels. Superb kart control to maintain control of that kart. But for Toby Gale, his first win of the day, as he crosses the line, he secures 2nd place in the final later on from Marcus Shilkunis, who would start on pole position. Well, here we go then. The final qualifying heat about to get underway. It is the OKN Senior category for their qualifying heat 3. And let's remind ourselves of what happened in qualifying heat 2 earlier on. Yesterday was a dominant day for Finn McLaughlin. He was pole in Q1. He won all the qualifying heats and he won the final. Qualifying 2 for him on Monday didn't go his way, qualified P13, but he has had to work his way through the field, and in the qualifying heat 2 it did go the way of Adam Al-Azhari, the driver from the United Arab Emirates, who finished on that top spot. Finn McLaughlin, who gained several positions, 12 to be exact, 11, finished in P2, a brilliant result there. Jack Webster didn't have the best qualifying heat 2. Unfortunately for him, he would drop down to 8th place, but his starts have been superb. He just needs to find the pace to try and break away in these early stages, but the Australian certainly having a good run. Now, the senior categories have seriously been struggling with breakdowns out on the circuit. We've had several retirements over the course of several races. There is George Nassar, who qualified 2nd in Q2 on Monday. He starts this one on the front row. He was just having a quick chat there with some of our officials that you can see just behind. And again, you can imagine the pressure on the shoulders here, just waiting to get ready. Helmet goes on for all of our drivers. They're a little further back in the order. That is Mohammed Menemne, the driver from the United Arab Emirates, just getting ready. He starts 12th on the grid, on the 6th row of the grid here. There you can just see in the foreground the top of his head. You can see Austin Gale, who finished 3rd yesterday. There is Rafael Jesus, who starts this one 3rd. Earlier on, finished 3rd as well in the qualifying heat. So still looking strong in this order. There is Sofia Sanfari, who has had, again, a couple of retirements over the course of this weekend, looking for a good result. She starts this one 34th at the back of the grid there, just getting herself primed and ready. Still plenty of people joining us here this weekend, watching from the sidelines. Austin Gale there, starting 4th on the grid. He's got the outside row, 3rd yesterday in the final. He is looking to get another good starting position for this one. Later on, you can see the umbrellas up, people trying their best to stay in the shade here. The sun is very, very hot. Temperature very, very high here, but the breeze still starting to kick in as everyone gets themselves ready to go. Hamza Al-Fayez there in 6th place, just having words with his mechanic as well, getting him ready to go for this race. Adam Al-Azhari, that was your winner from qualifying heat 2. He had a very good run. His starts have been absolutely spot on here, where he can get to the inside and he can hold off all the drivers ahead of him. They're the 2:41 of Bernardo Minaldi, the Brazilian driver, who starts this one on the 10th spot of the grid on row number 5. 32nd board is out. There is Hamza Al-Fayez. Again, has had some good results here as well. Finished the last one 9th, though. Only dropped down a couple of positions, but keep an eye on Hamza Al-Fayez. Knows his circuit pretty well. Has had some good results here. He was very quick in qualifying as well, putting it P6. So good knowledge of the track. Whistle blows then, and OKN Senior gets underway for qualifying heat 3. Let's take you through then the starting lineup. Jack Webster and George Nassar round out row number 1. Rafael Jesus and Austin Gale on row 2. Adam Al-Azhari and Hamza Al-Fayez go from row 3, from Gabe Balanka and Omar Kanoum on row 4. Emanuele Liadikis and Bernardo Bonaldi go from row 5, from Austin Lee and Mohamed Benemni on row 6. Finn McLaughlin and Christopher El Fagali from Pip Casabani and Peter Stiller on row 8. Romeo Nassar and Alessandro Biggie on row 9, from Suleiman Zamfari and Cooper Lyle on row 10. Jabbar Al-Sabah and Brotak Stefan from Maximus Chernasco and Elijah Yulton on row 12. Zach Hurd and Elizaveta Kozlova on row 13, from Isaac Demelweek and Alessandro Tedesca on row 14. Marco Drittenpress and Leith Manimna on row 15. They round out the top 30. Arena Kanana and Aisha Sabi on row 16. Sal Zerpa and Severe Sanfari, Mario Bigliotti and August Reiber round out the 18 rows, 36 karts in total. And hopefully all of the drivers have gone out again. I'm seeing 2 karts that have not crossed the timing beam. That will be Jabbar Al-Sabah and, well, Sal Zerpa, who has just had retirements in every single session. And I personally would not be surprised if Sal Zerpa just said, I think I'm done for the weekend here. It's not working out, and it's so unfortunate to see that from the Venezuelan. He's worked so hard throughout this one. He's really been dedicated, despite all of the bad results he's had. He's just kept fighting, he's kept pushing, and he's kept working as hard as he could. But unfortunately for him, there becomes a point. Well, at the moment, Adam Al-Azhari would be starting on pole for the final later on, as he leads the intermediate classifications from Jack Webster. Rafael Jesus and Finn McLaughlin would lock out row number 2. But for right now, that will all change by the end of this race. Let's see what will happen as we get going. So, Jack Webster on the inside line. George Nassar on the outside. Watch for Rafael Jesus and watch for Adam Al-Azhari as well in the green helmet, black suit. Third on the inside row. Here we go. Down it towards turn 1. And a good start from the inside row once more. And again, Adam Al-Azhari gets to the inside of Rafael Jesus and gets up into second place. Another lightning start then from 5th on the grid, already up into second place. And a brilliant start here. Jack Webster defending already as they go in towards the chicane now, as they dive down into the hairpin of turn 7, and no drama for our drivers down here. Bit on the brakes there in towards 8. Adam Al-Azhari trying to get down the inside, but there again in 3rd place is Gabe Balanka. Oh dear, and that is Marco Drittenpress, and that is Arena Canada. Unfortunately, both of them off the circuit, and both of them again not getting the results they wanted. There's Gabe Balanka, the Australian, back in 3rd place. He had a spin in qualifying heat 2 when he tried to go for the race lead, and it just didn't go his way, and he had to retire. But right now, this is redemption. Looks to the inside and says, right, okay, so now they're on the same path here. Gabe Balanka looked to the inside. Adam Al-Azhari said, right, let's go, let's chase him. And Gabe Balanka said the same. They're going to work together. They're going to catch Jack Webster. Well, they've not really dropped him. If anything, they're still absolutely line astern. Just behind as well, Rafael Jesus still there in P4. So we've got a 4-car breakaway here. And all of them looking very strong in these early stages. It's still Emanuele Liadikis who leads the next group here, and a change for the lead as down the inside goes Adam Al-Azhari. Gabe Balanka not able to follow through as well, and Webster down into 2nd place, and Jesus has gone up into 3rd. So Balanka there now in 4th place, but he dives to the inside here of Rafael Jesus and gets through into 3rd place, and instantly communicating, saying thank you, right, let's keep going, let's push ourselves forward. Let's catch these 2 up in front, because Adam Al-Azhari, once again, he is pushing himself forward, and there again, not the scenes you want to see. Arena Canada, unfortunately, at the side of the track, watching the race from a marshal post. Race continues though, and Adam Al-Azhari leading the way, looking very comfortable here indeed. Watching him through the chicane there, absolutely dancing through there, just fractionally clipping the curbs and not unsettling the car. Here comes Gabe Balanka to the inside of the fellow Australian Jack Webster. Gets it done, and both of them now need to dig deep, push each other along, and try to catch up to the back of Adam Al-Azhari, who has broken away by now 0.3 of a second. But Rafael Jesus as well, still looking quick here. I think has got something to say to Jack Webster, wanting to go for the move. Not able to get it done, though, through the turn 16, 17 complex. Check over the shoulder there for Al-Azhari, checks and sees that okay, it's Balanka who's behind me now. He's quick. Can he close in on me? Race replay of the start on your left-hand side of your screen. Live feed on the right-hand side. And a look at the start there. And again, lightning start for Adam Al-Azhari. Again, he's just absolutely nailed these starts all the way throughout this. And he's looking for a second win here. He would dominate the second day of racing and the qualifying heats. He would have 144 intermediate classifications from this one. There you saw the moment for Adam Al-Azhari and Gabe Balanka saying, yeah, let's work together and catch up to Jack Webster. And they did just that. Adam Al-Azhari would get the move, though, down in towards turn 8. But for Balanka, he wasn't able to follow through. He had to wait later on. But now they have closed back in. And we have a race for the lead. Adam Al-Azhari and Gabe Balanka, the Australian here, right on his rear tail. Webster still there in third from Rafael Jesus. Suleiman Zamfari has closed in. Good to see Suleiman Zamfari back in top form today. He was very quick yesterday, gaining so many positions after a bad qualifying 1. Qualifying 2 went a little bit better for him, I think, today, or yesterday. Still qualified 19th today, though, but he finished 4th in the final yesterday, so he is still looking very, very quick. Keep an eye on Suleiman Zamfari. He is one to keep a close eye on. Still no change, though, for your top 5. They stay the same. Adam Al-Azhari from Balanka, Webster, Jesus, and Zamfari. Emmanuel Leodike is still there. Change for the lead. Balanka to the inside. Balanka to the inside through turn 16. Gets it done. And Adam Al-Azhari now on the back foot here as into the slipstream and into the toe goes Jack Webster. Can't get the move done through turn 1. Has to hold back. But looks potentially to the inside of turn 3 here. Not able to get that one done. But looks to it through turn 4. Just slices his way through. And Adam Al-Azhari, you could fit a needle through how close they were there. But now Jesus loses out to Zamfari. Suleiman Zamfari gets up into 4th place now as well. So Rafael Jesus, who goes wheel to wheel and just says to Jesus there and Zamfari, just saying, right, okay, let's focus, let's close in. We've got no one behind us. Let's work in and close on these drivers here now. So for Adam Al-Azhari, he's now back down into 3rd place after leading this one. What does that mean for the positions later on? Oh, that is Aisha Sabi, unfortunately, out of the race and nowhere to be seen. She's just abandoned the kart on the weighbridge there and just said, yeah, race is over. Big, big shame. Well, Gabe Balanka leads the way. Here was the move from Webster for, well, there you can see there was a bit of contact between the two of them, but not so much. And actually nearly running completely off the track there for Jack Webster, but continues to hold 2nd place. Finn McLaughlin setting the fastest lap of the race. We've not spoken about him much in this race. Where is he? He's 7th place at the moment after his starting 13th after a poor qualifying. He is still, at this moment, if he stays in that position, he would still qualify on the 2nd row, the outside of row number 2 in P4 for the final. Yellow flags out. Actually, watch the battle for 2nd place. Now, who's tumbled down the order? We have had retirements. Pip Casabene has also retired on that last lap. Now, we saw Aisha Sabi as well in Parc Fermé. We didn't see what happened to Romeo Nassar. Actually, I think that was with the contact with Arena Canina as well, actually, at the start of the race. I think that's what that was. But a couple of non-starters, Jabbar Al-Sabah and Sal Zerpler, not starting the race here this weekend. Zachary Hurd, fastest lap of the race now as well. There in P13, the driver who finished 2nd in the final yesterday. Still looking to gain positions here. Zach Hurd from Australia, looking very strong. Big oversteer moment there for Gabe Balanka in the race lead. He's going to lose some time there now, I think, to Webster. Webster might have a chance to close in here. It looks like he's okay. You just saw there he hooked in the front wheels, and I don't think he expected the front to grip so quickly, and the back just tried to overtake him through turn 10. Amazingly keeps control of it. The gap still about half a second. Amazing kart control there for Gabe Belanca. He has had, well, his first day for Gabe Belanca was not the one he wanted. Qualifying 2 on Monday was much better than Q1, and his races today have still been a bit shaky. Qualifying Heat 2 earlier on with the spin and the retirement for Gabe Belanca didn't go his way, but this one certainly is going his way. We're on lap 9 of 13. McLaughlin again with the fastest lap. And I've got to say, Webster has closed in a little bit. It was 0.6 of a second, the gap. Visually there, it looks a lot slower. There is Gabe Belanca going through. You can see him tucking in. Oh, there again, and another oversteer moment there for Jack Webster. He is pushing hard here to try and close up. Gap last time, just under 0.6 of a second. Crosses the line now, 0.3 of a second. Webster is closing in on Gabe Belanca here through turn 2. And again, tighter line there. Webster looking to the inside there on Belanca. Not close enough for the move. We're on 10 of 13 here as they dive through the chicane of 5 and 6 in towards turn 7. And again, just watch it now as these drivers try to battle away. Belanca is struggling now. Jack Webster, who started this one first place, is in second, and he's looking to get his first place position back as he latches onto that rear bumper now of Gabe Belanca. Could we see a move here in towards turn 12? He's not close enough for that. Any move he does, though, he's got to be careful because Adam Alazari is right there in third place, and he will capitalise on this one. These two are still scrapping back here. Suleiman Zamfari and Rafael Jesus, they are still line astern here for 4th and 5th place, but they are not worried about them just yet. They are focusing on themselves here. 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Gabe Belanca, Jack Webster, and Adam Alazari here. 1, 2, 3 as we go on to lap 11 of 13 now. Up through turn 4 they go into the chicane. Watch them as they clip the curbs. Do they hit them hard? No. Belanca loses the touch there and actually loses the back end just that little bit more. And nearly Webster went for a move to the inside there of turn number 7. Again on that rear bumper. But Webster's got to be careful because if he doesn't go for the move, I can guarantee you now that Adam Alazari will absolutely send it to the inside of him if he does not go for the move here on Gabe Belanca. So Jack Webster has to be careful here as they go through. There's the gap. It's 0.3 of a second, but it will close in with every waking moment that Gabe Belanca tries to hold on to this position. You can see the racing lines there slightly different as they dance through the left and rights of 13, 14 and 15. Back out they go through turn 17 and they start the penultimate lap now. It is still Belanca who leads from Webster. Alazari there in third place, and again they can still struggle from the drivers behind. Sanfari and Jesus are still there. McLaughlin still there in 6th place as well from George Nassau, who started this one on the front row of the grid. Still sees him there in P7. Big moment there, and sideways and through goes Webster. Webster on Belanca, and he gets the position done. Belanca tries to hold it around the outside there through turn 8, but he can't, and now he's going to lose out to Adam Alazari. No, he doesn't. He stays there in P2, and he's just lost touch now of Jack Webster. The gap opens up, but Adam Alazari tried to get it down the inside, and it just didn't work out. Looks to the inside here at 12. Can't quite do it. Stays behind. And now Suleiman Zamfari is in closing distance now, and he could possibly go for a move here on Adam Alazari, and he does go for the move. He dives to the inside of turn 16, and he gets that one, and he moves up into P4 now. Fantastic driving for third place, I should say, for Suleiman Zamfari. He's up onto the podium spots here in this qualifying heat. Of course, this would mean good things going into the final because Suleiman Zamfari has been absolutely rapid this weekend in some of the qualifying heats and the final yesterday. I'm curious to see where he will start, and in this position right now, he would actually put himself 8th on the final grid. He would certainly be starting alongside Hamza Al-Fayez, and that would mean a very close final. But on this final lap, it's going to go the way of Jack Webster. No one else is close enough to him. There's 0.4 of a second between himself and second place of Gabe Belanca. This is still a superb result for Gabe Belanca. His best result of the weekend so far. But for Jack Webster, one final corner, around he goes, and this would secure pole position for the final later on today for Jack Webster. Adam Alazari would be joint on points, but because Jack Webster out-qualified him in Q2, he would start on pole. Adam Alazari then will start in P2. Rafael Jesus would start P3 just behind Jack Webster, and Finn McLaughlin would start alongside on the outside of row number 2. Christopher El Faghali then would start in P5 from George Nassar, Hamza Al-Fayez and Suleiman Zanfari would round out the top 8 for the final later on. But the results in this one, Jack Webster from Australia, from Gabe Balanka from Australia, Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco, and Adam Al-Azhari from the United Arab Emirates round out the top 4. Suleiman Zanfari, 16 places he gained there to finish in P3. That is a superb drive from Zanfari. Finn McLaughlin and Rafael Jesus round out 5th and 6th place. McLaughlin in 6th, gaining 7 positions. George Nassar finishing in 7th from Christopher El Fagali, 6 positions gained to finish in P8 from Emanuele Leodikis in 9th place. Zachary Hurd, who rounds out the top 10, 15 places gained after he started this one all the way back in 25th place. The rest of the order there on your screen. Cooper Lyle with a good result, 11th place, 9 positions gained from Peter Stiller. Austin Gale from Hamza Al Fayez. August Raber from Austin Lee. August Raber gaining 21 places there to finish in the top 15. Alessandro Tedesco with 11 places gained. He finishes in P17 from Omar Ghanum. And Maxim Churesco rounding out the top 19. Elizaveta Kozlova rounds out the top 20 after gaining 6 places. Isaac Demelweek and Bernardo Bonaldi round out 21st and 22nd. Alessandro Biggie from Mohamed Menemni on row or 23rd and 24th. Sophia Zanfari rounding out top 25, gaining 9 positions from Mario Vigliotti. Marco didn't impress. Did manage to take the checker flag after the spin earlier on, managed to get the kart restarted. Elijah Yulton rounds out 28th place from Brotek Stefan. And Leith Menemna round out the 30 karts that finished the race. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. Webster with the good start, and again with Adam Al-Azhari straight to the inside of Rafael Jesus. Jesus was just not able to keep that kart tight on the apex and would always just allow Adam Al-Azhari to just tuck in behind. There you can see all the drivers getting through. Mario Vigliotti there, right at the back of the grid. Not had a good day, but certainly gaining some good positions in that one. There you see the hand gestures between Adam Al-Azhari and Gabe Balanka. They would go for the move on Jack Webster. Balanka would tumble down to 4th, but would get back into 3rd with a send down the inside of turn 12. The retirement there of Irina Kanina, unfortunately, not what she wanted to see at the end of this qualifying heat session. There was the change for the race lead. Gabe Balanka to the lead. Webster would get through on Hamza Al Fayez. Oh, not Adam Al-Azhari, sorry, I should say. Adam Al-Azhari, who has had a very good day of qualifying heats. A big oversteer moment there out of chicane for Jack Webster, but it was enough momentum still to fully send it down the inside through turn 7. It would go wheel to wheel with Gabe Balanka through turn 8, but Balanka would have to concede the spot, and then he would have to defend slightly from Adam Al-Azhari. Then Suleiman Zanfari came through. Suleiman Zanfari up into P2. Then we saw the battles in the background there as well with all of our drivers. There is a very close moment there, and the reason we saw some spins through the top section of the track. But for Elijah Yulton there, a very tough fight. Checker flag went out, and it would go the way of Jack Webster. And Gabe Balanka with his best result of the weekend as well, finishing in P2 from Suleiman Zanfari, finishing in P3. Well then, that brings us to the end of the qualifying heats. It's finals left to go as the sun begins to set here. Local time is not too late, actually. We are 2:30. Finals due to start at 3:30, so in about 1 hour's time we'll be going for the 3 finals, mini, junior and senior, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Enjoy a nice break. Podiums will be coming up at 5:30 as well, and for all of our drivers, we will see who will be our champions of the Future Academy Programme champion at the end of these finals. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in 1 hour's time. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is finals time here for the final day of racing for the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. I'm Anthony Jordan, taking you through all the racing and a reminder of what's happening today. Drivers have already had one final. That was yesterday. Today is their second final, and whatever happens here today will be the champion at the end. Who will be the top driver? Here's a look then at the circuit that we are racing on. The Forsan International Sports Resort circuit opened in 2010. Lap record being Finn McLaughlin of a 54.403 set in Q1. Length of the track 1,200 metres. Main straight being 165. The back straight being 80 metres. We've seen a lot of runs down in towards turn number 10 after they do the high-speed banking of turn 9. Track is 8 metres wide with 5 metres of elevation. It is a twisty and technical circuit. 17 turns in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins. The main overtaking points that we've seen around the track have been turn 1s, 3 and 4, 7, 8, and 16 and 17. But we've also seen the overtakes through turns number 12. That has also been a favourite for a lot of the drivers. The fastest part on the circuit, though, here is down in towards the braking zone of turn 10. Drivers reaching a top speed of around 110 kilometres an hour, with the average speed just being shy of 80 kilometres an hour. It is a very fast, technical, demanding circuit, and for a lot of these drivers, it was their first time seeing the track when they arrived here on Monday. There you can see the clouds have started to come over. The wind has picked up. It's cooled down just a fraction, but it is still in around the 30-degree mark. And right now, the Mini 60 category is going to be the first that heads out onto the circuit. A reminder of what happened in the final yesterday. Dan Aleman took the win from Priyan Bruno. Leonardo Spiruzzi rounded out the top 3. They get away with the maximum points. Well, I say maximum points. It went to Dan Aleman with the maximum points. Liam Carr finished 4th and Conor Mayer finished 5th. But today, in qualifying 2 on Monday, we saw Alessandro Touchot put it on pole with Priyan Bruno in 2nd and Dan Aleman 3rd. But the results that we saw today were a little bit different than what the results were in qualifying. Dan Aleman took the win in the qualifying heat 3, but qualifying heat 1 also went to Dan Aleman as well. So he won 2 of his qualifying heats. Priyan Bruno came 2nd in qualifying heat 1 today from Alessandro Touchot. Qualifying heat 2 went to Priyan Bruno. That was a brilliant result for him as he was battling away with Dan Aleman, and Leonardo Spiruzzi back into the top 3, and he finished 3rd as well in that one. Heat number 3, earlier on, we saw Dan Aleman, Priyan Bruno, and Sofia Pavasniana after a fantastic qualifying heat. She gained several positions, 8 to be precise, to finish an impressive P3. As you can see, the spirits are up here at the Forsan International Sports Resort track with the marshals, the drivers, the spectators, everyone happy and excited to get the finals underway. Yesterday, we were a little bit behind on the time. We ran all the way into the floodlights, but today we're bang on time and we should finish under the daylight here in Abu Dhabi. Certainly looking forward to the race that's coming up. It is due to start at around past, so in about 10 minutes time. But between now and then, the drivers will be heading out onto the circuit and many guests arriving over the course of the day. Certainly a lot of people joining us for this weekend. Plenty of excitement, and the atmosphere is palpable in the paddock as you see the drivers there get given the green light and they will start their parade out onto the circuit. And there you can see your drivers starting on the front row. Dan Aleman and Priyan Bruno, who have absolutely dominated over the course of this weekend. I say weekend, more weekday racing, because it's Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday this weekend ahead of the Formula 1 Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi. The drivers will have been heading over from Las Vegas, of course, and maybe some of them could be hidden away in this paddock. We just don't know. But I can tell you right now that these drivers are ready to get going. There are eyes all across the world watching these drivers taking part in the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Like we were saying, 1.2 kilometres this track, 17 turns. It is a technical, demanding circuit, but all of the drivers have seemed to got to grips with it now by the end of today. The tyres that they're using for this final are the tyres that they used for qualifying 2 on Monday. They'll have used these same tyres over the course of the 3 qualifying heats today, and now they use them in this final. And it is a long final as well. They're not short, these races. 16 laps for the minis, 21 for the juniors, and 25 for the seniors. Certainly a big challenge for these drivers, but right now these drivers just need to focus on getting themselves in the zone, primed and ready to show what they have got to give. It should be a full grid of 34, but I've got a feeling that we have lost 3 drivers, unfortunately. Aaron Buffa, Nasser Anas and Nikita Diavlov, unfortunately, all at the back of the grid in this one, and we didn't see them going out in the qualifying heats today. I'm not sure if they are still here, if they have gone home, which is a big shame if they have, but hopefully they are watching from wherever they are. But there you can see the remainder of the drivers who are still in this one. Still 31 drivers in the chance of taking the win here, and you can see everyone primed and ready to get going for this one. That was Baptiste Augustin, you can see just going past there on your screen is the number 12 of Enna Pizzuto just going through your shot as well. There is Priam Bruno, you can see, who is starting on the front row. And right now between these drivers, they have had a very up and down weekend. But for your man who polled it in qualifying 2, that was Alessandro Touchot. His qualifying heats were not too bad. He did very well at the start of his races, dropped down a couple of positions here and there, but he starts P3 and he's right behind Dalan Alman at the start of it. There is your race director, Martin Bean, just having a quick chat with our front 2 runners here. And there you go, look at that, Priam Bruno and Dalan Alman. Clearly the best of friends before they get going racing. Will they be the same as that at the end of this final? So there you can see that Martin Bean will have a quick chat with our 2 front runners on this one. There you can just see some of the drivers. That was Sevilla Pavasniana there, just getting ready with balaclava on her head there. She had a fantastic run in qualifying Heat 3, finishing P3 overall, gaining several positions. An absolutely fantastic drive through the field. There you can see near the back of the grid, you can just see there the 37 of Oscar Singh getting ready. There on your screen is Yuvrav Mehta, the number 30, who's getting ready, starting 31st on the grid, as well with the rest of the field as well. Certainly going to be an exciting one, but there you can see everyone is a fan of motorsport and everyone is getting ready to go in this one. Putting his helmet on right there is Mikhail Abubaker. And there you can see getting ready to go racing. That's starting a little further back in the field, 26th place for Mikhail Abubaker. And we will see how they will do when the racing gets going. Right, as we said, 16 laps, these ones. And drivers are feeling focused, ready to go, especially this man. Yesterday took the win in the final and took a near dominant performance all the way throughout. But today it was 2 qualifying heat wins for Dalan Alman. And he is starting this one on pole position. Can he get away with 2 final wins? We will find out when the next 16 laps of racing, due to start in around 6 minutes' time. The driver starting alongside, though, Priam Bruno, who finished yesterday's final in 2nd position, has had to fight all the way throughout this day. Did take a qualifying heat win today. And the 2nd qualifying heat was absolutely superb driving. And for the rest of them, it's been P2. So he secures himself a front row start just on the outside. But he will have to be careful, though, because the driver who put it on pole position in Q2 on Monday starts this race P3 after the qualifying heats today. Alessandro Touchot, who has got the run down in towards turn 1 on the inside line. And we have seen that the inside line is so much better for just making sure you can secure that 2nd place spot. And we've actually seen people going for the race lead through that section as well. Derek Riviera as well starts this one on the outside row of 2. He as well has had a very good up and down day as well in his results. Derek Rivera finishing in 6th earlier on in heat number 1. Heat number 2, Derek finished P4. And heat number 3, Derek finishing a little further down. P6 was the result there, but still very good results. Ollie Warner starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid in P5 as well. The British driver who had up and down results as well. There he is, Ollie Warner on your screen. Finished 4th in qualifying heat 1. It was 6th place in qualifying heat 2, and then in qualifying heat 3, it was a P8. And with those results, it would put him P5 overall, and he would start alongside the driver who finished third in the final yesterday, Leonidas Peruzzi. Leonidas having a very good run of racing. Again, another driver who you need to keep a very close eye on, but again, qualifying heats today struggled just that little bit. In qualifying one, he was further down the order than what he would like to be. He would find himself all the way down a little bit further in the grid as well. So it wasn't the result he wanted in qualifying heat 1. Qualifying heat 2, though, was a little bit better. Finished P3, so he was happy with that one. And the same for qualifying heat 3. He would finish P4 for Leonidas Peruzzi. That puts him 6th overall. For Sevilla Pavasniana, who's starting this one on the 4th row of the grid in P7. Again, very good races all the way throughout, but nothing better than her final race as well. She finished P8 in her first race, a little further down in the second race. Didn't fully go her way, so she wasn't able to get away with all the good results that she wanted. But in qualifying heat 3, it would be a P3 finish, so absolutely superb finish. Aryan Singh starting alongside as well, the driver in the number 15 kart, also having a superb round of races. Qualified a little further down than she would have liked to. But in the qualifying heats, it went well. It was a P15, P10 actually, I should say, for Aryan Singh in qualifying heat 1. A little further down as well in the next ones, but P7 in heat 2. And then Aryan Singh, again, having another good result, P9, would secure that spot on the grid. 8th place on the outside of row number 4. Liam Carr starts this one 9th place, finished 4th in yesterday's final. He's got Nilis Malik from Spain alongside. They round out the top 10. There is Liam Carr, probably the happiest driver on the grid, always has a smile on his face. And ready to go for this one. And yes, he knows where he wants to finish in this one. And he's got a good chance of doing it. Like I say, he finished 4th yesterday in the final from a ways back. And right now he's starting from 9th, and crucially, he's on the inside row. So he has got a good chance of getting away well here as the sun just slowly starts to fade here, despite the fact that local time here is only about 3:30. You can see the clouds have loomed over. There is Nilas Malik, who didn't actually finish anywhere within the top 5 in yesterday's final, so he's got a bit of work ahead of him here. As Ross Upton, the judge of fact, shows the 1-minute board to the drivers. The grid is cleared of mechanics. Obviously, these cuts here are not a jump start. You can start these with a button. There is Ava Lawrence getting ready. The number 25 starting in P11 on this one, driver from the United Arab Emirates. It's got the close company of the 2 Australians, both in front and behind. Conor Mayer behind in P13 and Liam Carr ahead in P9. Alongside Ava is Victoria Fafas from Brazil. The number 18 has had some superb results over the course of today and this weekend, but it all falls down to this one, the final 16 laps that is about to get underway as the grid is cleared. There you can see everyone from Paralin getting themselves ready. Paralin providing the chassis this weekend, and TM Engines providing the GR3 engines that power the Mini 60s for their final. It's coming up next. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Dan Alaman and Priam Bruno go from row number 1. Alessandro Touchot and Derek Rivera on row number 2. Oliver Warner and Leonidas Peruzzi round out the top 6 on row 3, with Sevilla Pavasniana and Aaron Singh on row number 4. Liam Carr and Nilas Malik go from row 5, from Ava Lawrence and Victoria Fafas on row 6, with Conor Mayer and Farid Saron on row number 7. Pierre Abadivan and Achilles Peruzzi on row number 8. Lorenzo Zucchetto and Enna Pizzuto go from row number 9. Aurelio Longitano and Minjae Kim go from row 10. They ran out the top 20. Kara Singh and Ray Haber go from row 11. Oscar Singh and Veer Chopra round out row 12, with Patrice Solkerstein and Mikhail Abubaker on row 13. Akita Mir and Ari Kallenberg on 14, with Luca Beratil and Francesco Puerta on the 15th row. Givrameta round out the 31 cuts to start this one, but another cut that's struggling to start is this one here. This is Fares Harion, who has not got away. Fares, who was supposed to be starting this one, P14, is in the pit lane at the moment. They are revving the engine. They've got it started, but I suspect there was some trouble getting it away. There we go. Pat comes round to finish their warm-up lap. He will go out in the middle of it and hopefully join them. Now, there's another kart going very slowly. That is Nilas Malik who is not going very well. Now, Nilis Malik is supposed to be starting 10th in this race, but the kart's going very slowly, and he is well out of position right now. So hopefully, Nilis Malik can get that wagon back rolling and back into a decent position. In terms of the virtual championship then, Dan Alaman with the maximum 30 points to his name, Priyan Bruno with the 26, Leonardo Peruzzi with the 23, Liam Carr with 19, Meyer with 16, Ollie Warner with 14, Habba with 12, and Anian Singh with 10. But only the top 15 get away with championship points, and right now it's all between Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno. If Bruno wins this and Alaman finishes second, they're joint on points, but if one of them gets the fastest lap of the race, it might tip the tables. But of course, if they are joint on points, it falls down to wins later in the weekend. Well, that's certainly out of position there for one of our drivers. It's well past the red line, and that is not going to go well. That is Faris Halion, who was just going into position. Well, let's see what happens. We're into the tram lines. We're going round again. We're going round again then for the mini-finals. Drivers not into position, and you saw there Faris Halion in the number 46, and that was a clear overtake past the red line, and if you do that, you are under yellow flag conditions, so we'll need to be careful there when the drivers head back round to make sure they are fully in position and ready to go. Well, we're looking forward to this one. 16 laps. Here's a replay of that. So there you can see the red line with the cone. So you can see the cone at the edge of the circuit. There's the red line. So not in position just yet. And there we go, straight past it and overtaking several karts there. So that is effectively an overtake under yellow flag conditions. So for Faris Halion, might be a bit of bother at the end of this one. Here we go then, take number 2 for Mini 60 final. Back into the slow section here as drivers bring it right down. Everyone in formation. And looks like we're ready to go. There is Alex Powell watching along from the sidelines, the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 junior driver. Good to see him here, racing in the Formula 4 racing in Abu Dhabi this weekend. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. But right now, he's watching what's happening out on track, the same as the rest of the world. Welcome to everyone joining us from wherever you are, watching on motorsport.tv, YouTube, Facebook, any social media platform. You are here for the finals, and the finals are about to get underway. Into the tram lines, lights go green, and away they go. Down in towards turn 1. It's a short run into the braking zone of turn 1, but everyone gets through, and crucially, it's Dan Alaman and Priyan Bruno who are 1-2 at the start of this one. We have seen that all the way throughout this as drivers just tuck back in to get back onto the circuit now as they dip down in towards turn 3. But it's a good start from the entire field. You can see there the 15 of Adian Singh having an absolutely lightning start and is up into P3 now. A brilliant start. It's Alessandro Truchot who's there in 4th place as well, who's dropped back just a little bit, and it looks like it's Leonardo Peruzzi who is up into P number 5 now as they go down in towards turn number 9 into the banking. Absolutely flat out through here into the fastest part of the circuit, into the braking zone of turn 10, really quick through here, tucking it in as much as you can. We've seen many overtakes in towards 12 here, and we're going to see some more as Leonardo Peruzzi dives to the inside there on Alessandro Truchot and gets up into P4. Brilliant start then from Leonardo Peruzzi, and the same for Adian Singh, who's there in 3rd place. Out of the final corner that they go, back onto the start-finish straight, and it is Dan Alaman who leads the way from Priyan Bruno. Then it is Adian Singh who's gained 5 places on the first lap alone from Leonardo Peruzzi. Alessandro Truchot there in 5th place from Derek Rivera. And then it's Liam Carr, Ava Lawrence, Faris Halion, and Ollie Warner who rounds out the top 10. At this moment in time, Dan Alaman would be the champion in Mini 60 with 61 points to his name because he's currently got the fastest lap as well, so he'd get that 1 extra championship point. But that could all change because there is still 17 or about 15, 14 laps to go in this race. You can see there that Dan Alaman just focusing there with Priyan Bruno, just saying, right, let's go, let's move, let's just keep pushing ourselves away, and then we'll all decide what happens in the last 4 laps or so. That's probably what you're going to see here as Alessandro Truchot dives to the inside there of Adian Singh. Singh, who was there in 3rd place, now seeing us all the way down at about P5 now, I think, by the looks of it. So not going all well for Adian Singh. They will certainly have a tough fight on their hands for the rest of this race. Back down the start-finish straight they go. And it's Peruzzi up into 3rd. Your classic 3 who you've always seen in that top 3 throughout this. And again, oh, here comes Danik Rivera in the background and moves up into P4, also getting past Alia Singh as well. So Singh down into P6 now. Liam Carr will be coming into play. Now Nilas Malik is under investigation. That could possibly be for the start of the race. Not too sure, but we continue to watch these leaders just work together now and break away from the rest of the field. So it's Alaman from Brno, then it's Peruzzi in third place from Tushot, then it's Rivera, Singh, Carr, Lawrence, Harrigan and Warner, still the top 10. The battle for the race lead, nothing between them, and there will be nothing between them, I think, for the rest of this race. I think they will literally just be line astern for the majority of this one as they make their way back over the start-finish straight now on lap 4, 3 completed. And there you can see just the train continuing to follow here as drivers negotiate this 1.2 kilometre circuit, 17 turns. Very technical and demanding on a driver. There is not much rest time at all around here. As Prem Brno now sets the fastest lap of the race, that could be vital there. Because that would be an extra championship point for Prem Brno, and if Prem Brno can get up into the race lead as well, that would mean a possible championship as well. But we'll have to find out when they cross the line next and see if that is even possible. But it should be. Well, in towards turn 10 they go, and again, absolutely no change from these two here. And Alaman and Brno will just continue to work together. Peruzzi still there in third place. Tushot is closed in just that little bit as well. And Rivera still there. Oh, there's a driver that's not gone well at all. That is the 42. That is Mikel Abubakar, unfortunately, who started this one a little further down the field in P26. Out of the kart at the moment. Yellow flags are out on the circuit. We'll keep an eye on it. The race continues for the time being. Dan Alaman from Brno. There's double wave yellows there through the sector. Still racing continues. Alaman now with the fastest lap. That gives him back that extra championship point. And they're up on the feet. They're fantastic to see Mikel Abubakar out of the race, unfortunately, but crucially up on their feet, which is the best thing we could ask for. Well, with the racing continuing, we're halfway through lap 5 now. We're going into the sector now where we saw the incident. Looked like it was at turn 12. But there you can see now everyone just following suit. Alaman from Brno. We've seen them all weekend like this, both of them fighting for the top spot. But it was Alaman who took the win in the final yesterday. If he wins again on this one, he secures the championship. Across the line they go. The gap is increasing as well from Peruzzi behind. It's 1.2. We'll keep an eye on it as well, but Peruzzi not able to close in. Khrushchev's just right there behind him from Rivera. Still no change there. They have stayed line astern. Any big movers in the field of this one as well? There's been some ups and downs, but the biggest mover at the moment, I've got to give it to Ray Haber, the number 27 from the United Arab Emirates. He is up there in P13 at the moment. But at the moment, still not able to latch on to the back of these two, and no one can seem to match the pace of Dan Alaman and Prem Brno around this Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. It has been a superb weekend for both of them. Just chopping and changing positions, constantly fighting at the top. They have certainly learnt this track very, very well. You can see there the rubber that is going down on the circuit. Great to see, grip levels increasing, but the tyres ever decreasing in their grip levels as they've been used over the course of these 2 days, used in qualifying 2 on Monday, and they've done 3 qualifying heats now, and now halfway through a final. Alessandro Tushot there started 3rd, now currently 4th, battling away with Leonardo Peruzzi for P3. Peruzzi, who's had a brilliant race here, started 6th, up 3 positions as well, up into 3rd, and now down into 4th place, because it looks like Tushot has got through. So Alessandro Tushot up into P3 now, Peruzzi down into 4th. Still no change at the front here either, and with that still battling away, just ever pulling away here, Dan Alaman and Prem Brno. We are probably going to need to wait another few laps before these two start to battle. It's just going to be down to the wire here. And now Brian Bruno sets the fastest lap of the race, which means that championship point goes back to Brian Bruno. And he will need that as much as he can to try and beat Dan Aleman. There's confirmation, 1 minute, 0.999 out of the circuit. A very quick time with such used tyres here. A look back further in the field there, you're seeing Kota Singh just fighting through. Kota currently a bit further back in the field as well. That was the battle for about 19th place. It had Minjae Kim just in front and Niles Malik behind as well. Malik, who's dropped down 10 positions, the same as Sofia Pavasniana. Unfortunately, she's dropped down to 17th place, but she is fighting back. She did just get past Kim Min-jae as well. So still making her way through the field. Liam Carley Warner getting past Aryan Singh as well. They've moved up to 6th and 7th place. Pierre Abadivan has moved up into 9th. He's gained 6 places. Ray Hubbard up into 10th as well, into the top 10. 12 places gained as we watch this battle here. And Rousseau back in that 3rd place spot with Peruzzi following. Just trying to latch onto these two, but the gap is extending ever more. It's getting more now. 2 seconds is the gap between the battle for 3rd and the battle for 1st place. And confirmation there, Dan Aleman retaking the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.972, which means that extra championship point goes his way. It's all going to fall down to these last couple of laps, but we know as soon as they start battling, there is no chance they are going to get the fastest lap. Brian Bruno needs that fastest lap as well, so they don't get joint on points. But right now, it's just a battle between these two drivers. Dan Aleman, Brian Bruno, all the way through this. They had some serious battling all the way throughout. But right now, it's just all down to these last few laps between these two. On their own level here, they have lost a bit of time to the drivers behind. That's come down now to 1.9 seconds as Leonardo Peruzzi sets the fastest lap of the race. Action still happening further back in the field as well, as they're still going wheel to wheel here. Kota Singh and Baptiste Augustine. That battle still happening for P19 and 20 out on circuit. So there is action all the way through the grid, but they are battling for a position that doesn't involve any championship points. It is only the top 15 that get championship points, and currently in 15th place is Sofia Pavasniana, who is down into P15. Here's a look at the race start again on the left-hand side of your screen. Live feed still there on the right-hand side, and again, it was a good start from Dan Aleman and Brian Bruno, and from there, that is just the case of all it was. They were just, all they needed was the good getaway, and that's what they had. They got away, they latched onto the back of each other, and they've just pushed each other along and have driven away from the rest of the field. It was a great start from Aryan Singh, though, at the start of that race, just straight up into 3rd place. 5 places gained at the start of that race. It was absolutely superb. There has still just been no change between these two. Absolutely in full communication here, pushing each other along. The gap as well has come down just that little bit more. Down to 1.8 now between Alessandro Tuchot and Leonardo Peruzzi. They have changed position again, 3rd and 4th. They're still there in 5th place. Molly Warner, Liam Carr, Aryan Singh, yeah, Abadivan, and they have it. And it's still line astern. Oh dear, and that was the, wow. That was the incident for Mikhail Abu Baker. And my goodness, the fact that he's on his feet is an amazing thing. And that is just, wow. Karting crashes always look a lot worse than they usually are, but that one itself certainly did look pretty spectacular. And the fact that Miguel Abu Baker walked away from that one is an incredible feat in itself. So thankfully they are okay. But for these two here, no such dramas. Again, continuing to be line astern. And Dan Aleman is all fine, and I do have confirmation that Mikhail Abu Baker is completely fine, so it is good to hear. which is why we saw the replay there. We wouldn't show the replay usually if the driver wasn't okay, so confirmation the driver was okay and on their feet. Well, the race continues, and well, these two here are still scrapping away for third place. The gap's opened back up to 2.2 seconds. And Alessandro Truchot and Leonidas Peruzzi still battle away. You can see them just closing in a little bit there. And actually, it looked like Peruzzi was going to go for the move there into turn number 7. And there is a move for turn number 7, and it goes through. Still battles happening further down the field as well. This was Luca Beracil just getting through there a little further down in the order. That was on Francisco Puerta, the number 39. That's for 23rd and 24th on the circuit. So still having good fights all the way throughout. But for Aleman and Bruno, still line astern. Now, there is not much time left in this race, so I suspect that we may start to see some racing between these two because they do not want to leave it to the last moment. But Priam Bruno has to be careful here because he has not got the fastest lap of the race just yet. That goes to Dan Aleman. Dan Aleman with the best lap, 1 minute .673, meaning he would have the extra championship point. So Priam Bruno needs to get that fastest lap and win this race to be champion. And right now, that is going to be a tall order. Down the hill into 8. Dan Aleman there in the lead. He won yesterday in the final. He needs to win this one as well to secure that top spot. But his main rival and his friend, Priam Bruno, is right behind him as they go down in towards the twisty section now. Absolutely nothing between them. But Bruno needs this fastest lap. Let's see what Bruno does at the end of this one. If he gets the fastest lap at the end of this lap, I expect that we'll see an attack for the lead. Across the line they go. And it is a new fastest lap for Priam Bruno. It's a 1 minute .663. This is all he needs now. So Priam Bruno with the fastest lap gets that extra championship point. He's got that. But now he needs to get the position. He needs to get the position here on Dan Aleman. Their confirmation of the time. But Dan Aleman continues to break away. The gap's opened up just that little bit more now. It's nearly 0.2 of a second as they battle away. Now Bruno cannot allow Aleman to get the fastest lap here, and Aleman is pushing as hard as he can now. If Aleman gets the fastest lap on this one, he might be okay. But it's all falling down to these last few laps now between these two drivers. They have been chopping and changing all weekend long. It's always been these two here, Dan Aleman and Priam Bruno, around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. But who is going to get it at the end of it? Out of the final corner they go. They go on to the final lap now, and Dan Aleman retakes the fastest lap of the race. Dan Aleman takes it. He secures the fastest lap. But again, Priam Bruno could get it on this last lap, but it will be too tough. It will be too tough to do it because if Priam Bruno needs to overtake, he will scupper his time. He will not be able to get the fastest lap of the race. So even if Priam Bruno gets past, I don't think he'll secure it. I think it would still go the way of Dan Aleman. But again, miracles could happen. Priam Bruno in the slipstream, tucks in as hard as he can. Big look over the shoulder there for Dan Aleman. He is half a lap away of being the first Mini 60 Champions of the Future Academy Program champion. And again, in towards turn 12, and he goes defensive. There's no chance he'll get the fastest lap now for Bruno. So Priam Bruno, it's all going to be about if he can take the win on this one. He'll get the top spot on the podium, but he won't get the championship. Into the final corners they go. They switchback move here, potentially from Priam Bruno. They go wheel to wheel, but it's not going to be enough. It's Dan Aleman. Dan Aleman for Switzerland across the line. He wins. He takes it. The championship and the double final win here this midweek in Abu Dhabi. He's done it. Champions of the Future Academy Program Mini 60 champion. The first driver to do it, and it goes to Dan Aleman. What a drive. What a drive. Priam Bruno, I take your hat off to you. You tried your hardest on that one. You had the fastest lap at one point, at several points. You were right behind him all the way. You tried to get the switch back. It didn't go your way, but you can certainly hold your head up high because what a drive. Leonidas Peruzzi takes third place. Again, the same podium we saw yesterday. Dan Aleman, Priam Bruno, and Leonard Peruzzi. They secure a huge amount of trophies and a huge amount of respect from the rest of the grid. Alessandro Touchot, his best effort there, could finish P4. Ollie Warner rounding out the top 5. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Danik Rivera finishing in P6 as well from Liam Carr. Anian Singh, despite the amazing start, would drop back down to original starting spot of 8th. From Pierre Abadivan, 6 places gained. Rehaba with 12 places gained finishes in P10 from Ava Lawrence. Oscar Singh from Lorenzo Zucchetto. Oscar Singh gaining 11 places in that one as well. Solid drive. Aurelio Longitano finishing in 11th place from Achilles Peruzzi in 15th. A superb drive. And for that man there on your screen, Dan Aleman from Switzerland. That is a superb weekend of racing. 2 final wins, a maximum championship points with fastest lap of the race as well. And he comes away a champion here. He wants a high five. Dan thinks he wants his helmet. Brilliant stuff there. The team celebrates. And Dan Aleman can now relax and he can enjoy the next 2 finals while he waits for the podium presentations. Thumbs up from Dan Aleman. At the end of that one, a superb drive. The cleanup job will happen now out onto the circuit, as you can see there. Mikhail Abubakar and Fares Halion. Some of the retirements out on circuit. The same with the 3 non-starters, Nikita Diavlyov, Nasser Nas, and Aaron Buhofa. Unfortunately not starting the racing here this evening. But for Dan Aleman, a superb effort. And he will check over the lap times and the data just to see how his fellow drivers have done. So Aleman then with 61 points then is your champion provisionally, of course, as we look at some of the highlights from that race. And again, great getaway for Dan Aleman at the start of that one. Just drove away. The same for Priam Bruno. Both of them knowing exactly what they needed to do, and just drove away from the rest of the field all the way throughout. From 3rd downwards, it was a fight, though, for Anian Singh, who managed to get up into 3rd place on the first lap. A superb start for Anian Singh. And will continue to drive well until, unfortunately, dropping back to original starting spot of P8. There you can see Leonard Peruzzi going down the inside of Alessandro Touchot. And that was the move for 4th place. There again was the move from Touchot on Singh. And Danik Rivera getting involved as well. This battle would stay the same also. Anian Singh just leaving the door open there and allowing Danik Rivera to get through. The dramatic roll there further down for Mikhail Abubakar. Absolutely amazing. They are okay and on their feet, but you can imagine a little bit shaken. A very dramatic accident there, but unfortunately not the way you'd want to end a race. Racing will continue all the way throughout. The battle for 3rd still raged on. Peruzzi and Alessandro Touchot going wheel to wheel, lap after lap. But it would all fall down to these 2 here. The battle for the fastest lap and the battle for position as well. For Dan Aleman, he certainly got that fastest lap when he needed to. This was the last attempt at trying to get past for Priam Bruno, trying to get the switch back. It was close, but just that clip of the curb, and that he couldn't get the power down out of the corner, and it would go the way of Dan Aleman across the line. And look what it means, slapping the side pod there as he crosses the line. A superb drive and a fantastic week of racing. And look at that, you can see there what it means to the drivers. The first of many of the Champions of the Future Academy that is going to be taking place over the coming months. And for Dan Aleman, he congratulates Priam Bruno. Obviously, Priam devastated, couldn't get the win, but still a 2nd place in both the finals and the championship. A brilliant run. Well, Mini 60 is done. Stay tuned for their podiums later on today at 5:30. The same with every other race. There you can see Martin Bean, our race director, just organising the clean-up operation after that one. And the next race will be getting underway very, very shortly as well. So do stay tuned for that one. We turn our attention now to the OKN Junior category. They will be coming out next onto the circuit. And they certainly had a very interesting day of racing. Many ups and downs for a lot of our drivers, but again, it would be a shake-up still. We saw different winners all the time throughout this one. Qualifying Heat 1 was certainly very interesting. Marcus Shilkunas and Toby Gale taking the first and second place spot. Nikita Gedesmets rounding out the top 3 in Heat number 1. Heat 2 was fairly similar, but had some slight differences. Marcus Shilkunas and Toby Gale once again on the top 2 spots, but it would be Connor Clancy, the winner from yesterday's final, who finished P3 in qualifying Heat 2. Qualifying Heat 3, again, also slightly different. James Anosiadis taking the win from Caden Higgins, and Marcus Shilkunas would round out the top 3. So Shilkunas not able to get a perfect week day of racing, but certainly he would secure a pole position start in this one, and the 131 certainly does get ready to go racing here as they now make their way out onto the circuit. It is the OKN Junior qualifying Heat 3 that is about to get underway here at the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. All of the drivers here, 24 of them, have been absolutely superb. We might be down to 23. Unfortunately, Alexander Dahlström from Finland doesn't look like he's taken part in any of the races today, which is a big, big shame. But for the rest of our drivers competing here for Champions of the Future Academy program in the OKN Junior category, it is going to be a fight all the way to the end here, with the grid being absolutely packed with talent. But for the Lithuanian, Marcus Shilkunas, it has been an absolutely superb day. With 2 qualifying heat wins, he secures pole position start after not actually finishing within the top 5 in the final yesterday. So certainly is going to shake up the championship standings in this one. Connor Clancy, who did take the win, starts this one 3rd on the inside row. And of course you've got Toby Gale, who was pole in both qualifyings, Q1 and Q2 on Monday. Could best start here, P2, finished 4th in the final yesterday as well. So certainly a very big shake-up for all of our drivers. James Ignatiadis, though, having a very good run in his races, winning the 3rd qualifying heat. But he would be delighted with where he starts in this one. P4 after finishing 3rd yesterday out on track. There going past is Ella Häkkinen, who, well, yesterday had a very tough day with qualifying not setting a time and multiple breakdowns, unfortunately. Today, much better for Ella Häkkinen. Qualifying Heat 3, it was a P21, gaining several positions earlier on in the day as well. It was a P16. That would have been her best result of the weekend, with a P18 in the first qualifying heat. So much better results, and finishing all 3 of the qualifying heats, which is good to see. But there on your screen, Max Murray, who starts this one a little further down the order as well. Max not having the full day he will have wanted, starting this one 22nd on the grid. He certainly found himself in a bit of bother, 17th in his first qualifying heat. Out on circuit, 22nd in his second, and where did he finish in his third? 19th, so not the best day of qualifying heats for Max Murray, but for Marcus Shilkunas here, it has been a good day. 2 qualifying heat wins and a 3rd in the 3rd qualifying heat. He starts this one on pole position. So keep a close eye on him and see what he can do. In terms of the championship points, of course, it's Connor Clancy with the 30, Higgins with the 27, Ignatiadis with the 22, Gale with the 19, Luna Flusha with the 16 points, Matsui with the 14, Shilkunas with 12, and Al Homasani with the 10 championship points. It goes on all the way down to P15 for those points there. Toby Gale, who finished 4th in the final the other day, currently with the 19 championship points, needs a good result here against Conor Clancy. Clancy's going to be the favourite going into this one, leading the championship points. And there you could just see Martin Mean having a quick chat with Luna Flusha. There is Conor Clancy, the driver who starts 3rd. He is on the inside line of row number 2. And, wow, now that does look to me like Alexander Dahlstrom. So it looks like he has come out for the final here, which is good to see. We didn't see him out in the qualifying heats, but there he is on your screen. He will be starting 24th at the back of the grid. But it certainly gives him a good chance to get through the field. There is James Agnostiadis, and he has certainly had a good day, winning that 3rd qualifying heat. Qualifying heat 2 didn't go his way, finishing P8, and it was a P6 in his first qualifying heat. But he certainly made some good moves, good decisions throughout this weekday of racing. And he starts this one 4th on the outside row. We just saw there Ross Upton. This is Nikita Gerasmits, who starts this one P5 on track. And again, has been a superb driver all the way throughout this 3rd in qualifying heat 1, 5th in qualifying heat 2, but suffered with a P13 in qualifying heat 3 after nearly rolling it at turn number 7. So unfortunately for Nikita, would start all the way down in P5. Luna Flusha though, starting P6. Luna, her best result over the course of this weekend has been a P4. P4 in qualifying heat 1, P4 in heat 2. Unfortunately, would also drop down in qualifying heat 3, finishing a little further down the order. Unfortunately for Luna Flusha, she would finish P5. So work needs to be done there. Sara Matsui as well on the inside row, on position 0.7. The driver from Japan working seriously hard as well. Zenon Homasani will be alongside. Zane certainly had a tough weekend as well, but for this man on your screen here, Marcus Shilkunis, the last few words of encouragement. The whistle blows as the mechanics will start to clear the grid now. Oh no, start ready to push the carts, actually, I should say. These ones are a jump start, no button to get this one started, which makes them a lot harder to drive out on circuit, meaning as soon as you spin, that is it. Engine stalls, and you've got to restart it, and if you fail to restart it once, you're out of the race. 30-second board up in the air. OKN Junior final here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track is about to get underway. 21 laps as the sun begins to fade. And drivers and spectators from all over the world joining us here in Abu Dhabi as the sun begins to just get lower and lower in the sky. Here we go. OKN Junior final gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Marcus Shilkunis and Toby Gale, who put it on pole position on Monday, starts this one on that front row of the grid. Conor Clancy, the winner from yesterday's final, goes from row 2. He's got James Ignaciadis, who finished 3rd yesterday in the final on row number 2. Nikita Gressesmits and Luna Flusha go from row 3. Sara Matsui and Zain El Homasani round out row number 4. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Augustus Toniolo on row 5 from Dandalakian, and Danea Islamov on row number 6. Caden Higgins, who finished 2nd in the final yesterday, starts this one on the 7th row of the grid in P13. He'll have Arthur Dodonka alongside. Angelina Simmons-Torres and Egon Pedrotti round out row number 8. Katrina E. and Zachariah Dole on row 9, with Ella Hakkinen and Raquel Zarif Farodin on row number 10, giving us our top 20. Karine Kaur and Max Murray on row 11, with Maria Nadelli and Alexander Dahlstrom, who is out on track now. Good to see, with 24 karts on circuit. Here we go for the final. The last time we see the juniors out this week, the marshals on track, still with smiles on their face, happy as ever. making sure that the track stays nice and safe. We couldn't go racing without the marshals, and they do an absolutely superb job all weekend. Well, here we go then. The flying lap is completed, the warm-up lap. Now comes the formation. Martin Bean, race director, on the grid, watching the drivers make their way round. And again, tension starts to build. It has been a tough old week of racing all the way throughout. Qualifying heats on Tuesday, the qualifying heats today as well, with Conor Clancy taking the win yesterday from Caden Higgins and James Inosiadis. And with that order now being completely shaken up, Marcus Schilkunis in the fray, Toby Gale, also Nikita Gillespie and Luna Flusha. We don't know what is going to happen in this fight. Drivers get themselves ready. Red lights are on as they make their way past into the final couple of corners. We're looking good. We're in formation. Revs start to rise, and OKM Junior gets the green light, and we're away and racing down in towards turn one. Great start from Schilkunis, who sweeps to the outside and takes the optimal line through turn one, and look at the advantage that Marcus Schilkunis has got already. That is an absolutely textbook start there from Schilkunis. It looks like Conor Clancy got a good getaway as well. He gets up into second place as they all side their way through into the chicane. Single file through here. Drivers looking to the inside as they all find a piece of track to themselves. But it is Marcus Schilkunis who leads the way from Conor Clancy. There you can see it's Caden Higgins. Is that Caden Higgins in the 157 there in third place, or am I mistaken? And is that Toby Gale? I think it's Toby Gale. It is Toby Gale who's there in third position. I would be amazed if Caden Higgins had managed that from P13 already. But there it goes. The drivers making their way through the final twisty sections in towards turn 16 and 17 for the first time. Out they go. Let's take you through how they line up then at the end of lap number one. It is Schilkunis from Clancy, Gale from Gerasmith, then it's Flusha, Agnostiadis, Dandalakian, then Matsui, Toniolo and El Homasani who round out the top 10. We're on lap two now, and there's a clear breakaway here for your top three. Schilkunis, who got a good getaway, seems to be losing that getaway now as Clancy and Gale seem to be closing in. Gale to the inside here of Clancy, gets his nose cut off there by Conor Clancy, denies him the spot, and now Nikita Gillespie might have a chance here to get the move done. Doesn't look to the inside here in towards turn 10, stays there in fourth place. Might go to the inside here. No, stays behind. Thinks against it as they make their way down into the tight twisty section now. Line astern here, I would say we've actually got about a 6-cut breakaway here. So all changes here as James Inosiadis has got back past Luna Flusha, and investigation flag going out to your driver in third place, Toby Gale, who was the pole sitter in both Q1 and Q2 on Monday, now under investigation. And that is most likely for the start. But what was it? Well, hopefully we'll see a replay of the starts and see what had happened there to put this man in third place under investigation. Toby Gale, who started second, who's now third, so lost a position. And it's also under investigation. Messerschmidt's right on that rear bumper. Ignatiana still there as well. Dust getting kicked up in the background there as the driver goes off the racing line. And to the inside here, change there, as that looks to me like James Inosiadis moving up into fourth place. Gerasmith's down into fifth now. Confirmation there on the timing tower. And a big change of positions here. Luna Flusha right in that slipstream, wanting to go for the move next, not able to get it done. So right now, as Sada Matsui sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.287. You can see just there in 8th place as we see now another dive to the inside for Toby Gale. Gale is trying to get down the inside of Conor Clancy there, and it's just not working out, and that's just bringing James Inosiadis back into this fight now. Look at them, absolutely line astern for third place here. And is he going to go for the move here through 12? No, he's not. Luna Flusha has got past Nikita Gillespie as well. Luna Flusha up into 5th place now. Speaking to Luna earlier, as to the inside, there goes James Inosiadis for 3rd place. Nicely done. And James is on a charge here. The Australian looking very strong. Connor Clancy is the next driver up there. James finishing third yesterday. Connor Clancy taking the win, but right now he's second. In terms of the championship points, Connor Clancy would still be champion here with 56 points. James Anosiadis would be second with 44 from Marcus Shilkunas' 42 championship points. Here's the race start. Now, why is Toby Gale under investigation for it? Now, it looked okay there from that angle, but of course there'll be different angles that we can't see that may be the cause of it. But again, it was initially a good start there. As you can see, the replay of the race start on the left-hand side of your screen. The live picture still on the right-hand side as they're battling away for position here. Gresham Smith is under serious pressure here as everyone's trying to get through. And I think that's that Toby Gale that's tumbled down the order. And I think that's Luna Flusha potentially up into third. You can see everyone, vamos, vamos, they're saying. Push, go faster, go for it. As you can see, Luna Flusha absolutely flying through the field. And it's Flusha who's up into fourth place now for Luna Flusha. And it is Toby Gale who's dropped down into seventh place. Right now, that it was Toby Gale under investigation for a jump start, I've just been told. So, yes, we couldn't have seen that from that angle. That'll have had to have been a side shot where you see that angle. But, crucially, the race control staff on it. Action, though, here as the battle for the race lead is very close. Shilkunas, Clancy, and James Ignatiadis, the Australian who is just closing in on these top two here, and Luna Flusha as well. Currently, the top female driver in the grid here right now, battling with these drivers here. Flusha pushing as hard as she possibly can. And that gap is fractionally closing. We keep an eye on it. As soon as these three start to battle, I can guarantee you that gap will disappear. And there, Luna Flusha, fastest lap of the race, is pushing across. 55.476 has got Nikita Gresham-Smith for company. That's not fully what she wants. She wants a nice clear track in front and behind to really focus on what's going on ahead. Started this one P6, currently P4, has gained those two positions. But Luna Flusha, her best result has been P4. And I think she's about done with finishing P4 here. She wants a podium and maybe even a win here. Shilkunas still leads though. From Clancy, Agnosiadis, all of them lapping the same. Here's a look at the start again. Well, there you can clearly see that Toby Gale is ahead. And well, when the lights go out, that's the question. It's when the lights go out, if they're out of position, that's where the jump start comes from. And it's most likely, possibly, but we couldn't quite see it again from that angle. Back with this battle here, and the battle's still raging on behind. You can see Dan Dalakian under pressure from Toby Gale, who is under investigation for that jump start. Sara Matsui still there as well with Arthur Dodonka. Zainal Hubasani still there as well. As the sun sets, still no change on these top three. Yeah, you can see the rubber that's built up around the edge of the circuit here. Marbles all over the place. It's difficult to go off the racing line. The battle for the lead here. I expect a less than 2/10 now. It will have changed slightly at the end of this lap, because look how close they are. And oh dear, off the track and broken. That's Max Murray. Max Murray, who did start this one in P22, is now out of this race. Max Murray, it's all over, and what a disaster for the young driver. But the race continues. There'll be yellow flags out in that sector. That looks to be around turn 10. Drivers will be heading there very soon, so he best get clear of the track, which he does so. Marshals quickly on the scene. Brilliant work by the marshalling crew once again. As the drivers make their way round. Once more, no change here. But still, Connor Clancy latches onto the back bumper there, and there is Alexander Dahlstrom, who was not out in any of the qualifying heats, maybe due to injury. Tried his hardest to get out there for the final, but looks to be in a bit of discomfort there. And Alexander Dahlstrom out of this race. A big, big shame. We're on lap 10. There is the stricken kart of Max Murray being pulled off the circuit here as, well, Connor Clancy. Oh, yeah, and Dahlstrom clearly maybe in a bit of pain there, or clearly just a bit emotional that he can't finish a final. Big shame. But again, still no change at this top three. Now is Luna Flusha closing in. The gap's 1.1 now to the race leader. There she is just behind. She's actually dropping Nikita Gresselsmits as well. It is starting to close in. Here's a replay of that move on Toby Gale further back. That put Luna Flusha up into P4. And actually went wheel to wheel with Nikita Gresselsmits there as well. Nikita trying to get down the inside. There is Max Murray watching from the sidelines now. And he can see this battle unfold here in front of him. Half race distance now. And still no change here. Shilkunas, Clancy, Agnosiadis still there, 1, 2, 3. With everything happening right now, championship points have not really changed. Clancy's still there in the lead with Agnosiadis and Shilkunas. Shilkunas is doing everything he needs to do now. He's leading the way. But Clancy doesn't need to take the win here. He can settle for second. He can just sit there, and there is another retirement into the pit lane. That is Egon Prototti, unfortunately, the Italian, who started 16th, now out of the race. Big shame here. He's got a lot of family and friends here this weekend supporting him. But unfortunately not going his way. And as we've had a change for the lead now as well, Conor Clancy up into the lead of this race. And now there's another change here as James Agnosiadis gets past Marcus Shilkunas and moves up into second place. With that, it's allowed Luna Flusha to catch up. Here we go. We've got a 5-cut battle now for the race lead. Now, where did this overtake happen? In towards 16. There it is. Down the inside from Conor Clancy into the penultimate corner and was able to hold it on the exit. And we saw where James Agnosiadis got it done as well. But now, crucially, these guys do not want to start scrapping too hard because they do not want to lose touch of Conor Clancy. Clancy could just drive away now from the rest of this group. They do not want that at all. They need to battle now. They need to focus on working together. And right now, there has been no change. Agnosiadis, Shilkunas, Flusha from Gresselsmits. The Donker up into 6th place from Dalakian. El Homasani, there's been some big movers all the way throughout this race. But it all falls down to these top 5 here. Very, very quick. Any one of these 5 could take the win, but at the moment it's going the way of Conor Clancy, who would have the 60 championship points. To the inside there goes Luna Flusha in towards turn 10, and one car getting spat off there. Was that Marcus Shilkunas? It was. Shilkunas getting spat out towards P5, and now Luna Flusha up into P3. She's on the podium, and this is what she needs now. Luna Flusha working so hard here. Back over the start-finish line, but now needs to work with Nikita Gresselsmits to try and close this gap. Nikita all over the rear bumper of Flusha. But what is going to happen here? Conor Clancy now has been released with the fastest lap of the race, 55.268. Has opened up a half a second gap now between himself and James Agnosiadis. Here's the move again, down the inside through turn 10. Just had the nose on the inside line, nothing that Marcus Shilkunas could do, and he just sits there now in P5, wanting to close back in. So the group has spread out just a little bit now. Race has calmed down, and with that change as well in position, that pushes Luna Flusha up into the top 3. She would get past both Caden Higgins and Toby Gale. There's the breakdown for Max Murray again, and just looks like mechanical failure, and yeah, frustration out of the race. And still there, you can see that's live pictures there, still shaking the head. And just not what you want to see at all. Well, Clancy still leads this one from Agnosiadis, but this battle here, Nikita Gresselsmits and Luna Flusha, the battle for third, is still on. But Flusha, I've got to say, is closing in on James Agnosiadis here. That gap has come down quite considerably. We may be looking at the battle for third here, but the battle for second, oh, it's even closer now. Out they go from the final corner. Gap comes down. Gap comes down just that little bit more. Keep a close eye on this group. It is just waiting for the champagne bottle cork to pop. It's just been shaken and shaken and shaken as Flusha sets again the new fastest lap of the race, 55.179. That's an extra championship point that helps her out just that little bit more. But she's still there, third in the virtual championship and third on track. Oh, bit of a twitch there from James Anosiadis. That will leave him vulnerable here. And Luna Flusha closes right in. Closes right in through turn 12. Through the twists as they go. In towards 16 and 17. And again, the gap just ever closes in more. Gap to Luna Flusha and Connor Clancy has come down even more as well. It's now down to 7/10 of a second. It was 8/10. There is just nothing between the two of these drivers. But right now, there's a change here as well. As James just keeps trying to push this position along. But all eyes on this top battle. And for Connor Clancy, it's just going to be a case of control this race. Everyone's closed in now. James Anagnostiidis just all over the rear bumper. And trying to find his way through. It's just not happening though. Line astern, onto lap 18 we go. And again, Luna Flusha just closing in. The biggest movers though out on track. Got to give it to Arta Dodonka. 8 positions gained, he's up to P6. The rest of the field have all kind of stayed in the same positions. Some drivers dropping down. Still only the 4 retirements in this race. And there again, the gap. Connor Clancy, James Anagnostiidis. Just trying to find his way through. And it's just not going to happen through turn 10. Nothing through 12 this time around. Time is running out in this race. Flusha still has the fastest lap here. As it's all starting to close in. These tyres are pretty much spent now. They've done Q2 on Monday. 3 qualifying heats and now nearly the entirety of this final. As the sun starts to set here, wind still picking up, air temperature still 30 degrees. As we watch this battle for the race lead. 4 karts involved in it. Clancy, Anagnostiidis, Flusha, Gerda-Schmitz, all there. And there's a change for the lead to the inside. Anagnostiidis gets it and nearly runs into the barrier. Flusha, wheel to wheel with Clancy. Tries to get up into third, but it doesn't happen. Stays there in third place. Runs a little bit wide on the exit. Oh, and clouts into the back of Connor Clancy. And they go off, and now through goes Nikita Gerda-Schmitz up into second place. And it looks to me that James Anagnostiidis has just driven away now from the rest of the field. Flusha just too late on the brakes in towards turn 10. And they collide in towards turn 10, and round goes Augustus Toniono by the looks of it, the 129 spinning at turn 10. The Brazilian out of the kart and out of the race. Big shame for Augustus Toniolo on the dying stages of this race. Right then, it was a 4-kart battle. It's now a 2-kart battle here. James Anagnostiidis and Connor Clancy. Oh no, and Nikita Gerda-Schmitz, sorry. First and second, Connor Clancy and Luna Flusha. There in third and fourth. Now Flusha still wanting that podium here, but she's there in P4. There is a lot of support for all of these drivers. As again, the collection of drivers accumulating there at Marshall Post 7 as we go on to the final lap now. James Anagnostiidis leading the way. A superb drive all weekend. He won in qualifying heat 3 earlier on. And again, he wants to win this one. A little bit of a mistake there out of the chicane, though. It's not over yet, and Smith still might have a chance here. Latching right onto the back of it. Nikita Smith could possibly go for the lunge here in towards turn 12, but we're not seeing it. James Anagnostiidis in the lead. He started this one. P4. He was third yesterday as he goes defensive into the final corner. Today, he will be your winner, and he would be your champion across the line if Clancy can get the fastest lap. No, he can't. And that would mean that James Agnostiidis would be champion. Joint points with Conor Clancy, 52 points apiece. But with Agnostiidis taking the win in this final, he would get the win. James Anagnostiidis is not only your winner in day 2, but he is your champion at the end of 3 days of racing. Nikita Glessersmits there finishes in second place. Conor Clancy will finish third. In the virtual championship, Agnostiidis takes it 52 from Conor Clancy's 52 as well. But Caden Higgins, he will take third. Joint on points with Luna Flusha. But with Flusha not having the same amount of top results as what Higgins would have had, it pushes him back into the third place spot with Luna finishing in P4. Well, there's a look then, provisionally, of course, at the classification. James Anagnostiidis from Nikita Glessersmits. Conor Clancy from Luna Flusha. Marcus Shilkunis from Arthur Didonka. Toby Gale from Sara Matsui in 8th position. Caden Higgins finishes in P9 from Zain Al Homasani, rounding out the top 10. Dinia Islamov finishing in 11th place from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Dan Dalakian from Katrina E. Angelina Simmons-Torres rounds out the top 15 from Raquel Zarif Faradin. Zachariah Dole and Ella Hakkanen finishes in 17th and 18th. Corrine Kaur rounds out the 19 karts that finish. The retirements: Augustus Toniolo, Egon Prodotti, Max Murray, Alexander Dahlstrom and Maria Nardinelli. But there, your winner, James Anagnostiidis. What a drive, 4th to 1st. It was 3rd in yesterday's final, and now he can celebrate a win and a championship in the OKN junior category. For the rest of the drivers, though, it is a challenge, it is a fight, but unfortunately, some may win, some may lose. Let's take a look at the highlights from that race. And again, initially, good getaway from Shilkunis. Look at that, sweeps to the outside there from the word go. Straight over to the left-hand side of the track, sweeps it in for the right-hander, and gets a fantastic getaway already with a huge advantage before they even get in towards turn 3. And will just drive away from the rest of the field in the first opening laps. That would all change, though, later on. As you can see, their drivers diving in the inside to hold those positions. You can see Sara Matsui there just in the background, pink helmet coming through there. Luna Flusha as well, just ahead of James Anagnostiidis, who, again, didn't have the best getaway. You can see him all the way down there in the order, trying to fight for position. This was the first attempt here from Toby Gale, who was under investigation for a jump start in that race. This was the first full attempt. This was James Anagnostiidis going for the move. And he getting up into P3. That was Luna Flusha getting into P4, past Toby Gale. And Nikita Glessersmits also trying to get involved. Not close enough, though, to get alongside. But would have a tough fight all the way throughout. Gale at this point starting to defend a little bit too hard, and that would allow Dan Dalakian to get through. The retirement for Max Murray in the early stages of the race. And there you can see the frustration after having to start P22 on track. This battle raged all the way on nearly to the end. There was the lead for, or the overtake for the lead. Connor Clancy diving to the inside there of turn 16. Would hold on to it. And there goes James Anagnostiadis through the inside of turn number 4. Flusha to the inside there at turn 10. That would be the move to get up into 3rd place, and that would be the last time we see Markus Schilkunas fighting in the top 3. Then the change for the lead. And the inside of turn 8 hairpin. A beautiful overtake there for James Anagnostiadis, nearly clipping that barrier. Flusha as well trying to get down the inside. And then it would all come to blows in the next corner. Oh, how close could you get to the barrier? That could have been the lead of the race there. This was a dramatic moment. Flusha going a lot faster through the apex of turn 10. And Connor Clancy just running wide. But for James Anagnostiadis from Australia, it would be a race win in the final and a championship at the end of it. James Anagnostiadis started 4th, finished 1st, and now he stands on top of every podium he could want. What a final that is. Well, there is still one more to go. The OKN Senior Final. And again, it was all down to one man yesterday. Finn McLaughlin, who put it on pole in Q1, won every single qualifying heat yesterday and then won the final. He has maximum championship points going into that final, but Q2 didn't go his way on Monday. He qualified 13th. He had to fight through the field, and he only starts this one P4. But he could still have a chance of getting away with this one, but he's got some talent around him. Jack Webster, Adam Alazari, Rafael Jesus, George Nassar, and Christopher El Fagali, all surrounding the Irishman Finn McLaughlin, who has got the maximum championship points. But what is going to happen here as the sun begins to fade behind the clouds here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track? Everyone's been waiting for this one. It all falls down to these final 25 laps of racing. A look at the tyres there that have been used and abused over the course of this one. The tyres that were used in qualifying 2. The tyres that were used in all of the 3 qualifying heats earlier today. And now the tyres that have got to suffer through 25 grueling laps around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. Everyone primed, ready to go. Spectator stands filling as everyone looks to the track to see who will be crowned champion here in the first ever Champions of the Future Academy program. Who is going to be our top driver in the senior OKN final? For Jack Webster, it was a 6th place yesterday. He starts on pole today. There he is on your screen. He will have Adam Alazari, who starts alongside. Adam Alazari, who's had some brilliant results today, but he was always starting 5th on the grid, which means he had the inside line going into turn number 1 and 2. He was always able to get into 2nd place, but can he do that from the front row of the grid? Let's find out in a few moments' time. The track that we're on, the Forsan International Sports Resort Circuit, opened in 2010 with Finn McLaughlin setting the lap record, 54.403. The track, 1,200 metres, 165 metre main straight, 80 metre back straight through turns 9 into 10. Track's only 8 metres wide. It is a wide circuit, but it narrows in places. Elevation of 5 metres around this twisty, demanding circuit with 17 turns, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, with 3 hairpins. The major overtaking opportunities here are in towards turn 1, 3 and 4, 7, 8, and 16 and 17. But we've also seen them through turns 12 as well, and in turn 10. We didn't think turn 10 would be one for drivers, but it certainly seems to work out. Top speed the drivers would reach is around about 110 kilometers an hour as they go into the braking zone of turn 10. The average speed around 80 kilometers an hour. And they go through the turn 9 bowl. It's absolutely flat out through there, and the best these drivers can do around the circuit. There you can see the final of the karts just making their way onto the circuit. There, the rest of your drivers, you saw there, Alessandro Tedesca just going through. There is Juan starting a little bit further down in the order. Mario Bigliotti, big smile on his face as he looks up at the grandstand there. The 2:38 on your screen as well. Mohamed Menemni, also been a driver to keep an eye on throughout this, as Sofia Zanfari goes through our shot as well, starting this one from P35. There on your screen is the back of some of our drivers. There's Gabe Balanca, Peter Stiller, who we saw there walking away. Gabe Balanca, who had a spin in one of the qualifying heats earlier on, certainly had some good results though in the other races. Let's remind ourselves of those results because they certainly were interesting qualifying heats over the course of the day. Senior qualifying heat 1 certainly was an exciting one. A reminder of that one, it was Jack Webster who took the win. Adam Alazari, who was 2nd place, and Austin Gale, who finished 3rd. There onto the grid comes Alex Powell, having a look at some of the machinery here. A driver who certainly knows his way around a track, and just expecting the drivers, congratulating the drivers starting on the front row. Adam Alazari and Jack Webster. And for Alex Powell, the Mercedes Petronas F1 Team Junior driver, certainly a privilege to have him here watching alongside some of our other senior drivers here. There, the back of Jack Webster's helmet. Finished 6th in the final yesterday. Has got a challenge ahead of him here. There's Ross Upton, judge of fact, just making sure everyone is in the correct grid order. Nothing gets past this man here as he gets primed and ready to go for this race. There you can see some of the spectators in the grandstand there watching along. There's Finn McLaughlin, who starts this one 4th on the outside row. Representatives from F1 Academy here as well, getting some good pictures. Of course, top female drivers in this one, the top 3, get to be a good, get a good chance of seeing themselves in an F1 Academy car in the future. But a lot of work has to happen ahead of them here, as we saw a very good close-up there of Jack Webster, getting himself primed and ready. There on your screen, Austin Lee, getting himself sorted out. There is Adam Alazari, starting this one P2. Didn't finish anywhere in the final, nowhere within the top 5. I think actually retired from the race as well, did Adam Alazari this time around. He is not wanting that at all. He is wanting a win. Powell again still on the grid there, talking with some of the teams. There on your screen, Rafael Jesus, who starts this one 3rd. Again, Rafael not anywhere on the podium yesterday in the final. Wants to change that today after having some good qualifying heat wins. Rafael Jesus finishing 4th in his first qualifying heat. Qualifying heat 2, see him finishing in 3rd position after a good start to his race, and then a 5th in the 3rd one. Martin Bean having a good chat now with Alex Powell as well. Alex Powell's appearing to be the most popular person on the grid at the moment. Before we get this final underway. 25 laps, this one. And for this man here, Finn McLaughlin, it's all his to play for here. He is your championship leader at the moment. He was the winner yesterday, but his race results today were a tough one. 10th in his first qualifying heat, came back to second in the second one, and then finishing in P6 in qualifying heat 3 for Finn McLaughlin. Christopher El Faghali, though, who starts on the 5th row, the inside row of row number 3. He as well having a good day. 8th place in heat number 1. Christopher El Faghali finishing in P6 as well in heat 2. And then another P8 in heat number 3. Making good moves all the way throughout. George Nassar, who would start alongside, finished 9th yesterday in the final. Was on the front row for these qualifying heats today after qualifying P2 on Monday. And George Nassar having a 5th place finish in qualifying heat 1. Would fall back a little further in the grid. There is George Nassar on your screen. Heat 2 certainly didn't go his way, finishing in P16. But would get a slightly better result with a P7 in qualifying heat 3. But of course, they were all down from his original starting spot. There you can see the driver of the 2-1-4 getting ready. Cooper Lyle. What can he do from his position? There is Suleiman Zamfari. Really looking forward to seeing what Suleiman can do here. The driver from Morocco, who finished 4th in the final yesterday, has just been flying his way through the field. Earlier on 13th in qualifying heat 1. It was 15th in qualifying heat 2, and then he would finish an impressive P3 in qualifying heat 3. He starts this one, P7, the inside of row number 4. And alongside this man here, Peter Stiller, the 248, finished 5th in yesterday's final. He himself has had a very challenging couple of races. 7th place after his starting qualifying position in heat 1. 10th place in heat 2. And Peter Stiller would then finish a little further down in P11 in heat 3. And this man here, Hamza Al Fayez, also a driver to keep a close eye on. The 229 certainly had a good qualifying on Monday for Q2. Qualified P6 overall. And he's had some good results as well. Again, great to see the marshals out there still smiling away and ready to get going for this last final race. And I can tell you someone who is not going to be smiling, but he's going to be focused. And that is this man here, Emanuele Leodikis, ready to get going racing. Marshall's very happy, dancing away, in fact, out on their points. Good to see that they're ready to see this last senior race. Austin Gale as well, the driver who finished 3rd in yesterday's final on the podium. He's in the fight for the championship, but he needs to gain those positions as he currently starts P11 on this grid. The whistle blows, and we are nearing that time. The 30-second board goes up from Ross Upton, our judge of fact, as we get ready to start the final race of the week. Here we go at the Forsan International Sports Resort in Abu Dhabi. The temperature is hot, the sun is low, and the engines get fired up. It's OKN Senior. It's the final. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Jack Webster from Australia, who finished 6th yesterday, starts on pole position with Adam Al-Azhari alongside Rafael Jesus and Finn McLaughlin. They go from row 2 with Christopher El Faghali and George Nassar on row 3. Suleiman Zamfari and Peter Stiller on row 4. From Hamza Al Fayez and Emanuele Leodikis, who ran out the top 10 on row 5. Austin Gale and Gabe Balanka, they go from row 6 with Omar Ganoum and Austin Lee on row 7. Pip Casabene and Bernardo Benaldi on row 8. From Zachary Hurd, who finished 2nd yesterday in his final. He starts this one on the 9th row. He's got Mohamed Benemni alongside. Elisabetta Kozlova and Isaac Demelwig go from row 10 and round out the top 20. Maximus Judasco and Cooper Lyle round out row 11. Brotak Stefan and Alessandro Tedesca round out row 12 from Romeo Nassar. And they're coming off the circuit, as I couldn't quite see the number, but one of our drivers, it's the 222 that's come off the circuit and come off the grid. and that is Jabbar Al-Sabah, who has come out for his final, but unfortunately the kart didn't start up. Now they're going to try and get it going now, as several different mechanics coming together to work on it. They're going to give him an attempt to start it up here in the pit lane. Is it going to fire up? Marshall falls over and gets it going. Great dedication by all of the mechanics there. Brilliant to see, and luckily for Jabbar Al-Sabah, he will start this race, hopefully from his original starting position, which would have been 32nd place. Leif Manamna as well from Saudi Arabia out there as well, from Marco Drittenpress, Arena Kanina, Sophia Sanfari and Sal Zerpa, all out on track. The lights are on as we go racing here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. We head towards the red line here. From here, it's no overtaking. Ooh, and there's drivers just trying to get into position, and you can see there, mechanics just saying, slow down, don't overtake, you pass the red line, don't do that. Well, here we go. Are we going? First time of asking. Lights do not go out. They are going round again. So a take two then for OKN Senior. Drivers just out of formation, maybe a little too soon on the allow pedal. And they will send them round again. Gives our drivers a little bit more time now to get focused, get ready. Here's the replay of that start. The front two were fine. It's the drivers in the back that I think we need to be worried about. Now there you can see a car whizzing round the outside. Now that is the 225 that I can see there. And I think that's Omar Ganoum. And he's very out of position because he was on the outside there of the corner. He's actually on the inside row on the 7th row of the grid. Race director Martin Bean then will be watching very, very carefully of our drivers coming round to make sure they're all nicely formed up. Yellow flags out as drivers head into the final couple of corners. This final about to get underway. Here we go then, nice and steady, nice and calm before the battle ensues. Webster on the left, Adam Al-Azhari on the right here. Both of these drivers were not on the podium yesterday in the final. Could we see a completely new top three in this final? Here we go. Lights go green, and we're racing down in towards turn one. Sideways under braking goes Webster. As he sweeps to the outside, he holds on to the race lead, and it's a good start then from the entire grid as they all go wide on the exit over the brow of turn number two. Big sideways moment there for Rafael Jesus. He's up into second place. A brilliant start for Jesus, who now tries to fight his way through the rest of the field. The mechanics will watch on from the sidelines as they see this first lap unfold as everyone dives to the inside there. You can see Hamza Al-Fayez under pressure from another driver there as Sulaiman Zanfari goes through. You can see the hand gestures coming up to 239 there, just saying let's go, and that's Christopher El Fagali who's saying that. So Christopher El Fagali with, again, a good start as well, holding on to that position as round the outside it's been a bad start this time from Adam Al-Azhari. This is what we were talking about. He had the inside line going all the way through the qualifying heats, which meant he had the inside line going into turn one. This was his first time today using that outside line, and I think he's just been scuppered by it just that little bit. Well, across the line they go, and it's Webster from Jesus, then it's Zanfari El Fagali, then it's Al-Fayez, then Nassar, Stiller, then McLaughlin, who's dropped down 4 places into P8. Yesterday's final winner in trouble here. Adam Al-Azhari is there in 9th place, and Austin Gale rounds out the top 10. Well, at the moment, Webster controls the race, and look at Sulaiman Zanfari now. He's into second place. I said watch out for him, the driver from Morocco, who's been looking absolutely flat out this weekend. He was dancing his way through the qualifying heats, and now he sees himself second in this final, but there is still a long way to go, and a mistake there from Webster. He runs wide through 10. He leaves himself exposed to an attack here from Zanfari, but Zanfari does not attack just yet. Will he go to the inside here? No, he doesn't. Stays behind, and they've already got a good advantage from the rest of the field here as they break away. Now we're going to see an attack here to the inside. Goes Zanfari. They go wheel to wheel through turn one, and Zanfari goes through. Webster just gives enough racing room, and he slots back into second place. Superb driving from the both of them, and the driver from Morocco, Suleiman Zamfari, leads the way on lap number 3 in the final here. What a drive. Hamza Al-Fayez still there in P4 as well. Christopher El Faghali still there in 3rd place, who's latched up. This is absolutely superb driving from the entirety of the field. There you can see the marbles getting kicked up off the tyres. These tyres are absolutely screaming with how much they've been used and abused as they dance their way through again. Turns 9, 10, 11, in towards 12. Down the hill they go, into the left room rights. And just nice and steady. And look at the control here from Suleiman Zamfari. Just driving away and looking so controlled in that wagon. He's tucked in, he's humped up to the steering wheel, he's pushing. The adrenaline is pumping through his body right now, as well as everyone else trying to close these gaps. Here's a replay of the start with the live feed over to the right-hand side of your screen. And again, good getaway. A couple of karts going wide and kicking up the dirt in the background there. And how on earth did Suleiman Zamfari go from 7th into the race lead so early on? Positioned the kart perfectly. There you can see him on the outside there for turn 3. And the red and white helmet just slices it down the inside. Gets up to P3 before they even get towards turn 5. Superb drive. There you can see the 216 just getting a little bit out of shape and untidy. That's Romeo Nassar just in the mid-pack in the blue suit. There's McLaughlin to the inside, trying to get moved on Peter Stiller. Not happening, and McLaughlin again just going through. Changes though, as down the inside there was the change for 2nd place. Mr. Al Faghali going through, and then here for Suleiman Zamfari, wheel to wheel with Webster, and gets it done. Now there has been a change while we've been watching these replays. Jack Webster has gone down to 3rd place, and Christopher El Faghali, I believe, has moved up into 2nd. And that is confirmation there on your screens. So Webster down into 3rd place now. And Suleiman Zamfari, he may have thought he got away with this one, but now he's under pressure from the Lebanese driver, who is closing in. So it's Zamfari from El Faghali, from Webster, from Al-Fayez, Stiller, Jesus. It's McLaughlin now, Jesus. They've swapped positions, so McLaughlin up into 6th place and into the pit lane. And it's Sal Zerpa. Unfortunately, he was not able to finish the final. He looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there. Big shame. Wheel-to-wheel action here. That is Sophia Zamfari going through and going wheel-to-wheel there with the driver just behind, Mario Vigliotti. Vigliotti, I think, getting the position back through. So both Zamfaris making positions here. But Suleiman Zamfari leading the way still. There is Hamza Al-Fayez. Peter Stiller just behind as well. McLaughlin closing in. I don't think we've seen the end of this race just yet. I don't think Suleiman Zamfari's got the power here to break away from the field behind. El Faghali is looking very, very strong here, who started 5th, currently 2nd, and really pushing strong here in this midsection of the race. We're on lap 7 of 25 as the sun continues to set. This is probably the hardest conditions these drivers will face. A low sun in the sky into their eyes, and again a change here possibly for the lead. There's a bit of contact as they go wheel to wheel, and Zamfari and El Faghali again switch places. El Faghali to the lead, and here comes Jack Webster. Jack Webster going for the lead. No, he can't. 2nd place is all he can do. And Suleiman Zamfari back down into 3rd place. Here's Hamza Al-Fayez. He's close in as well. Here comes Finn McLaughlin, wheel to wheel again to the inside of turn 11 with Peter Stiller. He can't quite do it. And now Hamza Al-Fayez goes wheel to wheel with Jack Webster. Webster has to concede the spot, and Hamza Al-Fayez is up into the top 3. Hamza Al-Fayez is in a podium position now as they all battle for position. Stiller is up into 4th place now as they cross the line. And look at them go. El Faghali from Zamfari. Then it's Hamza Al-Fayez from Peter Stiller, Jack Webster and Finn McLaughlin. Rafael Jesus has closed back in as well. The same as George Nassar and the same as Austin Gale. And it looks like Adam Al-Azhari has also joined the back of this pack. We have got a huge 10-car battle for a near race lead. And the side pods come off. A side pod's come off a kart. Now, who did that come off? And there's 2. Oh, it's McLaughlin. McLaughlin's out of the race. And it is also that it's Jack Webster. Webster and McLaughlin out of the race. The two favourites going into this one, the driver who started on pole and the championship leader out of the race. And that splits this wide open, absolutely wide open. Suleiman Zanfari, who's currently there in second place, could be your champion at the end of this one. Across the line they go, and yes, Suleiman Zanfari leads the virtual championship. He has 45 championship points from himself and Christopher El Faghali. Christopher El Faghali can do nothing more. He is leading this race. A fastest lap would help him out, but he's leading the way. He is gaining as maximum points as he can right now. And this is what happened. There was a side point that we saw, a flash into the wall, and that's into the chicane. That was into the chicane there. And who was on the inside going into the corner? And I'm not too sure there who was on the inside going into that one, so I don't know who you would say was at fault, but obviously Finn McLaughlin there gesticulating wildly to Webber, or Webster I should say, and just saying, you were in the wrong spot there. There's another retirement. Unfortunately, that looks to me like that could be not Zachary Hurd. Zachary Hurd is also tumbling down the order. I'm not sure who that is that's retired at the side of the track, but drama then in this mid-stage of the race, and there's more drivers off the track. Now, is that Zach Hurd? It is Zach Hurd, who finished second on the podium yesterday, is now tumbling down the order and out of the race. So that is now first and second from yesterday's final, out of contention. Austin Gale, who was third on the podium yesterday, is still in this race, and he is P5. He could still get away with a double podium here. So now, let's update you. The virtual championship has changed once more. Suleiman Zanfari with 45 points, Christopher El Faghali with 42, and now Peter Stiller is third with 38 points, joint with Austin Gale. But he is ahead of Gale here, and that's what would clinch it. The battle here, though, still closing in. They've closed back in on Christopher El Faghali. Oh, this race is far from over. Speaking to Peter Stiller yesterday, he wanted a podium, and he just missed out on it. And today, he has got an absolutely superb chance of trying to get it. Through the S's they go. El Faghali from Zanfari. Then it's Peter Stiller. Hamza Al-Fayez, who's right there in P4, still has a chance. There is Austin Gale in the background with Rafael Jesus, Josnassar, Adam Al-Azari, another one of the favourites going into this final today. Not able to capitalise on that second place start as they go through the chicane. No side-by-side action here this time around. As down in towards turn 8, here we go again, change for the lead. Zanfari to the inside, and Peter Stiller follows. So now it is Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco once again leading the way. Peter Stiller for Italy, there in second place. And now the Lebanese driver, Christopher El Faghali, is there in third. And under pressure from Hamza Al-Fayez, and he has actually lost out from Hamza Al-Fayez. Hamza Al-Fayez now up into the top three. This is a superb final that we are seeing here, and it's only half race distance. We're on lap 13 of 25. And right now, this is Suleiman Zanfari's best effort at getting away with a potential championship win and a top spot on the podium. As again they change. In third place, Christopher El Faghali on the inside of Hamza Al-Fayez, and he moves up into P3 once more, and they're just losing time to these two here. The gap's opening up to about 0.6 of a second between these two and the drivers in third and fourth place. Here is a replay of a big moment there, and Hamza Al-Fayez just sending it down the inside. A superb drive. And And right now, he's still fighting for that position. The race is still far from over. Zamfari still up, line astern, as they continue to control the pace of this race. Will they make it all the way to the end, though? That is the question. Here they go, on lap 14. Down the inside. Can't quite do it through turn 8. And again, you can see the eyes of the drivers there as they go through. Peter Stiller, who started this one 8th. He sits there currently in P2 and he's fighting for the lead here. Down the hill they go. In towards the chicane, and again, very close here. Are we going to see a move? We are going to see a move to the inside as we cut away to a kart that's broken on the sidelines. It was the 244 that was broken, but the overtake happens, and what an overtake it was. And Peter Stiller now takes the lead of this race. It was Pip Casabene who was the kart that was stricken at the side of the circuit. The Australian is out of this race, but while that was happening, Peter Stiller takes the lead, and he now immediately starts to drive away from Suleiman Zanfari. Now, what does this do to the Virtual Championship? Well, I can tell you, Peter Stiller would lead it by 1 point. Peter Stiller has 46 championship points. Suleiman Zanfari has 45. The only thing Suleiman Zanfari can do is go for the fastest lap here or retake the lead. To the inside there through turn 16. It was perfectly timed, beautifully delivered, and just absolutely drives away with it. Peter Stiller leads the way. Christopher El Faghali still battling away with Hamza Al Fayez here. And Hamza just pushing harder and harder to try and get that position back. And I've got to say, Austin Gale's close back in here. Austin Gale still could have a chance of getting on the podium. Cooper Lyle, though, not spoken about him a lot. He's up 13 places. He's in P9. He's also got the fastest lap of the race. He's pushing his way through the field. The same as August Raber as well. He's also pushing his way through. He is up 16 places, the same as Marco Grittenpress as well. 17 positions gained. Change again for third. Hamza Al Fayez to the inside and says to Chris El Faghali, let's go, let's close this gap. But Austin Gale is right there behind, and he is wanting another podium here this evening. All of them going through. Oh, I thought it was going to the inside there, but he couldn't quite do it. George Nassar right behind as well. George Nassar in this battle as they go through, and here comes Austin Gale to the inside. Chris El Faghali leaving the door wide open to attack there, and Austin Gale is now up into P4 and is hunting down Hamza Al Fayez, who is slowly starting to drive away here. But he's got to be careful. He cannot push too hard. These tyres have been used and abused all the way through this weekend. But Peter Stiller now leads this 7/10 of a second. Look at that, he's driven away from Suleiman Zanfari, and he is driving towards a final win and a championship. Peter Stiller, who finished 5th yesterday, and he's looking at a first today as Emmanuel Leolaikis and Gabe Balanka in the pit lane. And for Gabe Balanka, it's a weekend, I think, to forget on this one. He's had some good results, but he's had some bad results, and he's ending the day with a retirement, which is a big shame. The same as Emmanuel Leolaikis there, both of them out. And that is a big, big shame for the Greek driver. Not the results he will have wanted. And yeah, looking like a potentially mechanical issue there with that hand gesture he was looking at. So then, on lap 18 of 25, Peter Stiller leads away from Suleiman Zanfari. Hamza Al Fayez still there in 3rd place, but is under pressure here from Austin Gale. Austin Gale, who has closed right in now as he looks for a chance here. Not through 12. A little bit wide there through turn 10 was Hamza Al Fayez. Brings it back onto the track, though. Through they go. Through 15. Into the inside here. No, not quite close enough on that angle there. Looked like Austin Gale was going for the move. Hamza Al Fayez, though, started this one 9th, currently 3rd. Looking very, very strong. Austin Gale, though, as well. 7 positions have been gained for him there in P4. He started this one P11. As he sits right behind in that tow. Through the chicane they go. Through turn 7, no chance of an overtake there, and you just saw the stricken cuts there of Jack Webster and Finn McLaughlin. A big shame for those two drivers. But right now, eyes are on this battle for third. The last spot on the podium and the last spot in the championship fight as well, because Austin Gale, being in this position, would put himself back into third in the championship as well, which means he'd get away with a couple of extra trophies as he looks to the inside here through turn 16, and he gets it done. Austin Gale up into the podium spots here, and Hamza Al-Fayez has nothing to retaliate with just yet. And now George Nassar has a chance of getting down the inside here. Through in towards turn 3 they go, and Austin Gale is back on form here. And oh, there goes down the inside. George Nassar, wheel-to-wheel contact with Hamza Al-Fayez, and Hamza Al-Fayez gets spat out onto the grass on the exit of turn number 4. He recalculates his decisions here, and he gets back onto the track. Looks like the kart's relatively undamaged, but now he's going to be under pressure from Cooper Lyle. Cooper Lyle, who could possibly get away here with a P5 if he's quick enough. He's right there behind now, really closes in under braking here. Let's have a look at what happened there. A quick look down the inside, completely unsighted from Hamza Al-Fayez, and he just goes through. And that is a big, big shame, and gets kicked out to the grass. Kept his foot in it, I'll give him that. But kept his foot planted to the floor. And while we were looking at that, he has just lost 5th place. So Hamza Al-Fayez, who pleads with Cooper Lyle there to right, push, 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 go, go, go. Let's see if we can close up. So now it's Peter Stiller who leads with a gap of 2.2 seconds from Suleiman Zamfari and Austin Gale, the top 3, and they are comfortably in those positions as well. It would also be the same position the championship finishes in as well if they stay there. Peter Stiller leading it with 46, Suleiman Zamfari with 45, and Austin Gale with 44. Back here though, we are looking at the battle of Adam Al-Azhari and Mohamed Benemni as well, 12th and 13th place. But also battling for positions. They're in the last sort of point scoring opportunities here. As we look to a replay here, this was the overtake from Cooper Lyle. Nicely done. Slid into turn 16 there, sideways under braking, and nicely handled. Here's your driver in second place, Suleiman Zamfari from Morocco, who started this one P7, gaining 5 positions to be in second place, but he's 2.7 seconds down from Peter Stiller. He was not able to match the pace here of Peter Stiller. Oh dear, and there's 2 karts off there, and furious, absolutely furious, is Dritten Price. Dritten Price kicking the kart there, and not what he needs at all. And another kart off as well, the 231, and not going well at all. That is a disaster for Marco Dritten-Press and one other. Couldn't quite remember the number, the 218. The 218 that's gone off as well. That is Isaac de Melwyk, another one of the Australians now. That is 4 Australians out of the race now, with the 8 that are in this category. As you can hear there, I think one of the exhausts has come a little bit loose on one of the karts. There is Isaac de Melwyk. And the driver from Australia, frustrated and out of this race. A couple of laps to go then, and it has been a controlled race for these drivers, but it's not controlled for second. This battle's far from over. Look at this. This is Austin Gale now into second place. I didn't think he would close the gap, but he did. Suleiman Zamfari now down into second place, and what does that do for the championship? They cross the timing beam, it will update, and Austin Gale would lead the virtual championship with that position. Austin Gale would lead with 48 points from Peter Stiller and Suleiman Zamfari with 41. Well, that position there has just busted the door wide open for Peter Stiller. He has no idea what's going on behind him. He thinks he's leading the way, and he possibly thinks he's leading the championship. But for Austin Gale, he has just thrown the door wide open and said, hello, here I am, and he's just put it on the virtual championship top spot. Look at him go. Austin Gale flying in this final with the last couple of laps, and he's just absolutely superb out there. Now the battle for third is still kicking off because now Suleiman Zamfari is under pressure from George Nassar. George Nassar from the United Arab Emirates could get away with a podium here. Can he get it down the inside if Suleiman Zamfari hasn't used those tyres too much? And again, there's definitely a loose exhaust out there. I can hear it on the cameras. But as we go on to the final lap now, Peter Stiller leads by nearly 5 seconds, but he has no idea that the championship's just been split wide open. This man here, Austin Gale in second, is going for it, and there down the inside is George Nassar on Zamfari, and he gets it done on the final lap of the race. George Nassar, who started this race a little further down the order in P6, has gained several positions and has pushed himself up into the podium spots. But this man here, Peter Stiller, representing Italy, in through the final few corners. Round turn 12, he's got nothing on his mind here apart from getting this kart to the end of the race. Through the chicane he goes, and into the final corner. There is Austin Gale in second place, but there's your race leader. Out of the final corner, it's Peter Stiller from Italy. Across the line, he takes the win in the OKN Senior Final here at the Forsan International Sports Resort kart track. Peter Stiller is your winner, and what does that mean to him? Look at him. He gets second in the championship. Austin Gale finishes second in the race after gaining 9 positions, but he wins the virtual championship, and there is the confirmation that Peter Stiller sees that Austin Gale finished in P2. Suleiman Zamfari, I think, just held on to P3. I think the battle kicked off, and George Nassar actually crossed the line in P5, so we missed what happened there. Cooper Lyle actually finishing in P4 after gaining 18 positions. The highest ranking Australian in the senior category. Absolutely spot on. So Peter Stiller, Austin Gale and Suleiman Zamfari are your top 3 in this one. But for the virtual championship, it's Austin Gale, Peter Stiller and Suleiman Zamfari in that order. What a day of racing. What a week of racing. And what a way to end the first and inaugural round of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme. For the rest of the field there's a look at the grid. George Nassar, like we said, finishing in 5th place. Hamza Al-Fayez, unfortunately, dropping back to P6 at the end of that one from Augustus Reiber. Finishing in P7. And then the rest of the field, 20 places gained for August Reiber. Rafael Jesus finishing in 8th place from Christopher El Fagali, who was doing so well. Fortunately, dropping back to P9. Austin Lee finishes in 10th place from Elizaveta Kozlova. The highest ranking female driver out there goes to Elizaveta Kozlova from Mohamed Medemni and Romeo Nassar. Maximus Churasco from Adam Alazari. Oscar Canoom from Alessandro Tedesca. Bernardo Bonaldi rounds out the top 18 from Protek Stefan. Elijah Yulton from Alessandro Biggie. Sophia Zamfari rounds out the top 22 and the second highest ranking female driver in the category. 13 positions gained from Mario Vigliotti in 23rd. Then the retirements, there were many of them. Marco Drittenpress, Isaac Demelweek, Emanuele Leodikis, Gabe Balanka, Pip Casabene, Zachary Hurd, Jack Webster, Finn McLaughlin, Tabar Al-Tabar, Sal Zerpler, Ayesha Sabi, and Irina Kanina, unfortunately, all retiring from the race. But there, second place on track, but champion, Austin Gale, with 48 points to Peter Stiller's 46, and there's the smile on his face. Third yesterday, but first in the championship. Austin Gale can celebrate now. He can relax, and that smile is still on his face as he walks into the paddock to try and find someone to hug, I'm sure. And it could be his brother there. Brilliant stuff. His brother, Toby Gale, who also tried his hardest. And the juniors there all congratulating Austin Gale on a superb championship win. Peter Stiller, though, taking the win in the final from this man, Austin Gale. Suleiman Zamfari with a superb drive as well. Suleiman Zamfari, who himself qualified well down the order today. He qualified 19th in Q2 on Monday for today. He fought his way through the races and he started this one P7 and he finds himself third on track in the final and third in the championship. The recovery job gets underway with the stricken karts now being cleared. That is Pip Casabene. Also coming back to Parc Fermé. And again, more karts getting pushed onto it there. The 213 as well. Zachary Hurd, who finished second in the final yesterday. This man here, though, Peter Siller, your final winner. And he was saying yesterday, he really wanted that podium. He fought so hard for it yesterday, but it just was out of his reach, finishing P5. But today, he can celebrate on that top spot with a superb final win. Peter Stiller from Italy. Here's a look then at some of the highlights. And again, good start initially from Webster, breaking away well. And from Rafael Jesus, getting up into second place early doors, getting past Adam Alazari. Alazari not being there at all in the final, unfortunately. That outside row not working for him. He got swamped by the pack. And it was just a tumble down the order. There you can see him battling away, the green helmet coming through. But there, the red and white helmet, that is Suleiman Zamfari, who finished in third, who was leading for quite some way of the race as well. Some serious fighting all the way throughout this. McLaughlin to the inside there of Peter Stiller. You would think all the way back here, Peter Stiller wouldn't be battling for the lead of this race, let alone winning it, but certainly a huge fight for Peter Stiller from 8th on the grid. This was the moment we saw a change for the lead. Across the start-finish line, Suleiman Zamfari to the inside of Jack Webster, so close between the two of them. But Suleiman Zamfari would get the move, and he would drive away for quite some time, unaware that he had quicker drivers looming in behind him. And there you can see Christopher El Faghali trying to get involved in the battle. It was such a shame for Christopher El Faghali. He was looking so strong in this final. And unfortunately, he would just tumble down the order. But this was the moment that he gained positions. He got up into second. But from here, this is where it all would start to go wrong. As he tried to go to the inside here, he would make contact. That would bring everyone back into play here. Webster would smell an advantage, and then Faghali back to the inside. He would lead before he would start to fall down as he would go wheel to wheel. Suleiman Zamfari back to the inside of Webster. Hamza Al-Fayez came involved, and then this huge dramatic moment between Webster and Finn McLaughlin. And McLaughlin immediately out of the kart and gesturing towards Webster to say, what was that? But the race would continue despite the huge impact to the barriers. Zamfari back to the inside through turn number 8, and this is where Peter Stiller came into play. Peter Stiller, who just quietly snuck his way through the order as Hamza Al-Fayez sent it to the inside of Christopher El Faghali. They would continue to battle, but then this was the change for the lead. Down the inside through turn 16. And for Peter Stiller, from that point there, he would just drive away. Hamza Al-Fayez still battling away. This is where Austin Gale came back into play, and he managed to get past both of them on the same lap. He would then go on to try and battle with Hamza Al-Fayez. George Nassar would get through. This was the moment that Austin Gale got up into third place. But in all that time, it kind of snuck up on us that he caught up to the back of the rest of the field. That was the moment that George Nassar went to the inside of Hamza Al-Fayez at turn number 4, which ended in a bit of contact. That was Cooper Lyle getting through as well on Hamza Al-Fayez. That was the end that we saw of Hamza Al-Fayez. He would drop all the way back to P6. That was the dramatic moment there for Demel Week and for Dritten Press. Marco Dritten Press very angry there, and huge damage to the front of his kart. Hamza Al-Fayez still making the moves, though, through the field on his recovery drive. He would still battle away with the other drivers around him. Unfortunately, would end up in some retirements as well. But still good driving all the way throughout. Anwar Azari with Omar Ganoum. But it would be Peter Stiller who would take it across the line. A absolutely sublime final, and look what it means to him. Happy as anything under that helmet. He takes the final win, but he misses out on the championship though, but he does not care about that whatsoever. He wins the final, and that's all he cares about. Peter Stiller on the top spot, and look at that smile. Brilliant. It really shows what it means to these drivers to win this. And there, Austin Gale, who finishes second on the track, but that smile shows that he is the champion of the Champions of the Future Academy program. Well, that is the racing all done, but do not go anywhere here. The podiums will be coming up very, very shortly, so do stick with us here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. It has been an absolutely superb day of racing. No one was able to beat that lap record from Finn McLaughlin. The podiums will be taking place at 6 o'clock, so make sure you stay tuned for that one as we look at the circuit for one more time as we go through the rest of the day. The track itself, 1,200 metres, the straight 165, the back straight 80, the 17 turns, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and the 3 hairpins. We saw the overtakes through all of those overtaking opportunities as well as turn 12. Some superb places to get past around this track, and we saw the changes for the championship, we saw the changes for the lead happen all the way through these finals. But they are all done and dusted this weekend, and it's the end of the week for these drivers. They can relax now and enjoy what is coming up at the end of this weekend, which is, of course, is the Formula One at the Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit, which is literally a stone's throw from the venue here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. Podium's coming up at 6 o'clock. We will see you in around 40 minutes' time. Do not go anywhere, and we will see you in a few moments' time.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We're about to get the podium presentations underway, kickstarting with the Mini 60 category. After a fantastic week of racing, we have finally crowned not only our final winners from day 3, but also our champions. We kickstart with the Mini 60, and in third position, please give a huge round of applause for the driver racing for the United Arab Emirates, Leonidas Peruzzi. In second position, representing Belgium, please give it up for Priam Bruno. And finally, your first place winner in the Mini 60 category for the Champions of the Future Academy program. Please give it up for the driver representing Switzerland. It's Dan Allemann. We now listen to the national anthem of Switzerland. Maximum points for Dan Allemann at the end of the weekend. We'd now like to welcome Riccardo Tazzoli onto the podium, the International Business Development Manager, to present the third place trophy to our third place finalist, Leonidas Peruzzi. A brilliant drive from Leonidas Peruzzi. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium team principal for Parolin, Marco Parolin, to present the second place trophy to Priam Bruno. And finally, a brilliant race all the way throughout this weekend. Please welcome onto the podium Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Driver Development Advisor Gwen Legru to present the first place trophy to Dan Allemann. What a final that was, and if we could get our photographers up to get the photos, please. Drivers, raise those trophies up in the air for me, please, as high as you can. And big smiles on your face. Big round of applause, please. And if we could get our top 3 onto the top step of the podium, and we'd like to invite our dignitaries onto the podium as well to join our drivers for the photos. So if we could get Gwen, Marco and Riccardo onto the podium, please, to join our top 3 on that top step. And members of the media, feel free to come forward to collect your photos of our Mini 60 finalists of day 3 of racing here for Champions of the Future Academy program. Please, one big last round of applause for your Mini 60 finalists. Well, brilliant stuff there for the Mini 60s. We'll turn our attention to the junior final now in just a moment. Thank you so much there to our Mini 60 drivers. Do not forget your helmets. And we'll turn our attention now to the junior category. In third position then, after a superb final, 21 laps of racing, please welcome onto the podium in third place in the OKN Junior Final, representing the United Arab Emirates, Connor Clancy. In second position, finishing a very close 0.1 seconds behind our race leader in the number 118. Please welcome onto the podium, Nikita Gerasmit. And finally, your race winner after a superb final representing Australia in the treble one. Please welcome your final winner, James Anagnostiidis.
We will now listen to the national anthem of Australia. An absolutely fantastic final. We would now like to welcome onto the podium Roden Geidel, the founder of RGMMC, to present the third place trophy to Connor Clancy. We'd now like to present Dino Chiesa, CEO from Kart Republic, to present the second place trophy to Nikita Gadesmits. And finally, we'd like to present the EMSO Director of Government Affairs, Hamid Al-Mazraoui, to present the first place trophy to James Anagnostiidis. And finally, drivers, if you'd like to raise those trophies up high in the air. Media people, if you'd like to get your photos in now, nice big smiles, please, for our photographers. And then we would like to invite all of our dignitaries and our top drivers onto the top step of the podium for one big group photo. So, guys, up on the top step for me, if we could get Roland, Hamid, and Dino onto the podium for us, please, for the last photos of the evening. And another big, huge round of applause, please, for your OKN Junior finalists. Well, a brilliant end to a fantastic day for the junior finalists as they will now make their way off the podium after the photos. Brilliant stuff then from our OKN juniors finalists, James Anagnostiidis, Nikita Gadesmits, and Connor Clancy. We now turn our attention to the senior academy class. And please welcome onto the podium, representing Morocco in the 242, Suleiman Zanfari! Very excited, Suleiman there. Please welcome now onto the podium, representing Thailand, Austin Gale! And finally, representing Italy, please give it up for the number 248, it's Peter Stiller! Peter with a fabulous run after 25 laps of racing, winning by 4.6 seconds. We now listen to the national anthem of Italy.
Well, what a final it was for the OKN senior category. We'd like to now welcome onto the podium the International Business Development Manager for DHL, Riccardo Tozzoli, to present the third place trophy to our third place finalist, Suleiman Sanfari. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium the CEO of RGMC, James Geidel, to present the second place trophy to Austin Gale. And finally, we would like to welcome onto the podium the Head of Admin and Government of Alphasan Holding, Ahmed Al-Shamsi, onto the podium to present the first place trophy to Peter Stiller. So if we ask our photographers to come forward, please, and some trophies up in the air, please, guys, and some big smiles. And we'd like to ask all of our dignitaries back onto the podium, please, to join our drivers in one big group photo on the top step of the podium, please. So if we could ask James, Ahmed and Riccardo back onto the podium, please, to join our drivers on the top step, guys, if you'd like to jump up and join us in one big trophy presentation photo. Brilliant stuff then for our Champions of the Future Academy Programme finalists. That is not the only presentations, of course. The championship presentations will be coming up in a short moment's time, so please do stay with us. But give it up, please, for a huge round of applause for your OKN senior finalists. So we turn our attention now to the Mini 60 Championship podium presentation. This will, of course, be the points that were awarded for drivers scoring points in both finals on Tuesday and Wednesday today. Please then welcome onto the podium, finishing third in the championship, Leonardo Speruzzi. In second position in the Mini 60 Champions Trophy race, welcome onto the podium from Belgium, Priam Bruno. And finally, your double final winner and champion in Mini 60. Please welcome Dan Alaman. We now listen to the national anthem of Switzerland. With a double win and a fastest lap, it would be a brilliant run for Dan Alaman. We'd like to welcome onto the podium the International Business Development Manager for DHL, Riccardo Tozzoli, to present the third place Champions Trophy to our winner, Leonardo Speruzzi. We'd like to welcome now onto the podium the team principal for Paralin to present the second place trophy, Marco Paralin, to our driver, Priam Bruno.
And finally, we'd like to welcome Gwen LeGroux, the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Driver Development Advisor, onto the podium to present our champion trophy to Dan Alleman. Careful, boys, don't drop those trophies. They are quite heavy. Big round of applause, please, and photos for our top 3 in Mini 60. We'd now like to invite all of our dignitaries on to the podium, please, to join our drivers in a top step podium. So, guys, don't drop those trophies. All head up onto the top spot. And, yes, we'll get all of our dignitaries on to the podium to join our drivers, our champion drivers, at the end of the Champions of the Future Academy program here at the Forsan International Sports Resort. A huge result for our drivers. And another big round of applause, please, for your top 3 mini champions in the Academy Trophy. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, guys. If you'd like to make your way down, if you do need some help with your helmets as well as your trophies, please do. Parents, if you want to come up to assist your drivers in carrying the helmets and trophies down. And Dan Alleman, before you run away too much, Dan, if you'd like to join me back onto the top spot here, and we'll have a quick chat with you as well. So, Dan, if we get you on this side of me, you stand up there and stand just there for me. Perfect. Dan, well, it wasn't just one final win, it was 2 final wins, but you had to fight every single lap, didn't you? This weekend, it's got to be a highlight for you.
Yeah, with Priya and Bruno, we are fast. And with Leonidas, we have good battles. And today was a little bit easier. And, yeah.
How did you find the format as well? You're having the one supplier all the way throughout, everyone on the same equipment. Was that more of a challenge, or did you find it a bit more easier to handle?
No, it's good because we can see who good is and who not.
Well, it was certainly a very good weekend. Congratulations as well to you, Dan Alleman. Well done. Our champion in the Champions of the Future Academy program. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Dan Alleman. Let's turn our attention now to the junior champions. And we would like to welcome onto the podium, please, representing the United Arab Emirates in 3rd position, Caden Higgins. In 2nd position in the Junior Championship, please welcome onto the podium, also representing the United Arab Emirates, please welcome Connor Clancy. And finally, your champion from the Junior OKN category, please welcome from Australia, James Anagnostiidis. We now listen to the national anthem of Australia. Fantastic stuff then from our champions. We'd like to welcome onto the podium the founder of RGMC, Roland Geidel, to present the 3rd place trophy to our driver, Caden Higgins. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Dino Chiesa, the CEO of Kart Republic, to present the 2nd place trophy to Connor Clancy. And finally, we'd like to welcome onto the podium the EMSO Director of Government Affairs, Hamid Al-Mazwari, to present the first place trophy to our winner, James Agnostiidis. And finally, drivers, nice big smiles, trophies high up in the air. If we had asked the press to grab your photos, then we would like to ask our dignitaries to join the drivers back on the podium in one big group photo. So if we could get all of our dignitaries back onto the podium now for us, please, and all of our drivers onto the top step as well. That would be absolutely fantastic. Drivers all onto the top step for me, please. Nice big smiles. And again, please don't try to drop your trophies as much as you possibly can. So nice big smiles there. And a huge round of applause, please, for your OKN Junior Champions. Well, thank you so much there to our junior drivers. Again, if you do need some help, do let us know, and we'll grab some people up to help you with your helmets as well. Before our race winner, James Agnostiidis, runs away, I would like to invite James back onto the podium. We would like to have a quick chat with him. James, do join me on the top step here. James, tough fight all the way throughout this weekend. It didn't go your way on day one, but this format of two finals, day two, it certainly went your way. What a tough week of racing.
Yeah, it was real tough competition, and you know, the start of today didn't go too well, but we kept pushing and ended up doing good.
Yeah. You've come a long way for this racing here. Well, how does it feel to be racing in Abu Dhabi under the floodlights here at the Forsan International Sports Resort circuit?
Yeah, a long way from Australia, but yeah, it feels really well. Really good track, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Well, it's been a solid result, and you come away as a champion, so congratulations, well done, and we'll let you get back to your seat there. Thank you so much there to James Agnostiidis there. Brilliant stuff there in the OKN Championship. Brilliant to see. We now turn our attention to the senior category, and once again, we would like to give it up for our driver from Morocco. Please welcome in third place, Suleiman Zanfari. In second position in the Senior Championship, please welcome from Italy, Peter Stiller. And finally, with a last lap overtake to clinch the championship, please welcome onto the podium, representing Thailand, Austin Gale. We will now listen to the national anthem of Thailand. Well, a brilliant championship again, and we'd like to welcome onto the podium to present the trophies the International Business Development Manager for DHL, Riccardo Tozzoli, to present the third place trophy to our third place finalist, Suleiman Zanfari. We would now like to welcome the CEO of RGRNC, James Guidel, to present the second place trophy to Peter Stiller. And finally, we'd like to welcome onto the podium the Head of Admin and Government of the Forsan Holding, Ahmed Al-Shamsi, to present the trophy to Austin Gale, our champion in the OKN senior category. Trophies nice and high up in the air, and photographers, if you would like to get at the ready. Brilliant stuff there for our OKN senior finalists and champions as well. If we'd like to invite all of our top drivers onto the top step and all of our dignitaries onto the podium as well, please, to join our drivers in one big group photo. That would be absolutely superb. And again, trophies nice and high up in the air. Big smiles once more for our photographers. Please give it up, please, for your championship winners in the OKN senior category. Austin, before you walk away, stay up there, keep your trophy up there. I want to come in and have a quick chat with you about your racing here this weekend, because certainly it was a fantastic run of racing. You can feel free to put that down if it's a little bit too heavy there, Austin. Thank you. Right, okay. Well, Austin, it was certainly a tough fight, but the smile on your face says it all, doesn't it? It's a job well done. How have you found the Forsan International Sports Resort?
Yeah, I think it's been really good. I also like to thank my parents for giving me a seat and giving me this opportunity. And I'd like to thank GGM as well for doing an amazing job. And also RGMMC for just hosting this really good event. And yeah, we struggled today, quite good yesterday, but all in all, we were consistent and we won it in the end.
It was a last-ditch overtake for, I think, second place to really secure that spot, wasn't it? And it was an absolutely fantastic overtake, and it just clinched you the championship as well by about 2 points. So certainly an overtake well worth it. And, you know, you can leave here with your head held high and some fabulous trophies as well.
Yeah, it was, I didn't realize actually, but yeah, really happy with this result. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Please give it up then for your race winner in that one, Austin Gale. Well, there we have it then, ladies and gentlemen. That is the first and inaugural round of the Champions of the Future Academy programme, all done and dusted here from the Forsan International Sports Resort. We'll be back next year with many more events, so make sure you're staying tuned for it. But from us here in Abu Dhabi, it's goodbye for now.